long or another read, we don't know. But this, I'm pretty sure I can point to the previous round as why they decide to make this exact
Yo, what's
play.
up, guys?
Keep in
Welcome
mind,
back,
they
welcome
have
back.
their lockdown
And nice
over
to have
on
you here.
Aslan Shadow. They have practically all of the ultimates. And
We're jumping
real quick,
straight
we just
into the
see
watch party here.
you get the
And
man down, you play
yeah,
C-long, like we've seen from
we have a
before.
killer match
You're
to
just
begin
gonna
with.
get rolling
C9 and
thunder,
DRX.
cosmic divided off,
Huge
and
match,
now you're
actually.
screwed. They're just diffusing.
And
You're in trouble. They have
yeah,
to throw in
gonna
more
be super fun.
complexity. This round sees them destroy the turret that's
Also Saturday. Hope you guys have a good Saturday so far.
A good adaptation to remove that early on. This is the mid round for
I'm just gonna
DRX.
post
They're
on
already
Discord and
pretty
Twitter
early
that we're
on,
live.
but they're trying to strip the
So,
utility out of their
just gonna
opponent's
write here
hands.
for a second.
Creates a window while that turret's refreshing, and they'll posture up for this C push. This is where things got really interesting, because remember I said 2 of the last 3 rounds were exclusively C-long pushes. This is all they were doing. Now, they obviously have players in garage. That noise, that noise is about to be made here as they go through the turret, or the remaining alarm bot will spot them. That response, if you're a C player who is being rushed consistently and you have a lockdown, this elicits just sheer panic. You're expecting that C-long push, now they're throwing in garage as well. That's another level of complexity for you to deal with. So they decide, and rightfully so, put down the lockdown, look to help on the side a little bit, and they're expecting this push out of garage. There's a smoke
Have
to
to
block
hide the
it, so
screen
it's not
1 second.
the biggest deal, and they're slowed by the Killjoy utility. All in all, a good
Just
position
to hide
play
the
from.
URL.
Rolling Thunder on DRX complicates it, but the ultimate thing that wins
There we
this
go.
round is just a guy sitting on mid. Remember, they removed the turret. Now they're focused on C. They're focused on fixing the issues that they've seen in previous rounds. And RB is just going to go walkabouts, catches perfect timing. And here, look at the crosshair placement. This player is not even looking at B. There's no utility there. It was destroyed 30 seconds ago. But the main concern here is they're doing their same C-long push with garage, and they don't know about RB, who comes up behind, catches Aslan Machado completely off guard, destroys the lockdown, allows this Rolling Thunder to actually capitalize. Remember, if they just throw that through, they're just going to get killed by the lockdown. And this is at 8-1 on the scoreboard. Like, the fact that we go into round number 10 with this level of dominance from DRX, a C-long rush that had worked consistently, and they say, let's not just push this down through the 1-lane way, let's do this as a 3-lane push on Haven. Completely caught BBL off guard, and those kind of adaptations are what you see
on
from
Twitter
teams when they're being punished, when
Plus
they're
everyone tuning
struggling,
in.
when they have
Match
to
is
dig
starting in 5
deep.
minutes. Yeah,
TRX,
they start
they
real
will
soon.
dig deep, even if they're 12-0 up. They
And,
want to win every single round.
DRX
And
versus
it's one of the most
C9.
terrifying
That is
teams to play against just because of how
possibly
clean they can be. So that was a little bit
one
of
of the
conditioning from
spicier
DRX.
matches in this
Honestly,
bracket.
we could talk about them all day long, so I'll toss it back over to the
Both
desk.
of them are looking very good. Although, like C9, they surprised me more because they
thank you so much for that exquisite breakdown, Mitch.
Played
And
way smarter and way more structured than I thought
DRX
they would.
have grown since we first saw them till now.
Yeah, back at Champions, there was a lot of critique that this was like the pre-round team, and they weren't very good at mid-rounding. But I think with more time, now with the IGLing, they're kind of getting used to it, and I think they've improved a lot at that mid-rounding.
Yeah, for sure. Now let's go ahead and move on, though, to their opponent, which, you know, they looked so outstanding in their opening matchup against Paper Rex, where they, you know, look, I counted them out, and they very clearly counted themselves in. You got Leave, Seppa, Vanity, Zelsis, and Yay. This team of monsters, honestly, Tom. Now we see it come to fruition here.
Oh they have
look
sunglasses.
at this.
They're ready.
They
Nice
are
sunglasses.
prepared. But yeah, Tom, this team looks very dangerous this tournament.
Yeah, again, like you sort of came into this tournament looking at this as like, okay, it's the sort of guys who are already on Cloud9 and they're bringing in some really heavy firepower, but I'll be honest, it's the people that were there before that have impressed the most this tournament, being fantastic in the form of Leaf and Zeppa. They have been 2 of the standouts so far, and honestly, there's looking like there's a hell of a lot of depth right now.
Yeah, there really does. And for a fairly new team, I mean, the coordination on point, also getting the crowd behind you, never going to hurt for the side of C9.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, you want to walk out there and have as much people cheering for you as possible because it's loud proof. That definitely does help out. But let's go ahead and check out this clip of Vanity from the Verizon post-match interview, who had some thoughts on the recent meta changes.
The interview is hot.
Tweet posted.
I think people over-exaggerate nerfs.
Yeah.
Like,
There.
it's the same thing happened when Astra got nerfed, for example. Like, people thought she was completely dead. The same thing happened. Like,
He's
Chamber's
so
not
right.
the same agent.
He
He's
is
not
so
gonna
right.
take over games nearly as frequently, but he still has like a really strong play.
They,
I think you have to have
a lot
confidence
of
around
pro
him.
players
Sting
especially
and then-
just
what was the-
over-exaggerate the nerfs.
It was Stinger and Chamber.
Oh, the Stinger? I mean, the Stinger nerf is just a price nerf. Like, they didn't nerf the gun. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah, the damage fall-off is a little worse, but it's like, if you're taking those fights with a Stinger, that's probably not the right way to use it, right?
Hope you guys are doing great, by the way.
I don't know.
Nice
I
to
think
see you all.
people tend to
Also,
overreact
if
to
you got
stuff
Twitter
give
and
up
use
on it because they
Twitter,
wanna try something new.
even if you don't use it and you have it, feel free to like, retweet that announcement tweet so that people know we're live. And hit the like button on the stream as well, because it'll help push the stream.
This is bad. This is good. Like that. I think
And
that's basically
then,
what he said at
yeah,
the end
get
of it.
ready
That's
for
the
some
bit I
good
really
matches
wanted
here.
to take, is that people overreact when there are nerfs or hits and
What's
try
up,
and
Dusty?
move
How
away,
did you like
whereas
the
what he's
matches
doing
from
at
yesterday?
C9 is going, nope, we are going to stick with what we had, especially so late coming into this tournament.
Yeah.
And for me, of all the teams that
Nice to see
debuted in the
Vix.
alpha bracket, I thought that Cloud9 had the best answers to this new
Yes.
meta. I think both compositions that they brought out in their first
Yeah, they
matchup
played
were
also
really, really
Chamber
cool.
on
they
Lotus.
bring out that
And
neon
they
chamber
had some very
composition
cool
that you were
tech
asking Vanity
with
about,
the
and
chamber
it works
TP through
really
the
quite
wall
well
there,
for them. You get
outside.
the kind of double dive of the Omen, as well as that neon to take
Spotting
a lot of
underdogs?
space.
Dude,
You also have the
there is
defense
no
in the
underdog
fight, a
between
lot of
C9
control
and DRX.
with that neon,
I
and
think
have
they
the
are
chamber holding towards C. It
very
just felt
equal.
really well thought through, and felt like they were really
I would say C9 are the underdogs,
This
actually.
sort of round
I'd
as
say
well
that.
was one that basically put
Not
Paper
today,
to bed.
Luciano. Not
Like,
today,
it was one where
unfortunately.
you basically go, okay, this is
I
them
di-
building
I didn't
back
have
into
enough
the
time
map. This is
for,
them really
some
getting
ranked.
rolling after what was a bit of a struggle so far, and then just this happens with the Stingers, where such aggressive, fast-paced takes off the back of that utility and using the gun that we thought to be dead and making it look more than viable.
Yeah, and I think that's always been what Vanity
Intense play from
Cloud9
Loud and
has
Casey
brought
got me
to
on my
Valorant.
toes.
They're the team
Dude,
that
I agree.
really has
I
been
agree.
the innovators in North America. And while they fell off quite a bit last year, they have come back, and a big part of that flexibility
Loud
has been
played
Leaf. Last year, he was a duelist player.
really
Last time we
well.
saw him
So did,
internationally playing the
Casey,
Jet,
you know?
diving on in. Now he's completely flexed on over, playing the Sentinel role, and looking just
He already
as good.
played any
That was
game
the thing we almost worried when coming into this
23 in the
tournament,
first
is
game.
like, is this
I'm
almost
not
gonna
sure I
have
follow
killed
what you
his
mean.
career? Having to get him going over to a role that you just think that doesn't suit him at all. He's so aggressive and fast-paced in what he does, but so far so good.
Yeah, and it's been a slow transition, but this feels
Who
like
do
the
you
big
do,
payoff.
who do
They
you
brought
guys think is the
Duelist back
underdog in this
into
matchup? Because
Championship. Last year in NA, he
yeah,
started
I feel
playing
like
a little
it's
bit of Viper and also the
very
Duelist,
difficult to
and
say
now he
there's
just
an
fully switched
underdog.
on over.
Yeah, and
I guess
think
there
it's
is none.
also important to note as well that when you have a player like Leaf who can show up on that stage and play with the confidence that he's been displaying, it is only
DRX?
going to mean success for Cloud9. So watch out the rest of the pool. It's going to be tough. But earlier in the show, though, we actually asked you guys for, you know,
Is it
good old-fashioned
DRX?
Twitter
Maybe
poll,
it is
and We
DRX.
wanted to see who is going to make the most hair-raising
Like,
play, and it's
people
going to be
probably
Zeba.
expect-
Tom, you weren't even in the running, buddy.
People probably expect the C9 to
I
win.
do want to say that
So,
even with our hair growing,
I
mine
guess
was still
DRX
better
then,
than
yeah.
me, so
But I
I'll
feel like
take that.
DRX are gonna win.
Take that.
I feel like they are the stronger team.
All right. Moving on. Yeah, Zeppa looked great in the poll, and I
feel like
excited to watch it in the
2-1
games
to
today. The
DRX.
core of Cloud9 looked better than Ye did, and that is impressive. We finally have a team where Ye does not have to be the.
How you doing,
full star, which is
Chemicals?
super cool.
How you doing?
That's going to be huge. Oh, well, folks, get comfortable and settle in because today's show has everything. It's got El Diablo. It's got the boys from Talon. Maybe a little BCJ chicken and, of course, Achilleo standing for DRX and beautiful heads of hair.
Not anymore.
You don't want to miss a minute of it, folks, because Lock-In Day 5 starts right now.
Oh yeah, I can't play that music. Just be safe. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Meant to play my own music. There we go. For a moment. New logo? Who do you mean? Or you mean Riot Games? Oh, yeah, well, I think that's just a cool animation they did. They still have the fist bump. I wonder if DRX bans Lotus because maybe C9 wants Lotus to be banned. And that's why they played it, because they can show the chamber stuff. Daily, how many matches and how many rounds? Oh, rounds in the matches I don't really know, but you mean rounds in the tournament? There's let's see. You have the bracket here, actually, if you want to check it. Got it in the chat. Let me write commands. There, and we pin that. What team is Nats on? He's on Team Liquid. They play next week. And hopefully we see some Cypher then. What is the second match of the day? It's Evil Geniuses versus Talon. So pretty good match there as well. EG has been very smart in how they play and really surprised me. Talon also delivering. What team am I rooting for this time? I'm rooting for DRX in this. I feel like maybe C9 are more expected to win. Although I feel like DRX are the better team. So I think they will win, and also I think they are the underdogs. So I'm gonna root for them. Are you expecting Cypher today? Probably not, no. I don't think both of these teams really play Cypher that much. DRX, they barely used any Sentinel. I don't think they used any Sentinel actually. And C9, they have Chamber instead. Thoughts on the Global Esports match? I don't really know exactly what to expect from it, but I think it's gonna be juicy. And I want to see what happens.
Squaring off against Cloud9, an epic confrontation. The crowd is hot.
Lucky, doing great, doing great.
The atmosphere in this room is utterly electric, and we are about to witness a war between two outstanding teams.
It has been over a year since we have seen these two teams play against each other. Last time, DRX got sent packing by Cloud9.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a new look, though, right? It's a little bit of a change-up with the roster we have on one side, at least. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how and who comes out on top. And honestly, I feel like I'm going to have to start almost challenging my inner Achilles to battle with what's on the other side of this desk.
Dude, look, I'm going to be real with y'all. When I had to make my prediction for this one, it was
I
want
to see it for example, with the GE, what happens with their mixed roster. Because I want to see like how the communication is done, who's in-game leading, you know, all those things.
But on the flip side to
as
that,
well as how the coach does the talking.
They brought in some new players, fresh ideas, dynamic
Who do you have for this match? I'm feeling DRX. Although I feel like everyone expects C9 to win, except Achilles. He's cheering for DRX. Like I feel like DRX are probably some of the best teams right now in the tournament.
Here for me is that these are probably the two best
they banned
teams
Lotus.
of
Okay.
the event heading up against each other, and I'd expect to see that map.
Yeah, potentially.
I wanted to see Lotus. Pearl is good. Let's
the
get
fans
split.
Are losing their mind,
Please,
and as
split.
they should, we're going to get Pearl here for our first map, Tom.
The question
I don't think they will play split because DRX don't play Sentinels.
Both teams are incredibly good on this map. Both teams have seen each
I
other
forgot
play
Nihal.
this map.
I
it does give that little
I
bit of
forgot.
extra prep,
In the
but
live
I'll
stream
also
chat,
say,
I don't think I know how to make a poll. It doesn't show up in the dashboard.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because C9 actually went and banned that second in their previous series, which surprised me quite a bit. Yeah, it really is. I really hope we get to see the Yay Jet on that one.
Yeah, but I think about it like this, though, right?
Let me double check.
Sometimes you're going to show up to the ring.
Live stream.
You got to sock him in
chat,
the mouth. Just tell them where it is in
poll.
there, and it's like, hey, you're good on Pearl, so are we. You're good on Haven, so are we. That's what I want to see. Go ahead and challenge them at their home ground and push them to the limit.
Yeah, again, DRX is sticking by this ban of getting rid of Lotus, getting rid of Split in both of their vetoes now that they've played through, which I think can put you at a bit of a disadvantage, but can also prevent you from being kind of upset by weird gimmicks that teams are bringing out with those two
I found it. I think.
Oh,
nice.
What teams have actually done in the past and try and
nice.
create
Okay.
something
Who
that might
will
beat
win
that, whereas
the
going
match?
for the new maps, a lot of the time there's unknown,
DRX.
and that that could be
C9.
quite scary, GB.
All right, well, Prime Gaming Agent Select is about to go underway. We see the hovers and what could be locked in for both C9 and DRX.
Get your prediction. Well, get your predictions in, guys.
Here, Mimi?
I would expect the compositions to stay the same. I think both these comps are fantastic on Lotus, but very different reasons. DRX, it's centered around those executes, working with Buzz and setting up fantastically with double initiator utility. For C9, they have a comp that on the attack is great at getting that plant down, playing in their posts.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think both of these
Afarva,
are going to be
subs up.
fantastic on the attack side.
So
Those
cool.
B-side executes are definitely very different.
Yeah,
in the manner
voting
in
has
which they
been there.
do them,
It was
but
a
are
small
both
plus
very
sign.
The question to me
That
is
was
who
easy
is
to
going to be
miss.
better on defense? Who can shut down these B hits?
I was looking in the wrong places.
Well, here we go. This battle is about to begin, and when
No
you
Cypher?
have a board-certified
I
banger
don't
on
think
your
so.
hands, you got to call in board-certified casters, I guess. Let's go ahead and send it over to Pansy and Hypoc for the cast. Take it away, team.
Thank you, GB. Curious intro, but we'll take it nonetheless. But Mike, I think this game really embodies the brutality of this tournament. These two teams have been incredible on their run so far. A lot of potential being shown. Talk to me about the round one games we've seen and where that puts us
You
now
know Twitch?
leading into
Of
this
course, I
match.
used to stream on Twitch for a few years.
Both teams obviously demonstrating very strong performances, but again, it feels kind of like we're looking for context here in the start of this veto. Obviously, PaperX, I don't want to say it was the best PaperX that Cloud9 were playing against,
Didn't
right?
feel like it.
The problem being as well, Cloud9, in my eyes, probably dialed up the pressure a little bit.
I think they did.
They wanted to brawl, and I don't think they're going to get those engagements versus
No.
DRX
No,
today.
they
So
don't.
very intrigued to see, particularly obviously the performances of Leaf and Zeppa coming across to a very different style of opponent here today.
Yeah, and I think we can say similar things about DRX in their opening game, which I'd love to lean on.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
But let's dive
sure,
into
Lucky.
it as we are
Sure,
live in
I'll
this
do it.
DRX on the attacking side, which of course then means Cloud9 on defense. Let's look how this one begins.
But yeah, Nihal, the reason for that is because the output is for Twitch as well, and you can't stream in 1440p on Twitch.
Yeah, he's got a safe pocket to play
Oh,
with.
nice.
Buzz had to go around the back of that.
Yeah, quite nice from Buzz to find Vanity at the start.
But
there,
I always
getting
run
away
mine
with
in
two. I couldn't
1440p
even note it on the
for the
first,
better
but
encoder.
maybe unaware of what could be achieved with that wall, but still, massive damage done, and this post plant looking far less robust. A tap on the spike will draw the swing, and Cloud9 wanting that brought right back. This is good so far, and it's only down to RB.
Oh, no, no.
Not
He can't
really
kill
in a
his own
position to
teammate
do
like
much
that.
with this now. Flashed up diffuse, already halfway through, and Cloud9 looking all too prepared.
Nice by
for
Cloud9.
DRX
Very
win.
nice.
Again, how
What's
he
up,
is able to get away
Tushan?
with the
What's
second
up, sup?
there. I'm not sure if the information just a little chaotic because there was no contact towards site. Obviously, the second play in elbow falls immediately. Buzz straight away looking to split that pressure, but at this point, I feel like DRX maybe again here just Marco completely unaware.
Even by process of elimination coming through from the utility from Zest there, the smoke dash in coming out from Buzz, you'd kind of imagine if people are falling on the site, it can only be from the back of site.
Interesting to note as well with
Oh yeah, I
this
need to fix
denial
that
of space
command
towards
for
elbow, whether or not Cloud9 are just going to force them
for
into this
Twitch.
long post plant as opposed to being able to really garner any
yeah.
sort of site control, which DRX are famed for. Setting
I'm
up
doing
these
good, man.
crossfires
Doing
on
good.
site, then relying
Super excited
on
for
that
these
raw
matches.
discipline that they have.
Okay, let's see if that.
That was
continues
one
to
late
fast
recon bolt
setup as
behind
well
him.
from Cloud9, but that judge did wonders before.
Match started early today? No, it's the same starting time.
Super shut down.
Vanity with
Everyone
the
yes, they do get towards the
shotgun
back of the site. They
sniper.
lost so many bodies on the way. This is very clean.
Ah, nice try.
Lovely stuff.
Yeah.
Clean sweep. Prime Gaming
Vanity.
flawless here. Second round, Cloud9.
The awkward feeling when you're too far away with the judge, but you're still close enough to hit a lot of shots, so you just start spamming it.
What's happening? And yeah, actually decent progress already towards, I think, getting an operator online.
It feels like it's plastic
round 4.
balls just bouncing off the enemies.
Terrifying is how many collats he was
At that
getting away
range.
with the other day.
God,
I feel like
how
every
many?
other round it was a freebie on top.
Out of all the players, he probably doesn't.
I
need the
wasn't
extra one.
Dusty, no,
You
I
know,
was
like,
he'll
going
get a
live
second
he'll
just
get you.
before the
Just-
matches
just
started.
Relax.
Had some
But now
stuff
for
I had
DRX,
to do
work
before.
cut out. We need to see them to kind of bite back a little bit here. It's been quite clean so far from Cloud9. Should be decent enough info off the knife. Probably
I'm hoping to
minimum
get some
2,
matches in on Monday,
3.
ranked matches. We have no
Well,
watch
being made
party
across
now.
the map now. We've had contact towards A long and a little bit of a look towards B.
So Tuesday and Monday, no
DRX
watch party
probably
because no matches.
anticipating
And then they begin again on
progression
Wednesday.
somewhere to try and convert these SMGs. I was going to say if Zelta's actually going to progress any further forward, but Spike not committed just yet. Probe sent out towards B
Yeah,
long.
best of 3, best of 3.
Marco will deal
Correct.
with the turret. Try and pull this defensive setup of C9 a little tighter towards double doors.
Yeah. And wherever Leaf is, that's where my eyes are going to. Again, the only one with the rifle in this round for Cloud9, the rest sticking on what they had prior. Obviously, the economy in a really good spot for them, so not a bad plan to try and bolster him up.
They hear the alarm bot. They know something is there. That's a smart way to cover the alarm bot, by the way. You use the Astra Star, take it back, and in the meantime you set up the alarm bot safely. That is so smart.
Back of the site right now in elbow. And Cloud9 are loving this. They've got
What teams are playing today? It's C9 versus DRX and PG versus Talon.
Still holding territory. The spike is dropped just on the other side.
Man, Vanek is holding that area.
Still, there is a 2v1 here.
He's got the spike though. He's actually managed to pick it up. RB in the fray. He's got to start running now if he wants to try and get this down. Yeah, he's going to try and fake it here.
Oh yeah, they hear him. They hear him.
I don't think it's enough.
10 now. This is going to be
There's
so
0
close.
time.
7.
I think he's got it.
He might just be there, just about. Tries to maybe just crest the corner deeper from Secret.
Missed the pull as well.
Does he actually get away? And you're right, the pull didn't quite connect.
Oh, so close. Imagine if he got the headshots on Zelsis there.
Quite stabilized.
He could have gotten it then.
And that's a third now for Cloud9.
We are seeing a very different approach here though. C9 playing very receptive, forcing DRX to go exploring on sites. And again, that flash play in towards B Halls completely shut down by the judge. That's something I do want to keep my eye on, which was very, very evident the other day. Obviously, these early rounds, if they're completely free for C9, Zelsis was just farming orbs, literally farming them. So
I'm rooting for today, DRX in this
default,
match,
got to make sure
because I feel like C9 are expected to win by more people.
Down on the stage.
Although I think DRX will win this.
DRX not an awful lot to write home about.
2-1 most likely. Why no Neon? I don't think they need Neon necessarily here because
maybe a fact-finding round or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
So far, Cloud9 looking all too
different strategies, you know. So Neon not needed in the strategies they've planned.
A little bit of a contest towards middle, Buzz and Zest.
And on Pearl, you can play a lot more slower compared to, for example, like Fracture, where you can rotate very easily around the map, and where Neon is more popular. I mean, she's good here too, but you would need a lot different characters then. They're trying to get the turret, but not hitting it.
Desperate to try and deal with this turret again, pull the rotation of C9, but no real pressure towards either side just yet.
How do you think DRX can counter judge in B side? Probably
fire with fire when
short calls.
Game, and now we're seeing a very different
or mollies,
side, which
if they do it. Otherwise, they bait out the judge.
Let's assume they can match teams on their playstyle. How terrifying is that for the
But there is no judge anymore there.
If they get past this game, of course. For now, still just dealing with that blender in middle, but no one overstepping, no one over-peaking, no one overreaching their spot, still holding.
Yeah, the Phoenix is for creating space. Zelsis played it in the previous C9 match as well. And EA on Sage is mainly for just balls, getting the objective down when planting, defusing.
Hands off, but again, just that discipline on display.
Controlling the areas.
Really trying to brawl with it. Actually, Lockdown invested the run it back as well.
Yep.
I want to make sure that
very nice kill.
Absolutely convert this round, and it's looking as if it's going to be just RB left to find.
Yeah.
Zelsis will seal the deal. With
That's what Phoenix can do. It can go aggressive like that.
And again, for me, Mike, it's just a night and day difference here.
I just come back to the same thing once again. You look at this round. Look how deep DRX have to creep to even find contact on some of these points.
I mean, they were half committed towards
If you played in this, which agent would you play?
So deep. This is really
if I was not able to change an agent, I would be one of the Sentinels, I think.
Well by Cloud9, which is the better part of it, because they're meeting DRX at their
because
own game.
There is there's not much difference from what I already do done. But I don't think I can hold my ground against any of the teams, you know, because these are the best of the best. So there's no way I will win any duels if you put me in a 1v1 or something. Even 2v1.
Do need to shift it up a gear a little bit. Maybe actually rely on a set piece and execute towards a site.
They certainly have them. They're one of the teams famed for it.
I'm absolutely with Tom. I still sit in the park.
Was it worth to ultis? I'd say so. So Phoenix ult you can be more liberal with, especially on defense.
I'd
because
love to try and explore that option.
yeah, you just use it for space and the pushing in as one.
We've had a couple of teams still in
Then
that
you
very
also
much
had
rebuilding phase, new roster
kill jolting
changes, you know,
to
very different
pressure and
lineup.
miss as they're
We know
planting.
when we look at
And if
DRX,
they want
I
to
can
destroy the
probably
kill
feel the same
jolting,
about
they have to
Cloud9
push
on
and
seeing
risk
this.
their
They
life.
do have depth,
And
they
if
do have
they
that ability to adjust.
don't
I
do
just wanna
that,
see what
they have
DRX
to
do
escape
with this,
sight
because
as soon
we
as
started by
possible after the
talking about
plant, and
Cloud9 in
that's
their
when
opening game,
Phoenix
but
can come in and burn time. Because they don't have much good positioning due to the ulti, like they want to step out right.
And again, that was
And
actually
he can just push
a
in.
very convincing attacking half. I think they closed it out 9-3. And even
I did
the
a
three that
rush
BBL
shift.
scraped together,
I did.
it wasn't convincing.
No, it wasn't. So,
I hope I don't mispronounce the name, by the way.
be quite telling.
Let me know if I do.
Bigger picture here.
I did see,
No connection
and
off the knife,
I think
believe,
Harbor is
sitting
a
little bit deeper
very
at
good
that
fit
start.
on
It does allow
Pearl.
and warrant a little bit of a
I'm
further
actually going to try and learn more
exploration
Harbor as well.
So maybe building off that initial utility, but look at this response over towards B long. There's already a switch up here from Cloud9.
Do you think they will struggle on defense? I think DRX has some. They must have some plan for flank control, because there's no way to just leave flanks open. Like here, for example, you have Viper doing it.
We see Leaf and Zeppa scrambling a rotation towards B, but it's only Marco
And
spotted
Astra on the other side. So I guess because they play Astra and Viper,
have the perfect read on
they put them alone,
they know it's going to draw
and
rotation.
they focus a lot on just remote controlling, if that makes sense, with abilities. And they have the ability to lurk as well, because those agents are very good for lurking. And no need for the Sentinel then,
Yeah, he's starting to feel that
in their
pressure,
eyes.
This is
I
now
think
gonna be
Sentinel would be
stressful.
still very good.
Doesn't get pinged by the ninth either, but they should check this. They should be diligent. And they haven't been. It's
Check
a
the
mistake
corner.
made.
Check
An
the
opportunity
corner.
garnered from Vanity. Desperate timing on the rotation. The flash didn't quite swing the corner, so
Marco
didn't catch
coming from
Stacks, wasn't
behind.
gonna be able to do so. Marco. Timing could be good on this as well. And Cloud9 struggling on numbers. Just the two remaining, Zeppa and Leaf. And Marco feels like the inevitable. A couple more steps. And
There it
vulnerability
is,
shown.
yeah,
Lovely
there
from
it is.
Marco.
One in art
And now
now.
Leaf unable to find much either. Super deep positioning from Zest here.
For Phantoms
Yeah,
and
Leaf doesn't have
Vandals,
the
how do you
time
feel
to
about
go
that?
through that
I think
motion.
it's
And now he's
definitely
got
fine,
problems.
because it's a
DRX
medium to low range
knowing
map.
that Marco's going to find value there.
A lot of medium range
Seal the
fights.
deal.
There's
DRX
some
will
long range,
convert
but
before standing as well, some
because there's
ultimates
smokes and
coming
stuff
online didn't
everywhere,
really require
I
a
think
massive
Phantom is
investment on
pretty
their
solid.
part. Still, it almost felt like an initial lazy
Who am I rooting for in
clearance
this
on
match?
site here.
I'm rooting for DRX in this match.
Vanity still getting one.
How about you?
End up affecting around too much. Talking about minimizing mistakes in some of these interviews, and that's DRX's main focus. That's what I've got my eye on. That's where, in my eyes, you want to see things like that absolutely cleaned up.
See what we have now. Again, Cloud9 did turn up the tempo a little bit there, did explore a touch further on these extremities, and maybe considering that again, but it looks like Art will at least be the first port of call for Cloud9. Yay. Posted up just towards middle, waiting to see if anyone comes through, but we know that DRX will play a patient game. Now, information spotted. They will be forced away from this. So DRX going through the checklist here.
I'm not even sure if
I ended
drone actually
the poll there,
was
so
Zeppa that took
all
tag,
the
but whether or not the operator was
all
spotted.
the
Yes,
what's called
yeah.
the thingies are locked in, all the selections.
Flash will clear through mid.
Most people think
Not picking
Sinan.
on anything on the other side. Now Marco did try and fake this with the smoke, but there was nobody even
It's a
peeking
very
B long
even
for
matchup,
info.
I gotta say that.
Zeppa going to clear through as well.
Really even.
I think Vanity's seen a fair
Yeah,
amount here.
yeah.
Yeah, there we go. And they're already at the doorstep, so this is going to be the just guns
Here
in
comes
hand.
the key
Vanity's
ulti.
position should be very much at the forefront of their minds here, but he does get one on the swing, does find Stacks. And now we look at the rest. The site's pretty much under control. The Red's going to be the first port of call, and then the plant second. 40 seconds on the board, plenty of time to play with, and the divide in place.
The Viper's bit available as well, but a lot of investment already in this, and that's Leaf shut
Oh,
him down.
whoa. The way they enter in here.
Bursting onto the scene, and the shot from Ye is divine. And that is
Dude, everything went down in a second there. The way they pushed in through the wall there,
They hit
perfect.
the perfect timing throw on the flash.
I mean, I'm curious, the investment of the Cosmic Divide doesn't necessarily stop them at the front door. Right? There's space for Cloud9 to play behind. That's why I was curious about the Viper's bit. Should come through as the plant is going down, but unfortunately, it's Marco committing to the plant.
Yeah.
So again, it's just caught in no man's land here.
That is
I
unfortunate.
mean, you've got to question the placement of where he's trying to put that down. Cut off a choke point. It's a very safe Viper's bit to just maintain control of the spike.
That is a really nice retake.
Mm-hmm.
And mistakes
Fantastic
from DRX.
retake, yeah, but the post line just feels so off from DRX.
little shaken, maybe. I don't know. It did not feel secure by any means. You're
That's
right.
even with Marco coming through and getting the
Where's
res off the
DRX
stacks as well.
IGL?
He's got so much
Stacks
to worry
is
about
the
with that
IGL.
Viper's bit available.
No solutions truly made here for DRX.
The
Yes, they
KO.
posted a roundup, but not quite enough yet. Buzz going to be investing in
All
lives
right,
this round.
Buzz. Find some kills, my
Still
man.
able to fashion a
You need some
purchase.
confidence kills.
No sweat on the other side. Could start building that money back up here.
Keen, what's up, my man? How you doing?
Look
How
how
you doing?
deep they're sitting. I've got to note it towards
It's
A.
another round, yeah.
They're reading this tempo incredibly well.
You hear the Blade Storm pop, you know that they're going to go exploring for this opening engagement. Cloud9 once again, rinse and repeat. Look how deep Zeppa's using the Trailblazer from.
Yeah. That's huge. Big info, and they're now going to be forced to fight, try and dive in.
What is
I
that?
thought he got his head just jammed against the wall, but he actually makes it out alive.
Dude,
and Buzz still fighting
the
the fight
recon
here for
bolt.
them. Two big
Huge.
kills. And patrolling down by Pit.
Huge recon bolt.
And that deep hold gets broken, isolating the one towards dugout. At least this is tricky.
Buzz, watch out
deciding
here.
to back
Buzz,
away as
watch
the
out.
ult fades. And it's a free pick though. No trade. Gonna need one more of those at the very least to even make something out of this round, considering how far away he is. He's more concerned about keeping that operator in
Man,
her hand, and
Leaf
Leaf is
just
making a
cleaning
damn
house
good go
here.
of this round. Tap on the spike. Gonna pull the utility. Again, he's costing them money here. This is not a
Nice.
bad round at all for
Good.
them. Making the best
Good,
of a bad
good,
scenario,
good.
and Ye will want to keep this operator in play. So that will stay
Dude, the
where it's
way
at. But
Buzz
talk to me about
just
this round,
went
because
in,
it feels
it's
like
like
we just had Buzz basically
Man.
being
Well,
the difference maker
There
here.
was no hesitation
I
this time.
thought he would
Again,
miss
DRX are
those knives,
exploring the
but
map.
no, he
They know that
didn't.
nobody's holding close contact on our. I think Atsy on the back
like
of
it
the
felt like there was
Trailblazer.
no room
This is the one
to
almost
even hit
penny
them.
drops. Yeah,
Here.
they're playing
Yeah,
yeah.
super deep here, guys. We have to push this default forwards a little bit, and they're rewarded for it. Really nice pace change from DRX. Here, whether or not actually C9, whether or not the Blade Storm is the difference maker here. If that's the indication of some aggression on the
Yeah,
side
and the
of
recon
DRX,
bolt too. The recon
whether or
bolt
not
was
C9 now
nice
will
too.
revert back to maybe getting a little
Do you think
more
it will be
aggressive. But yeah, on that
C9 versus
operator,
Loud in the finals?
Maybe not.
Well, I think
No.
that C9 will lose to
Again,
DRX,
he's on the
so
stage. He's not going to be the one.
I
No,
don't
he-
think
to go
C9 will be in the
aggressive the early
finals.
round.
No, I'm
But
looking at
you know they have the
Celsius
chance
potentially, or
because
someone of the such
it's like a
maybe
50-50
try and get in their
matchup,
faces.
but I
We
have
saw
to choose
before,
one,
it was
right?
that lazy clear up
So I
towards
go
one.
with the
I
underdogs.
guess like B when he pushed up long, it caught him off. That it happens, but.
Will
what a
Harbor become meta in
preemptive
Pearl?
timeout from Cloud9. I still feel like he could have run this, but maybe feeling
I
they'd rather be
think
preventative,
he's
make
doing
sure
good on Pearl.
they've dealt with. Or DRX have changed
I'm not
up,
sure if
but
he will be
think
meta
money's in a
because it
tricky
depends on
spot.
the
Yeah,
strategy
purely
you
because
use. If you use like a
that round is
fast
indicative
strategy
of DRX
or
almost getting
a slow strategy.
A better grasp for
They
what
now
C9
know.
are doing.
Yes. Yeah, it is relatively telling.
Because if you
They've had
want Astra,
basically no
then you don't fit
resistance throughout. They've gone that
the
far.
Harbor.
You hear how deep that dog's come from as well. That was almost backed by Spawn.
Who's my
So,
favorite team?
Let's see if
I don't have
stark
any.
contrast as well, because think about the
I don't have
previous,
any.
Zeppa and Ye posted up very deep. The drone spots it, and they drift back into this deep setup.
Although,
so
if Moist
DRX
Esports
are
enter
looking for
Valorant,
these early round indicators.
they will be my favorite team.
Like I said, it's the first time we've seen a confident
Even if they're not in
response on the
VCT.
back of it. Zelsa's barely been challenged here, though, towards A main.
No, but
This
the
time cautious of the, maybe on the back
I
of the
saw that
flash,
Ludwig,
going for the
he's
orb.
following,
He's one off the ultimate.
that flash was
what's
so
the name of
high,
the
though,
team?
that could have been
Unbreakable
anywhere,
or
and
something?
We have seen that kind of lurk
Yeah.
coming through from, I think it was RB.
Something like that.
Yeah, so
He follows some players
you know,
from a
maybe
whole
tempering
squad.
enough, but it looks like
And
DRX have
apparently
found at least the approach that they want here,
could
which
be,
is to be trying to exploit
the
the
roster.
But Ye willing to fill that void almost instantly. And rotations.
How do teams
Really
fit
as
Harbor
well.
on a
It's been
comp
quite
though?
nice, actually.
Well, you run a
DRX
double
little further ahead, I'd say,
controller.
on the rotation game
So
with
Viper
Cloud9,
plus,
who will have to
Harbor.
respond in kind, dealing with any pressure that could have been left around Art. They have not necessarily a free B side, but near on too. Vanity
Or you can
left
run
off,
Harbor instead of
Buzz
the
on
Viper.
site.
And
They
just
know that they need
double
to clear back as
initiator
well.
sentinel.
Richie
Actually
Vanity
gonna
backed up.
slip the net, yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Right call as well, I'd say. Did only have that stinger, so he wasn't going to be able to take down the entirety
it's,
of DRX, but could prove
Harbor
more
instead of
potent on
Viper,
the
you
play back
basically
in.
play a bit fast of a
Looked fantastic
strategy.
for this retake on B
So maybe
side
like some
previously.
duelist-centered strategy.
Couple of slip-ups to see if DRX
Back
can
in.
tighten things up now.
All right, Vanity is just like
Nice so far,
I need
these
to
angles of
walk in
gorgeous
fire.
zest. Free access, almost
Oh,
Celsius.
ho, ho, ho.
What? Pops the O, and he needs to get
It's a
running
2v2.
as well. Somehow it's gone to this point, making a 2v1. How have we gone here again? Celsius in human performance.
Man,
Coming light in this round. The fuse comes in.
Celsius
It is
popping off.
perfection personified. Cloud9 on these retakes are unreal.
This is another one. You see the plant location here, and you think DRX are going to post up. They're going to literally revert into what works best for them.
The crossfires looked really nice. They were solid.
They looked great. They did not hold for more than a second.
That kill on Zest through the smoke, that was the key kill there, I think. That was such a good kill.
Molly here behind Pillar, reading it perfectly. I mean, I'm getting very concerned now. DRX need to actually lean back onto something that doesn't necessarily feel comfortable for them, which is literally getting away with opening engagements. Finding that numbers advantage early on.
God, it's terrifying
because their post plant is not working.
Yeah, one of their key pillars of strength isn't there for them right now, but then it feels like you're almost playing into Cloud9's game if you then try and adjust to that slightly more brawly
They're going to get the same engagements that DRX were getting.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, that's not bad. Those stacks starting out comfortably towards Jay, walks away barely scathed as well. So that's a beginning they've not really had to play with so far.
Celsius once again unchallenged. It's a deep control towards A main here.
No flash for Zephyr either.
I think he should
Back
just
on
be getting
now.
one off.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got one off cooldown now. So
Yeah,
we'll be able
Killjoy's
to
pretty
flash it for
popular
Celsius. This could be
right now.
deadly, Lauren.
Yeah. Celsius has so much to play with once you feel it here. The flash is
Oh,
incredible!
wow.
But he gets dealt
I
with.
thought he would
Only
get like
finds one,
5
but he
people
finds
there.
all of the other side,
Not
apart
5
from
before.
one player, Marco, who is not
He started
around this side of
shooting in the
map.
chest though.
They try and double pump at this point. Who knows? It's 40 seconds. Zephyr on the way in, the ult popped as well.
Nice try.
KJ's ult is ticking down.
Zephyr is just getting
is the
massive
guard who
value
will
though.
not be moved. Holds him at the front door. Spike now lost, and this lurk is a million miles away. Marco needs to find some insane impact here to alleviate that pressure that's on Zest. And Leaf's already on duty. 18 HP is all that remains on Zephyr, but he's just standing tall. How long can he last in this position? The smoke goes up. The flash! He's just overwhelming, but he's buying time. 10 seconds. They haven't cleared Pit. They haven't cleared Secret. But the tap on the spike and Leaf is so close.
There it is.
Perfect play from Cloud9.
No
Marco
time.
can
No
do nothing
time.
now. It's all a matter of time. And all Vanity has to do is stay alive. Ooh, insult to injury
nice
almost
try.
there, but it's a 7th for Cloud9. What a round again.
It's just insane the amount of support that Vanity's able to supply in that situation as well.
Dude, they are owning DRX.
I mean,
Man,
we've been talking about it. Zelsa's
I
going
don't want to
unchallenged
see
here.
that.
I mean, it's unlucky not to get another couple of kills here, to be
Yeah.
honest
That
with you.
first throw just
Just
a little
didn't get
off,
headshots.
but you're right, that could have been 2, 3 potentially.
Again, the contact comes so deep that actually Leaf makes this rotation all the way across, and he's able to
I
get
feel
the
like
lockdown
DRX is
before
sloppy
DRX
in
have
how
even
they play.
crested onto site.
It's
They haven't
like
even got off stairs yet.
They let themselves get flashed like that, no clear
This is a
checks.
really nice
The
team to watch.
clean
I'm going to be
checks.
honest, I very much had
Post
DRX
plants.
in this matchup. I put a lot of credence in.
Just whiffed,
Consistency.
you know?
Yay. Let's get the heal off and we'll be able to fall away
It's
from
not
this.
the DRX we saw a day
only
ago.
stacks with the rifle here, so he's your hero plate.
What's up,
Danger
Kane?
man,
How you doing?
you
How you
may
doing?
argue, and 2 players suppressed. So already realizing
Yeah, I'm happy
that
to see
Zelsis
more,
has made it on
more
the site
Phoenix April.
very quickly.
Zelsis is so far the only one that has played them,
Obviously noting
and
the
I think
kills away
we'll see a lot more
utility as
people
well,
do it now.
effectively a third on top of the knife.
Sometimes, you know, pro players, they just are super stuck in how they think, until some popular pro players or just any pro player just show wins on the board with some off-meta
Flash,
agents,
I think actually pinged on long, so they might hold
and
this for a little
then,
longer.
yeah, more people start
I think it
picking
was just
them.
on
Yeah,
RB.
thinking DRX have cut sound and just waiting for an opening. Vanity's actually given up the angle here. The Seekers won't tell them just yet, but Vanity might have spotted.
Yeah, he's
And,
taking steps down. They're gonna try and quicken the pace, but
Vanity
catch one of
made
the
a
heals.
post
That wasn't
post-match
the spike
interview
though, so that
4
keeps
days
in
ago,
play.
where he talked about how
Chipping away the defensive side. I like what
lots of
Stax is
people
doing,
just
trying to be the one
over-exaggerate
to make
nerfs.
some sort of damage
For
happen.
example,
They've gotta
when
get a body on the floor,
Stinger
and it
was
ain't gonna
nerfed, that
happen.
Stinger is dead, you know?
Deleted by
And it's
Ye.
the same thing with
And now fighting
agents.
3, and these weapons are not
Oh,
ideal.
Buzz
What
with
year
the
is it? Rolling
shotgun.
it back, says desperate. Tries to fly in and finds nothing but force, and now RB left in a 1v4. Fuse already beginning. The slow orb.
Yeah, not even planted
Yeah,
for
it's
RB.
not gonna happen. Cloud9, gotta say, Mike, I am thoroughly impressed.
I mean, it's just, we have the one that's
All
expired.
right, let's get
due
the
to clock.
9-3.
I feel like we've
At
had,
least
what, 6
9-3.
successful retakes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very concerning for DRX's attacking half, which is usually where they excel. And you think back to that round where you think, yeah, they've managed to grasp exactly what C9 are trying to achieve, but there's been very little response after that.
No, there's not been much progress of the information found. We do see Buzz back on the Bladestorm, though, so hopefully that does find some value here if he wants to invest it. Flash finds nothing, so there should be the go signal for Zelsis to start building.
Yeah, he's going to post up there now with an operator.
Clear? No worries, my dude.
And there it is.
You'll climb back up, don't worry.
Alert the mid maybe,
It happens.
where the vast majority.
And now the problems start to show with DRX playing this slow. C9 are playing a different early round every single round.
Really hard to pin down.
Yeah, so they don't have anything tangible to go off. They have no real knowledge.
Timing, great.
Oh, man.
Quite safe as well, but he actually double dips on it, finds Marco. Stacks barely
Marco
makes it
just
out
getting
alive.
killed like that.
But this is 4 players on an A-side lean, leaving all that faith and defensive capability to leaf on the other side by B, and it's mostly the utility setup. But again, we know that DRX are not quick on these executes. They will take their time. They
I
will
feel like
try and
Stacks
be
should have protected him more there.
It allows for these rotations to come in.
Themselves a free B site at least.
Ooh, first time we see a lurk from Stacks.
Hasn't mattered too
What's up,
much
Brave?
though.
What's up, what's up?
C9 have been phenomenal on these retakes.
Now the timing's going to be a little offset here because you've got Ye a mile away, and that mid play still coming back.
Still an alarm bot there.
Zeppa. Yeah. Okay. And now there should be the warning. Right, they know there's a lurk in play. That's going to be now noted. Quick turn from Leaf, and actually the damage achieved.
Oh,
The flash
nice.
is fantastic for Stacks. Has another. Invests.
Ah, nice try.
And there's the trade. So now we look at what's remaining. The 3 players make it just 2. Buzz and RB.
There was no one looking at that angle. You mean with the
24
Viper?
HP and a dream, and it ain't gonna
Behind
come
you.
true today.
Behind you, my guy.
RB still trying to hold on, but Ye's positioning not considered, but the time is on DRX's side.
So Stacks was looking, but he was sidestepping. He was sidestepping. And just missed,
insane.
not Marco, but he missed,
repeat that performance.
who was it?
It's just
Leaf
ridiculous.
or Zeppa?
DRX come into this.
No, Zeppa. Yeah, he missed him.
Maybe for utility, but he's just absolutely insane.
Good job, RB here, though. Very good job.
Really
But the only
solid.
reason they lose that is because of the lineup.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is this a Grim Wall?
Yeah, he's so cautious of once again DRX relying on that deep hold in the post plant.
Okay.
Last time with the Bladestorm, we did see C9 literally sit in spawn, forcing DRX to shift walk the entire map.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if they actually go for this, because they're still sitting posted up, and the Zelsis is going to pop the ult at just the right time. And it's just incredible work from Zelsis. Oh, and Zeppa as well. It's a blender. And DRX is just left strewn across the floor. There's nothing left of them, just Marco. The Cloud9 wall will not be moved. It's just
What was the tell? I want to see. What was the tell
unreal.
there?
Will not to the right time. Wait to see if they
The
actually
signal
for
to go in.
this, because they're still sitting posted up, and the Zelsis is going to.
Entire map.
Are they
Wait to see if
waiting
they
for like a
actually go
recon bolt or
this, 'cause
something? He hears a recon bolt. There's a doggo. No, maybe they don't have any
they're
tell.
still sitting posted up, and the Zelsis is going to pop the ult at just the right time. And he's
Maybe he's going in because of the doggo.
I thought
Set the
this has been
Sorry for the lag there.
really
Just had to
eye-opening
catch
for
up.
us here, and well, I wonder if that's the same for the desk. Let's hear what
I
they
think
have
it's
to
just
say.
a play they do that set, because you have the doggo going in first,
Indeed it is. One
and
thing
you
that
look
is
down
very
to the
apparent here is
doggo
that
to
Coach
shoot it,
MC's prep work with the
and at the
C9
same time you have
roster leading in this
Phoenix
one,
just
Mimi,
following up
has
after.
been nothing short of exquisite.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Coming into this match, we were talking a lot about DRX and how good their B hits are on this map, but the prep work from C9 utterly shut them down. Let's take a look at the pistol round here, where Ye instantly puts his wall up, back calls, and DRX try that same hit. Shock dart,
What's
dart,
up,
flash,
SCP,
all coming in at once,
Foundation?
but the wall
I'm sorry, I
blocks
gave
that,
it,
that
I gave
flash,
it away.
So Buzz pretty much dies for nothing.
So I don't have
Ye
it
gets a
anymore.
second kill, and then C9 come through with a fantastic
I gave it away to a
retake.
random,
Now
so you have to
another
find
round
it.
will go later on, similar idea. This time Buzz doesn't want to go back halls to die, but still C9 has a player back there. Vanity is holding, gets a kill, and buys time for his teammates to flash out of this smoke and win in the retake. Cloud9 was
Really strong plays by both teams, but especially C9 here. You
See, and
see,
that's where I almost
you
want
see
to now
the
try and take
teamwork
this
they
forward
have.
a little bit and look at Zelsis. Because
Small
going into the
things,
attack
big
last
things.
time, their B-side execution was
They have a
different.
lot of
They would
plays
have
together.
A deep flash coming out from Zeppa, and then a close flash if they made contact from him. So we've witnessed one team adapt to how they played before and fix their defensive setup. Now I want to take a look at whether or not DRX can adapt to what is there on the other side from Cloud9. Have they made those same defensive changes to fix and bring this back in the second half, or is it still going to be a strong
This
attack
is the
coming
team
through
play
from
that
C9?
Cloud9 didn't have in previous VCT
game to watch. I mean,
VCT
top to
runs.
bottom, I don't think anyone
Like
could
they
have asked
didn't
for
have
something
the
better than this. And
two-man
DRX, if
squads
there's
that
one
do
team
plays
that's gonna
together
find
and so on.
these solutions,
It
find
was
these
always
answers,
like
Mimi, it is
three-man
gonna be
squad
DRX.
and
They
then some
have the
players going
capability to
alone,
do this.
etc.
But it's going to be difficult.
Or just
9 to
major
3, they have to start strong with
plays,
this pistol.
never these small
Let's
plays
Go
together.
Curse!
That's right. We're just hoping for some curses to come into effect if you're a DRX fan. But for now, though,
So it's
let's
good
send
to
it
see.
back over to
It's
your
very good. Any has
board-certified
been
casters, Pansy and Icebox.
lagging behind in team play up to now, I feel like.
And
Except
I
for
guess,
some teams.
they
Some
are
teams
right
have been
in the
good with that. For
sentiment
example,
DRX are a team capable of
Optic
these adjustments,
were.
but I'm not seeing it in the server right now.
Not this DRX. This is, we very rarely see them play this sloppy, make as many mistakes as they have
there were
done.
some
And
fumbles.
unfortunately, there's a very, very small margin for error now.
I wonder,
With this
like,
scoreline,
did they
it's
sleep
so
bad?
difficult
Did
to
they eat
formulate
something bad?
Some sort of comeback, and
Are players sick on DRX? Because it looks like they are. It feels like they're all just playing with super low energy.
No, I'm absolutely
From all the
in
sloppy
unison
mistakes.
with you, because you're seeing 3, I'd say, of Cloud9 really stepping up, and one of them isn't even Ye. He doesn't need to be activated. He's been fine. He's played his role. He's been in the right place when needed.
Imagine they
But it
were
has been
all
everyone
out
else, and
singing karaoke.
again, that's a
Way too long last night.
horrifying prospect for any team against
That's
them, that
the
they just have
reason.
Ye on, a cool 8 to 5. He's fine. He doesn't need to be activated yet, but still. Let's see what this attacking side can actually bring. Pretty early work towards B long. And the spike now going to be joining the other two.
It's on the wall there for Zelsis.
But yeah,
Yeah,
old
he's
Sentinels,
wall,
dude.
will
Old
block off.
Sentinels, they,
Ball's connected here. Leaf.
if they had teamwork in scrims,
Hasn't popped it just yet. Marco will get the kill.
it would
Just
be like a
ahead of that.
blessing for them.
Very fine couple of seconds difference here, but it's already a pivot coming out from
If they get that in
Cloud9. It looks
matches, it's like a
re-exploring
miracle.
over through middle.
They're going to
But
jump on
look
the
at
wall.
DRX.
Nice.
Yeah, they
DRX
Parkour.
over there. Oh, maybe actually with
There's already a ping.
Zest slipping back towards sewer.
But it's their own wall,
Stax
so
is there as well.
I feel like they
Yeah,
expect
Actually,
it.
3 members of
So,
DRX this side.
Yeah, we're seeing not necessarily a mirrored approach, but super deep. And Zelsis needs to sell them the perfect fake.
No, no, Buzz.
It's
Oh,
fine.
Buzz.
Just clip off half of that, and it looks real nice. Buzz. Let's get Zelsis, and here's that diligence I wanted to see. Yeah, deep clearing, lovely work from Zeppa.
What is this? What
And
is
that's
this?
a
None of
stark
them are
difference, a
awake.
stark contrast from that first half we saw coming out from DRX, who almost fell foul to that. And now, even with all that consideration, we are in a 3v3 post plant now.
None
It's
of them
tricky
are
to move
awake.
These players out of these positions.
Vanity trying to set something up.
After map 1, their coach better come in with
They've got a
coffee or
little bit more
something.
room to work now. Just a tap on the
Maybe
spike.
not coffee, because that's gonna make them anxious.
Timing.
Other side.
Oh my
No,
god!
wait, just a second.
What? Zest! Turns in time. Marco pulled off from the diffuser. Now it's the swing from Zeppa 10 HP, and now the other side. Wait, Marco got Vanity. The 1v1, but it ain't halfway. And the
Nice.
swings there. Cloud9 refused to lose. Double digits instantly in the second half
The
now.
problem being, again, though, look at this setup on A site. It's not like DRX at all. RB has no safety net whatsoever. He's almost caught.
I think
in
players
astral
might be
form there,
sick.
but there's no crossfire
I'm not
setup.
sure.
There's
One
3
of them
members
is playing with
DRX
a
that did
mask.
this.
I don't know.
15, 20 seconds ahead of
like,
this site here coming
normally
through.
I wouldn't
There was
go
3
to
members
that
of DRX on this side of the map,
thought,
and they
because
still weren't ready.
I would just look at the strats, but here
Worrying times for DRX now.
they're not even
Zeppa's just running through with a it's like dry swinging
challenging
into the dugout.
them.
They get 2 with a frenzy.
Yep.
it's like they're the
It's such a
weakest team now
difference in
in the
confidence that
tournament.
we're seeing on display here.
Oh no, Cloud9 are
Like you can
as
see on
in
Stax,
name,
he's
as in
talking
nature right
slow.
now.
Normally, he's
loving
a bit more pumped
what
up.
they're doing, and DRX made to look bad at their own game, which is crazy to me.
And on top of that, the C9, they are playing it
So far, 5 to 12,
super good
certainly
right
not
now, so
what he wanted,
it's
but
even
we'll
more
get big
amplified.
information Here, but remember what they're working with.
Zephyr, no, I don't. I'm on YouTube.
I doubt Cloud9 are going to respect the fact that 3 of them got pinged.
No, they could not care less. Gonna go through the motions. Fully aware they have more than likely superior weaponry here. The rifle lead for the Zelsis as well.
Oof.
So, Marco, not bad.
Ah, nice try, nice
And
try.
there's the response.
Good,
So
2
shut down
kills.
pretty quickly. Anyone else to cause threat? No, it doesn't look like it, so the plant should be coming in. Vanity could get chipped away at here, though. Anyone else able to make much of
Yeah, I'm
that?
hoping for a
shot.
comeback as well.
Marco. Some heat-seeking shots out of that Sheriff, but
Hey, Crosshair. What's up, dude? I'm doing good. Doing good. How about you?
And that angle is
Also, that's a
rotten to play
one-way wall.
against.
It's almost a one-way under Ye's wall there towards main.
That's
Dirty
intentional
stuff from Cloud9.
for
Marco.
what's called
To do here.
Amen.
Making a valiant effort for sure. But Vanity with a round.
Wasn't
Cloud9
Brim
with
picked on
11.
these maps?
They have one opportunity
I feel
to
like
stop
Brim is
the
too
inevitable
explosive
here.
compared to what Astra
The RX
offers. Astra is
Two
not
away
as
from the
explosive,
Vipers
right?
bit, but
But if you
that's the
play
only
Brim
thing.
and you use your
Even
smokes,
RB
but then
bringing a
let's see,
Bulldog into this.
there's a Sage slow, mollies, flashes, whatever coming in, and you can't push into your smokes or
Couple of
use the
members from
smokes
Cloud9
that
forcing
you
up, at
just
least
placed.
Leaf and
Suddenly,
Zelsis down to
you
500
basically have to do the
and
same thing
100
over,
respectively,
but
I
with
mean,
no
the way this is
utility,
going,
or you have to go
can't
somewhere
really
else. So I
fault
think that's why Astra is more favored,
Play right now, and it looks quite all in.
and Brimstone is
Flash finds
more
nothing
favored
early,
on
so
other
that
maps
should
like
allow them
Fracture,
safe
for example.
passage, at least towards the main.
And just look at the difference in space denial immediately from Cloud9. It's such a contrast from DRX's attacking half.
RB has to back from
Look at the
side.
utility.
It's all encompassing. Stacks either has to commit towards
Down
standing in
there
those
as
awkward
well.
position
They
on
have
stairs.
everything
Zelsis
planned
will be
out.
aware of it, and then force them away. RB only has one place to play on towards side, and that's so quickly checked. Stacks tries to make a
Oh,
play through the wall,
sneaky,
but still gets
sneaky,
found pretty
sneaky.
quickly.
That is
Cloud9
smart.
just in absolute motion right now, and Buzz, irrelevant to outcome here, flashed off, forced
Wall
away.
above the
Plant
smoke.
coming in. You got Ye a mile above you, and Cloud9 make it to 12.
The
And it's a
layers
2-in-1,
of
by the way.
utility
2-in-1
and
because you get the wall above the smoke, and it's a one-way wall. So that if defenders come in and defuse, you can see their legs and
space
stuff.
denial on the side of Cloud9. The RX respected, they try and play deep, but then there's two flashes that come through that are absolute perfection from Zephyr. Stacks is desperate to try and support outside this Cosmic Divide, but eats that flash.
And it's no man's
No, I
land,
think he was
right?
just super low HP,
Cloud9 are
April.
hyper-aware of the only places
I feel like he
available.
was
You've
at
got
least.
Pip
They
with
literally
quickly
run
Not
it
sure.
down to RB and
Straight
dugout.
up, they know it's the only place you can really
But,
play, or
as soon as
if
it
Stacks
touched
is
it, you were just
downstairs, right? And you've
down.
already cleared that. So again, Cloud9 very well constructed
Also,
rounds.
that Sage slow
putting
plus,
on a beautiful display here.
what's it called, Sky Flash you see there in
And
the
it wasn't
beginning.
just that flash in the pan in the first.
It's
This is
to
commanding.
trap
Considering
people who
it's
go
what
for the
DRX put on
push
numbers
on
like
the
this in
orb,
their
so
opening game on this
defenders
map.
basically never have orb control on
The
A.
difference is huge. And at this point, you certainly can't compete if you don't compare with these two teams. It's just night and day. And we look at what's the approach this time. Cloud9 give us a different look here. Over towards that B site. Very much all in, though.
DRX already got bodies towards the side to try and stop this. Looks like it might be Zelsis to lead the charge here. The Seeker's behind it as well.
Alright, they shut down the ulti, that is
Does
good.
get sent
He
away.
uses it for making space.
So free this time. Buzz and Marco making a go at this one. Much better crossfires being held, but there's still life in them yet. Vanity's still alive.
Oh, nice
Leaf's
leaf.
still alive, and Zel's is still alive. And Stacks and RB now
Oh, watch
sweating
out, watch out
bullets.
to your
They've got the
side,
ult ticking
Stacks.
down, 10 seconds to make
Ah, nice try.
something happen. And Leaf is saying no. They want this map done. They want out of here. RB, last chance to dance in this. 20 seconds. And look at the positioning from Zelsis. Won't even be able to get towards side at this point. RB's options starting to dwindle now with the seconds start to pass.
Ah,
and
nice
there
try.
it is.
GG's.
Zelsis to claim the 13th, but Cloud9 looking to cut
DRX
above
need like
the
a
rest.
cold shower,
What a phenomenal
Coffee.
performance from Cloud9 here.
sleep.
Again, uncharacteristic
And
from
repeat
the
that
side
for
of
like a week.
DRX. Looking flustered
Yeah.
in so many of those rounds.
1-0. We'll see what
Unable to
happens.
find
We'll
a
see what happens.
response.
Straight off the stage too.
I'm sure the coach
looking for
has
a
some
game
idea
plan at
because
the start of it as well.
they
We
didn't
just-
really take any
Hey,
timeouts.
Marco made some of these interesting, but
So I feel like the coach
yeah,
knows,
that's really demoralizing.
the coach and the players,
That's a heartbreak when you get
they have the
kind of
strategy
beaten
down,
at your own game
but
as
it's
well,
probably,
having a great performance on this map not too long ago. And that debut
unaffected
round where all
if
the
we
thought,
take,
okay, DRX
timeouts.
looking good, but now we've got their work cut out here with Haven next coming up.
They
At
didn't
least
even
that's
meet
what
the
I
market
asked them at
paperwork.
least.
They got
So,
one less round than
like if you take
paperwork.
timeouts,
Bloody
you
hell,
correct
what is this?
strats, the way you call or whatever things.
Monstrous
you- things
in
you
approach.
see, things you
I cannot
decide
wait
on.
to see this next map. It's, if anything, just getting to enjoy
But
Cloud9 in
if
near all
players
the
are sleepy, for example,
I said on the
or
outside,
feeling
DRX
down,
flat
or feeling
performance
bad,
to start with, there's no two ways to talk about it. We have
timeouts
to be
don't
honest
really
about it.
solve
It's
too
not
much.
good. there's no way to really paint this a prettier picture for them.
Actually, if they feel down, then you can definitely solve things. But
again, coming into this series, I was talking about obviously Cloud9, the ones to set the bar of where we now
physical
expect
stuff
them
can change.
to maintain, or at least that's my expectation. But for DRX, this was so far below. I've got to say, probably the worst international performance we've seen from DRX, period.
I'm with you. I'm in complete agreement. I'm sure the desk will want some time.
How
to
can they
really
beat
talk
them?
this one over. We do still have Haven.
The only way
coming up,
I can
which
see
will
them
be
beat them
DRX's
is if
choice.
they
And for their sakes, it has to be better
summon
than this.
energy. That's all they need, I think. Energy. Actually, I'm gonna be safe with the music there, just to be sure. Yeah, it's the same Yay as Optic Yay. Oh yeah, good thing I mute the music because they definitely use music in this one. So yeah, difficult start. But this is what happens sometimes, you know, you can't always be tip-top shape. You think Red Bull can give them wings? I mean, it would work, but at the same time, like, let's say they already have had a Red Bull or something, and and then they drink more, and they just start freaking out, panicking because of too much caffeine. That can also be a problem. Seems like a warm-up. Don't see the fight enough in this map. Yeah. I think it'll change. I think it'll change for map 2. Flash. Thank you so much for saying that. Afara, what's up, my man? How you doing? How you doing? If I was the coach for C9, I wouldn't really change anything here. Next map is gonna be Haven. Have they played Haven? Has DRX played Haven before? Let me take a look. Also, let me switch song. Here. Versus BBL, they played... yeah, they did play Haven, and it was very one-sided. On Pearl, they used the same strategy here. There weren't too many crazy stats there either, actually. Way more on attack for Mako and Buzz, though. On attack on Haven, DRX really dominated. Would they start attacking here then? DRX picked Haven. Pearl was picked by Cloud9, yeah. Cloud9 probably defending first, if I remember correctly. Then Icebox last map. Icebox is probably gonna be rough for DRX if Cloud9 play like they would do now. Yay is definitely gonna be on Chamber then as well. Did I miss anything? You missed DRX in a very unexpected way. They completely got rolled, and it didn't look like DRX at all. It looked like some interns for DRX took over their pieces and played.
Well, to quote my good friend Fion on Fire on Twitter, that might be the last time that anyone ever lets Cloud9 play Pearl for 2023 in a dismantling
What do you think about Loud?
DRX left without
Probably
a solution,
one of the best teams
and they are
in the tournament. I think they will go to finals.
Answers. That is a Cloud9
They're looking
dominating
super
finish.
good right now.
Let's dive into this one here because really, Mimi, it started from the beginning. It was unreal.
But it's been good. It's been good.
Such an incredible
Had
game
some
from
errands done
Cloud9,
before the
where
stream.
DRX never felt like they had a way
about you?
in. It started with C9 having some great preparation, countering out the game plan that DRX wanted to bring into Pearl, and after that, it was just fantastic adaptation from Vanity and MCE.
But that's the thing, I feel like teams picking into a map, a lot of the time you have to have faith in your own structure, your own default, but the fact is it almost looked like they came into this and went, okay, how can we mess with everything that DRX want to do?
Yeah.
And they did it wonderfully throughout the entire map.
And the thing DRX wanted to do was win post plants. That was a big win condition for them the other day when they were playing on Pearl. And they were not allowed to win pretty much any post plants here. Cloud9's retake game was incredible. The game plan of just double flashes, fast retaking through smokes every
Imagine
single time.
DRX come back. I want to.
Set up in these post plants.
I hope to as well.
The thing. They either sort of disrupted them in the post plant, or they disrupted them before they even got there. Like,
do you think Sentinels are doing justice to bench Sick?
At 63% win rate, that is
I
quite
think
unusual
so.
on Pearl. Pearl tends to be a map where the post plants are really strong,
I
especially
think so.
towards B. Wasn't the case here.
Yeah,
Sick was offered, I assume, I don't really know, but I assume he was offered a substitute role
that was instrumental in doing
or
that.
basically be replaced.
I think I highlighted someone
And
earlier.
if he's replaced,
Who was it, GB?
he doesn't get a paycheck and all that stuff. So, I mean, having a substitute role, if you can work your way back into the roster, go for it. Go for it. And I think for Sentinels, it makes sense because the guy has not played for a while. You don't really know how he's gonna perform, and he has shown that, you know, he needed some time off.
You do not, good sir. But
And,
this guy had a great map. We talked about the double flash.
Yeah, you just
pump being
need
so
more
good for them,
guarantees.
and this guy was a huge
However,
part of it. So much value
you still give him a chance, and if he shows that, man,
he was getting a 4K.
I can get back into form, I can do this again, I want to do this again, and he does it, I mean, welcome back. I think it's good.
He was unbelievable. And let's move on though to our Verizon high-speed moment
And
of
to
the
be
match, because
realistic, I don't know if Sick could have gotten a starting roster spot, because there's a lot of people
Is it the second?
who
Third one, maybe?
want a chance with Sentinels, and the competition is high.
It's 9-3, and everyone thinks to themselves, okay, we just gotta shut down Zeppa. And then Zeppa says, and he stops it right.
And hopefully Slack is he's not just slacking on the bench, you know. Hopefully not. I think having substitutes is very good in Valorant, and we're gonna see that more and more later, because that's one way you can combat the complacency within the team. And you see some Korean teams do that. Some in what's it called, Valorant, but also in other esports. They bring in like a young player that has a lot of fire and is ready to improve and just wants to be around pro players, wants to grow and so on.
Really struggle to find any
And
kind of solutions.
they put pressure on the, you know, a bit older players, a bit more settled in players, so that they don't stop improving, stop growing.
That's because you're in our aim lab shoot around. There it is. That's a toss. Anyway, it's going to be Leaf for our aim lab shoot around here. He's going to shoot some circles, but we
Do you think Global Esports has a chance to win their first match? I do.
And you know, traditionally everyone's been
They
like,
have a cool roster.
Yay, El Diablo, star player, best player in the world.
I'm from Sweden, Skog.
This guy's literally on a team now where he does not have to worry about that, and it's because of guys like Leaf and Zeppa.
Yeah, he's literally.
I feel like Global Esports has
it's quite difficult at the moment.
their
Like, don't get
biggest
me wrong,
struggle, I
he's
think,
still
is the
fantastic, but it
language
must be a
barriers
bit of a
between the
wake-up.
coaching
They're
staff,
actually starting
the
to
players,
give
and
me-
the
it's very
two
early,
Korean
it's very
players.
early, but they're starting to give me vibes of, like,
It might be a bit difficult
Where
to
Loud is
communicate
like, who is
efficiently
the
in
star of
English
this
and all,
team? It's like
Everyone.
as well as
everyone is the star
getting
of
the
this
roster
team. And that's the thing, you even look at
ready
some
for the
of plays
tournament.
likes of, like, Vanity are making
But
with the
I'm
judge to
pretty sure they
directly counter
work
things
very
that
hard on
DRX are
learning
doing. It's like, it's so difficult not to
English,
just
I think it is,
almost
that they
marvel
speak,
at
so,
this team at this
yeah.
point.
And that's the thing, we can marvel about the individuals, we can
Hoping for the
marvel
best.
about the preparation, or we can marvel about the adaptations. Cloud9 seems to have everything, and now DRX is in the hot seat. We head to map number 2. Haven, it's their pick, but it's going to be pretty tough to come back, especially against a Cloud9 who you haven't seen them play this map yet.
Yeah. The other thing as well is, you mentioned El Diablo. You mentioned sort of the man that was brought in as the best player in the world. This is his map, and this has been his map for a very long time. Even go back to when Gambit managed to win themselves in Berlin. He still dropped a ridiculous amount of frags to take that one.
It's been way too long since we have seen Ye off chamber on this map. I want those Marshall clips back.
Hey, you know what? It will certainly light up this crowd if that's the case. You got, is that the Global Esports guys cheering on DRX? they're giving love to their Pacific brethren over there. But, you know, I think the fans are definitely going to have to will DRX back into this game, because to get boomed like that on Pearl, that is demoralizing.
That is
and now
nice
you're going to be going to Haven, a map that you know, Tom, traditionally Ye has been great in. Here's our Prime Gaming agent select. Let's see what we get here, Tom.
Well, that's the thing. I am very excited to see what's actually being played, because you could have Zelsis on the likes of even a Phoenix still if you wanted to. You could throw in the likes of a Jet onto Ye once
Cypher.
again, but so
You guys
far
know what that
it's
means?
fairly similar to what we've seen from
I'll
them
be
in
back
other
soon.
maps.
Yeah, for DRX, it looks like they're playing their standard comp
there we
here,
go.
and for C9, Zelsis comes out with the Phoenix. I love what they did with it back on Pearl with the Orb Farm, and we also got Ye back on the Chamber. Again, you asked him in that interview, Chamber's dead, what are you guys up to? They're like, nah, that was overstated. And I think this is another one of the maps where you can get value. There's quite a few angles where you can still get early peaks and get away with that rendezvous.
Well, the thing is as well, they're playing on that defensive side first, so that's only going to set to him perfectly.
DRX was top 3 at Champions. They're at the precipice of being sent home. They need to win this map.
Well, look, I think we can all agree that we want to see 3 maps. Everyone's watching. They want the 3rd one to happen. So let's see if we can get it and send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you, and you're right. It is a stark reminder. DRX, a top 3 team, really a champs. They went as far as they could, an incredible performance, and here they're falling short. But Mike, let's talk about Haven. Let's talk about what this is for both sides. DRX, this has been a classic stronghold for them through eternity.
The origin of the Flash Dash, right?
Correct,
So we're back on that composition. And one important thing to note as well, Ye back on the Chamber. We heard in one of the interviews, DRX talking about interested to see what kind of player Ye is. Maybe this is some, you know, familiarity in terms of what they're going to be facing off against. But it's a tall order. With the way Cloud9 are playing, I don't think they're going to allow DRX to establish any comfort once again in the second map.
Now, DRX need to change the narrative of the story from the very word go. Play like they are that incredible team we've seen in the past. Kindle some of that brilliance, and already off to a good start here. Plant's there, but the retake is quick. And it's a 1-for-1 trade out of the back of the Paranoia, and the flash coming in from Zelsis, but again, gonna put Stacks in a really uncomfortable position. Yeah, handled. Zelsis all too aware. Quick work being done here, but the 3 final players are the ones sitting deep. Super hard to clear out. What's the plan here?
Marco, Zest will both find kills. Zest will double down on it. 20 HP for Leaf. Just waiting for the beat to come through. Marco will seal the deal. And a pace change in round 1 here from DRX. Hopefully an indicator of a totally different approach here on Haven.
That bell of pace needs to toll throughout this game now for DRX. They
We're supporting
cannot
Cypher here.
be dictated to like they were
And
on that
I
first
said
map.
if they pick
flat.
Cypher,
They did not look like they had turned up, and you saw it when they walked off the
I'll
stage.
dress
It was
up
just
as Cypher.
straight to the back.
And
There
here
was
we
no
go. We're
high
rooting
fives,
for
no
Leaf here.
nothing. It was
But
straight
also, you know, I
back.
want to see DRX definitely come back.
Stacks is real quiet right now. That mouse is getting no kisses tonight. All right, there's no love being shown here. And we are seeing the Stinger buy-up still, actually.
Hey,
Just quick glimpse of that.
Vanity said it. It was just a price nerf.
All right.
Relying on it once again here. Ye obviously going to run the Headhunter into this one.
What setups are you doing, Leaf?
Especially in his
He's on a low buy, so nothing much.
DRX will show a little presence early on here. Until they get a decent read on the fact there is a purchase behind this. At least cautious of it early on here.
I want to see if DRX are able to test this.
In, by the way. Yeah, he's
Look at this
tucked
angle.
in.
Should be
Yo, thank you, Ronaldo.
Yeah, there it is. And actually
Nice by Ye.
Ye not overstaying his welcome. Knows exactly his
That
role
looks
here.
3D.
Early warning signal.
You know,
Actually,
I am 3D,
reaggress
so
potentially.
You
He's
can
made
get
it to
ahead of the
sight.
smoke, yeah.
Yeah, really good read on the
I
timing
would
for
say
Ye.
kind of Kinda
Fighted it, no,
is 3D.
didn't quite land as well as he wanted. Now, sadly for the rest of Cloud9, left in no man's land. Not able to really find that support there since Ye fell. But for DRX, this is good. This is a post-plant now.
Yeah, the numbers advantage as well, which rarely happened on the previous Vanity. We'll try and set up with a paranoia. Flash through, I'd say the TP out. Zels going to find one.
Marco got the leaf though.
Follow through on this.
Surely they can't close down the gap on the rest. No, it's that kind of final line.
Ah,
that gets
nice.
held. Lovely work. DRX
Very nice.
standing. That's fine. 2 of those Bulldogs still in play. I think that's the majority of it. Yeah, that's fine. On the other side, because of those stingers, we have to see what they go for now. The economy could potentially spiral off the back.
An opportunity, at least early on, for DRX to build themselves up a lead. A confident approach to these early rounds. DRX need, in my eyes, 4 or 5 of those in this first half.
Yep.
He's playing on
Even
B with
start to chip
Cypher.
away.
Huh.
From those map 1 nerves that certainly are lingering.
Oh no, he's just. Oh no, they are just
Shake it off.
retaking B.
The flash to set Ye into that angle once again.
Unlucky
but it
trap
did
wire
find
there.
Someone on the other side, so might have to be a little bit more cautious. Yeah, actually deciding against it here. And it will be looking like a C split as it stands. 1 to test Garage and 4 towards Longs. This is a lot of pressure on that shorty.
Can they hear the cheers
But
through the
Four
headphones?
plays
They can.
mirroring,
They can.
and they do have that one. Who is it?
Not
Shot
everything,
towards
but
Garage. This could be RB.
they
Maybe
definitely
it
hear
is
when
some
the
steps.
crowd
Again,
gets
a little
loud.
bit trickier to pull that off when we are in these arenas. Finds nothing, and patience being displayed now. Dog clearing through middle. Zeppa will catch a glimpse. Okay, they've noted
I think he saw RB.
now. Looks like DRX off the back of this will readdress that C side.
Yeah, Rishi, while Cypher is
Tagged
picked,
up, but with that
I'll
short,
put it on.
Doesn't matter.
you almost bank on him going 1 for 1. Even if he gets stunned here with the fault line.
The timing, he's going to let one pass slip into the
Yeah,
smoke. This is a
yeah,
great
he just
play.
found that kill!
What?
Nah, what?
Sorry,
Celsius killed
Ye
Vanity?
found that?
And how did
Ye
Ye
just
kill him?
plucked Buzz from the
They're
skies.
fleeing. They're fleeing the scene. They are running. They need to get the hell out of here, but they have no idea if anyone's waiting towards A. Maybe noting that Ye had adjusted was enough. Maybe the utility scene as well. That dog through middle. There's a lot of indicators that A should be free right now.
Get
Well,
themselves a free
Celsius,
plant
he
at
went for the
least.
team kill.
Yep.
He's like, I want kills too.
Sent to the slaughter, but not in vain. Straight 4v4 here with Vanity falling to the hot hands of Zelsis.
Almost a 1G. Not quite.
Initially, C9 shut out here from the aftershock.
And I want to see diligence here from DRX, and it's just that
Oh, they
wide
line up there
swing
almost.
from Zeppa. That frenzy looks just foul in his hands.
Nice.
Marco takes that next layer of contact, the pressure towards Sewer. They know where these both players are, and the overwhelm again.
Surely
Look
not.
at that
All
face.
of them, how?
Surely
Look
not.
at what Ye
How?
has done to them. Look at Zelsis. They
Ye
know
just
they have just
bam, 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 bam.
destroyed DRX's momentum again.
Show me the headshot. Show me the headshot. It happened literally over the top of Vanity's head. What is that?
What is that?
Must be nice to have Ye on your team. God, and even this.
Check his glasses. Forget
frenzy.
checking the PC.
That's
Check
like
his
the
glasses.
CZ
He
in
can
full
see
form
through
for those
smokes.
who remember it. Bloody hell.
And
can't
Vanity's
believe
like,
it.
No.
I think that's from
No,
the
right.
death from.
DRX must be
This is
shaking
after
to
the
their
Wait,
core.
is that the
This is
death or
after the forcing round 2 from Cloud9. Are they flip it
maybe
back
not?
in
No,
round
that's
3?
must be
No harm,
round down.
no foul to the economy now. They're feeling happy about this, and it's an all-in A piece as it begins. There's no secondary plans. There's a little bit of utility from the KJ, but that's about it. And it looks like respect being shown by Cloud9, sitting a little deeper. Maybe Ye to get one shot at it if he had the opportunity, but the smoke is in place.
We're going to rely
And
on the
protocol
retake
is-
again.
And look, DRX's side takes are famed, and rightly so. Now they need to be able to hold these retakes that Cloud9 have been making look like their own, and already Zelsis is happy to go in with that ult, see what space he can find. Graffiti looking clear. This now has a little bit more information on the playback through. Leaf gonna find RB, and now Health next on the chopping block.
Ooh,
but
they
actually
lined up.
DRX,
This
Declare
time they
heals
got
it.
the kills.
Finally,
Nice,
they
DRX,
fight for.
nice. Very
Beautiful
nice.
response there. Again, burning up a little bit of utility. C9 trying to get just ahead of DRX's expectations. Zelsis, unfortunately, not able to really create anything coming out of that smoke. But I think you're absolutely right. Cloud9 demonstrating once it, they have to respect these site hits.
Massive hits.
Whether or not we're going to see
Yo, gear.
an opportunity
Glad you
for
like
C9
it.
to- maybe if it's some kind of situation where there's 3 towards one site, they might try and dig their heels in.
Timeout. All right.
Timeout called.
For C9, I bet.
And considering how well prepped they were on map 1, they seem to have a game plan here, and they certainly know DRX's strengths. I am wondering if they can refine those retakes, or if there is another way they want to approach this potentially.
Probably
however they want to do it, there's options.
play Chamber on B and have Cypher on
Yeah,
Ace. I mean, I would go for Cypher on A side. Why not?
It's coach time.
I'd run Cypher on A side.
The problem is, I would say now DRX get to strengthen this, as they do have so many ults to play with. Yes, RB burnt theirs earlier on, but Stax, Buzz, Marco, Zest, all now prepared for that. Sweet, I don't know if he actually had that ult earlier on. Might be just telling
Do it once. They don't have balls to try some
at least a little bit of readjustment after now we've seen
Cypher
DRX
strats, because like if you look here on A, everyone is just running in on A.
The biggest difference being here with the veto as well, DRX showing previous.
So you can get some triggers and trapwires easily, and then just go play C permanently after.
Half 11-1, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Just make it so that enemies have to worry about you a bit.
Round there. So I'm curious to see what C9 fall back on. What's the adaptation that we'll see?
Anything related to the match. Pretty much anything. It really depends on what happens. Strategy, calling, energy, solving, tilting. Pretty much anything really.
This time Zelsis gets away and gets an upgrade. Leap in tow as well. And now Stax put on the chopping block. He needs to find some form himself.
There's one there.
Marco by his side. Yay on the backside makes it over. Yay!
They don't let them in at all.
Eats that flash. He's so blind. Noted scene. Pressure galore. And Cloud9.
Super smart and patient play by Zelsis.
Beautiful work.
And it's not even really on the back of Ye's rifle.
No, it's
on the back of Zelsis on a stinger. I mean, sticking true to their word. That gun very much still packs a punch.
God, and what a response.
I'm not even sure that is the smoke a little off there on Heaven. How is Lee finding that kill? We come back to, again, something I hinted at in map 1, which is DRX making the finest of mistakes.
2-1 DRX win.
At this level, though, you will see it exploited.
Hopefully.
They may have gone away with it in the past, but
Not
now
sure.
it's certainly not the case. And it's
Like
a four-man stack towards
we're not used to seeing that.
No, we're not. And for now, Buzz on the site, and it's clear, and that should be indicative that something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong here. Zest instantly on guard duty, and I think Marco's just joined him towards C long here, and that is where 3 players will be coming back through. 2 through CT, 3 through T, and you are going to see the Seekers in that flash just to come around the corner here. Didn't quite make it as deep as wanted. And Zest could be in trouble now. Yeah, there's a Seeker coming in. Needs to depend on some of his buddies to help him out. Buzz does well to find Ye. That's towards CT. Could do with another leap. Not able to apply the pressure at the same
gets
time
some kills.
now. An adjustment through Garage. Vanity gets found. This is really
Literally
nice
everyone
from
is
DRX.
blinded there.
We are getting answers back and forth between these two. Big round from Buzz.
Nice.
And
Very
Zelsis
nice DRX.
denied.
Nice.
DRX continue the lead.
They flip a Thrifty back on Cloud9. Actually, with the operator invested, yes, Ye will have the tour de force. Vanity's going to struggle. He's not scared of playing a Stinger or a Judge in a round like this. Actually, we'll be able to get a weapon across from Zelsis actually onto the light armor. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, the TP for Marco.
Gosh, what a
This
high
round,
quality
yeah,
game.
on the back of Buzz's Blade Storm.
Yeah.
They look a bit better now,
Really.
DRX.
Another
High
confidence
quality here.
builder
This is
for them.
lovely. Yeah, they needed that after being almost looked down on in those previous rounds. Overrun.
I'm rooting for DRX in this
It's a
one.
B-site hit. Now they had success in the very early round with this, but Buzz warded away from trying to take a little bit more space through that connector side. Yay, posted
Although,
towards CT
it feels
in
like
case he tries
Xenon
to
wins.
creep it, but for now, we look at
Judging
those
from
post
first map.
bombs. So
Oh,
deep.
nice
Marco,
find.
great
Very
shot
nice.
on Zelsis. Catches him just, he tried to get towards the back of the site, and there's still Buzz on the site. They didn't expect him to be lingering this long. Stax finding lead, Buzz
Ooh,
doing
finally
damage.
Buzz.
Big work coming
Nice,
out here
nice,
from
nice.
DRX. Keeping the narrative strong for them on this map. This could be one of the best games quality-wise we're going to see.
And what's key is here, it's a flawless following that Thrifty. So it gives DRX a massive buffer in terms of the finances here. Not relying on the ultimates either, to still have that in play. Yay, just trying to get with a cheeky TP back onto top site. Again, no hesitation from Cloud9 though. This is a carbon copy of that pistol round execute. Forcing, but well, keeping Buzz in check, I will say, initially. But immediately, there's 3 coming through A-Link and 2 holding
He's
that
playing on
C-Link
C again with the... Yeah, that's a cool tripwire.
constantly ready to brawl for
And now
some of
they
these.
found the tripwires. And he's dead.
Oh, he just got deleted.
Nobody's gonna fall for that, Leaf. Nobody's gonna fall for that.
It's a very telling story right
There's
now.
no reason to not shoot
DRX
the
changing the
smokes.
narrative after Cloud9 looked colossal on map 1. This is DRX restoring some faith
Why
in
DRX
their
pick?
game plan, but it
They're
ain't
the
over yet. The
underdogs,
plant is
so
down.
that's why I cheer
Still
for
a
them.
good post plan here, and keep in mind the ults they have in play to Zest with a Hunter's Fury if required. And so far not needing it, not called in. Vanity making damage happen. But to find the final 2 would be something out of this world. Oh my god, the damage was there. A rifle found. Does he tap the spike? Yes, he does. He wants the attention drawn, but look at RB. Oh my god, Vanity, no way. No way do you get this. That smoke isn't going to last, but he knows the position. And Zest, the jump peak should be telling enough.
He didn't need to pick
It
that
came
because he
down to
wasn't
1v1,
defusing.
But it is DRX again.
Drifting back towards that kind of death ball execute that the RX have shown us so many times. Once again, another where they're not relying on these ultimates. Still got them in play here for Cloud9's buy round. Yay, back on the operator, but not an awful lot in terms of funds behind this for C9. So yes, even though damage done in this round won't really equate to
What's
too
up,
much.
Kevin? Yeah, Leaf is picking Cypher, so
Yeah, so able to win
go
that
for the cosplay.
Starting to feel out the game a little bit. Confidence starting to show. Quick answer back. Quelling all of that doubt from map 1 to me. It is only 6-2, but the fashion in which we're here.
Got a difference in pace
Alright.
against another round that's just such a stark contrast. Zelsis though, with the running back again.
Yeah, but Buzz, is he ready for this one? Zelsis, how far can you get here? He's got a fight
Nice
on the site.
shutdown.
But it's actually a 2-for-1 trade out. Zelsis gets sent back, and it's the swing from Buzz.
Oh, he's
my
so low.
word, Vanity and Leaf. It is brutal out here. Absolute pandemonium. And Zest is the only one standing. How's
Nice,
it gone
watch out
to
above
this?
you. Above you.
Jay, oh, death from above.
There he is,
Yeah, he's
with
there.
the operator.
And willing to fight it out. Cloud9 brawl right on back.
And I think we've seen C9 in this position before where they've respected the plant. They've waited for that audio cue to come through. This on the back of Zels's ultimate. The pre-take successful this time.
This is after the Stinger patch, not Winslow.
Huge work done to get ahead of those smokes as well.
But only the price is pretty much affected. And damage follow.
Such fine margins here, Mike.
There's not a lot in some of these rounds at all.
And the scoreline looks quite compelling for DRX, absolutely, but still.
Like I noted as well, look at the purchase here on the back of that for Cloud9 though. A Bulldog, Spectre, actually 2 Spectres here in play.
This is a different look though from DRX, testing middle a little bit here, but at a different tempo. It's not that same B take we've seen before.
It's lucky he wasn't around before. There was 3 members of Cloud9 outside B site previously. And they wouldn't have known that with that quick piece towards A.
They've left A completely open. This is such a mad read, and I guess considering they've heard no utility, there's no plant, there's no pressure towards A, this is the right call.
I wonder
They're
why doesn't he
anticipating
do the
DRX's
corner
fear of
cameras
Yay
instead on
being
C?
there, controlling A long, positioning towards Sewer early on as well in one of these rounds.
Like the cameras they do here are very basic.
Vanity looking to maybe set Zelsis in for the swing, but Buzz was way ahead of that. Already considering taking towards that C site now. And yeah, it's Leaf on the chopping block. Should dip away from this one. There's the counter paranoia coming in, trying to make the most of it. Good trades.
Ooh,
but
nice
it's all
entry.
effective for DRX. They've got the site, they should have the plan. Vanity attempting to find the bit of nasty timing here.
Oh,
Can't make it
finally surviving.
now just Yay.
Get the
Operator,
plants. What's
a
up, DC3?
valuable piece of equipment. He
Yeah,
might wanna
first
try and
map,
keep that
DRX
one,
looked
but
like
already
a
DRX looking
completely
to
different
find
team.
him. Slowly hunting towards him, and Yay trying to slip away quietly into the night, but
They got rolled, looked like they had no energy, nothing.
no one does actually. Yay might be able to make away with this.
And now they woke up,
Has to hold on to it. A million miles away from the tour de force, and
looking a lot more like normal.
the knock-on effect really not going to be
Where did I
able
get
to
the
muster
cosplay?
together a purchase that well.
AliExpress.
Looking for
AliExpress
Stingers
got
in the mix
it
again.
like 2 years ago.
Cloud9 will struggle here.
And
Oh, this is where it gets scary.
it's
Yay. Oh, it's just deathmatch for Yay.
it's on
Come
because
Finn.
they are playing Cypher.
And RB the final one. There can't be much left on this round now.
It was
find
Pearl,
them all?
Brian. They lost on
A
Pearl.
million miles away from the tour de force, by the way.
Ah,
Wasn't even close.
wasn't even close. Mike's told a lie here. All right, 3-7 does get to keep the operator.
They have enough
1.8
money.
in the pocket. That's about it. Goes for the light armor, and we see what buy they go for around this, because as much as the scoreline is quite one-sided here, DRX have been doing incredibly well. So
MST, yeah.
on a knife's edge.
There's no mains like, well, there are mains like Nats and Sugetsu. And then there's
Cypher
Cypher players.
DRX are desperate
in pro
to
play.
avoid in the early round, right?
Yes,
With the
and
awareness
fair.
of where Ye's been positioning, that's why I
Like
think we see
minimum,
DRX
minimum
almost playing
required
scrap roulette, right? Just mixing things up, trying to keep it
setups or whatever it's called,
fresh and new
whatever you want to call
every
it.
single round.
Minimum requirements. Like if you place
Looking
a
little more
camera here on
traditional
this
now.
corner,
This is the
you get
default
way
we're
better
used to
vision.
on Haven from DRX.
You see enemies super early. You see enemies in there,
Zeppa will be denied some information
and it's more hidden.
on A long, but hanging around at least. The drone from very deep outside A lobby.
And the placement of the camera here sees for the
We haven't
orb,
seen
but
anyone
neither
push
Phoenix
that
or
deep yet
Cypher
from
are
Cloud9, so they're
positioned
just going
to
through
go
protocol
for
list to
the
make
kill
sure
on an
that is being
orb
accounted for.
person.
Okay,
Someone
Zeppa
taking the orb or
C1.
whatever. They don't have the time
Up
to run
in 5. Does still have the dog to play with,
if
but
camera shot
we
out.
did see that Cloud9 went for that full play lean towards C. There was kind of
Yeah,
two
but Dapper
posts
hasn't
on
played
site,
Cypher in a
one
while.
big garage. So Zeppa
Like
just
he
trying
spent
to
like a
buff up the
year not
chest,
playing Cypher, so
try and keep hold of the side, but he has to respect this. They won't even
I'm
challenge
not
this on
counting
full
him as
play,
a Cypher
so
main as much.
as it stands, Cloud9 going to be postured once again for full-on retake.
He likes to you know,
He's invested. Paranoia
use
sits out
the
already.
use the
And Stacks both finding
fame he
kills.
got on
Stacks with a
Cypher
double down.
in the first year
Much better from DRX now.
for Cypher now.
Well,
Oh, nice by
they will-
DRX.
Oh, no.
Oh, let's go. Prime Gaming flawless with a little bit of a crouch spam on it too. I'll take that. They get that operator away finally.
And finally, DRX lean back on using an ultimate to seal a round. They come into round 12
What do you mean as Cypher main now?
almost with a full deck.
Let me bring up
Oh,
his
then the utility
stats.
wasn't bad either from Cloud9. It connected on a fair few.
I think here DRX, they're kind of minimizing the amount of utility they use on because they know Cloud9 are just going to pop off that audio cue from the spike. So they're ready for the drop down from heaven. They're ready for this swing out of the smoke.
I almost want to see if there's a switch up on some aggression.
In the
It looks
last
like maybe even
90
DRX were
days, he has
expecting to
played
have a little
4
couple
matches
towards
with
one, see if they could
Cypher.
find
Yes,
Zeppa early,
4 matches.
Or if anyone's trying to aggress down.
4
So there's that
maps.
kind
on
of
it.
like two, I guess, thoughts. You can either get aggressive, try and deny the
And
early space.
Let me see if I can
This
find
would be the
before that.
first smoke going in, but yeah, they look like they want to try and work off this a little bit here, but the utility is really so well crafted to deny any sort of that mid-tempo re-aggress.
I can't
And
really
again,
see the stats
Buzz,
before that
perfect place to
in a
find the
filtered
first.
way, but
There's
I'm
gonna be
pretty
the
sure
damage to follow.
all of
Lethal does trade in
2022
well, and now
he
there's gonna
didn't
be a
play
spot towards
Cypher.
heaven, at least 2 players now seen.
And
Can they make
2021 as
anything of
well.
this, though? The
I mean, he
flash
did
is
play
good, but
Cypher
it's not gonna find any
2021,
sort of
but
value of doing damage.
not towards
And there's Hunter's Fury just going to deny them even
Champions
getting
season.
out of there. Stuck in window.
Nice by DRX.
No
Curse
one coming down
activated.
this time.
And this is more like it. DRX showing awareness. Buzz starting to explore inside
Yeah, and Mohammed,
smokes
that's
when
what
they're
I'm saying.
anticipating
Way
C9
Him
playing
as
Cypher
stacked
now,
up, looking to pop
sure,
flash out.
fine.
Even here with Zest,
But
they know that
him
waterfall's
not
coming
playing
from
Cypher for an
heaven.
entire
The Hunter's
year
Fury
until now,
posted up there just
that
to
is
disrupt
one
them.
entire year where you
9
had
to 3.
Nats,
People tell me
Sugetsu,
something
and
about
other
this
Cypher
scoreline,
players.
but I'm not so worried. But Mike,
You know,
this is a
paved the way
resurgence
forward.
from DRX. They are not done just yet. They are still in this game. Analysts, are you a believer now? Is it still
That's what I mean.
going the distance?
Nats didn't even play Cypher for a while,
baby,
you know,
I'm a
so
believer.
Sugetsu was pretty much the only one who
I want this
did.
to go all the way, but my goodness, I mean,
Who am I
DRX
rooting
is not
for?
exactly faster than
DRX
our
in this match.
halftime segments. These guys are unreal, Tom.
It was
DRX.
honestly unbelievable. And
But I feel
basically
like
wanna jump
Haven
straight
is more
into
on
one of the
attack side of the
3
map,
rounds
so
that they managed to win,
pretty
because it was
sure
like, we saw a
C9
couple
are
of
gonna
rounds sort of
cook
go
up some
back in
stuff
the
for
other
attack.
direction with C9 winning with pistols, and then it was just the sheer pacing of this take into the site, just leading straight through, like avoiding
Like
pretty
if we
much
take
every single player,
XMS,
of
for
course,
example,
because of
yesterday,
fast takes coming in
the guy is
elsewhere on the map.
great at
C9
aiming,
started
great
to
at using
gamble. They
mechanics.
had to almost guess where they were
But
gonna
the
be
way he
going.
places
And then in
traps
the
and so on, it's
post-plant,
kinda-
this was the classic DRX that
you know,
we've
he's
seen in
gonna
the
get
past, the team that
a
just looked
almost
unstoppable,
2x
even with
improvement
very
if he
small
just
amounts of
watches a
utility
TikTok
to play
right
with, and
before
you
the
even see
match
it there with the
on
dart at the
setups.
end. It's just filth.
If you watch this a
and in that
YouTube
half for
YouTube
Cloud9,
video,
I felt like there was
a
kind of
bit
two
more, you know,
questions. How
time
will
to
the Phoenix,
explain.
how will the chamber work out? One of those
Probably
I thought
10x
was solid.
improvement.
Solid. Zelsis got value out of those KO flashes, but Ye never had a chance
And that's,
to do
like,
really
what,
anything on that chamber
got
besides
exit
get
kills.
some impact
That's,
for some exit frags there. And
it
now
called?
as we look towards
What
the
MSCT
second
is
half,
saying.
that question
You know,
looms
just
for me again.
you miss out on a lot of details and stuff.
Trying to get ults up to help with the executes. I think
For example, on the fly cages above walls, knowing the limits of what you can do.
He has merit on that defense, but on attack, I think it's quite hard to find value with that rendezvous now. His trip has been nerfed quite a bit. This is going to have to be a yay all-star performance if they are going to find value out of this chamber pick.
Yeah, I almost wonder if he's going to have to lean more into lurking and just try and hold down that backline and catch players and use Zelsis as that pinnacle of the setup, but it's going to be tough for them. And, well, the only thing really relying on this one
Will you be playing a Hogwarts Legacy? Nah, I didn't buy it.
Bit of a curse, maybe. Look, it was all sunshine and roses for C9
I didn't get any code for the game, so I skipped on buying it.
For DRX. Let's send it back over to your casters.
GB, that was kind of hot. GB, what the hell was that? That was real good, GB. Damn, you're a good host or something. I don't know, that's crazy. But we have a really good game now, so we can focus back on this rather than me simping for GB. But 3-9, yeah, the curse is
If I know Vanity, he's gonna be lurking a Cypher here. I mean, Omen. Well, Cypher has to be holding one area.
Hoping that same approach brought across to their defensive side, and actually the pressure now mounts on C9.
Why isn't he switching to Jet? Probably because they want to be punishing enemies more.
The more troublesome side. Leaf toying
just
with DRX here, but 3 members already.
Just place the turret, trap there.
RB will find contact elsewhere.
He plays live. Look at the pressure
nice.
Between the dot coming through a middle, but still actually succeeds in that.
They killed the Leaf as well.
That feels almost unfair, but by now the C site is under wraps. But look at the pressure coming up from C Long. Vanity hyper aware of this, but I don't know what he can do to really change how this goes. An off-position plant just to try and allow safety for this. Vanity needs to be good for at least 1. And he is absolutely up to the test. A second would be gorgeous for him. Zest next fight to be had. Notes it. And now the play's coming in
Very nice
from
guys.
Garage. Where's the support system? Where's the rest of his side? They're falling around
nice.
RB, and Stacks have found 2. And now just Vanity in a 1v4.
There we go.
Too tall of a task, and Stacks is there. Double digits
there we go.
made for DRX.
And a real positive here shown from the pistol round is that they're willing to dig out that lurk. Almost anticipating, I think, Ye will slip into that kind of role. The Cats Leaf elsewhere, luckily finding contact in Garage, so they double down on that initial pressure outside A lobby. Curious to see, actually, if this does continue. This is immediate. 3 people pushing all the way up. They even had Stacks as well in A-Link, ready set up for that fault line. It's a great awareness shown.
I'm wondering, like,
double digits already here. C9.
Why these Cypher players are playing so weird?
Shield's obviously the headhunter for Ye. He's going to try and look for an opener here. We'll spot Zest and continue to explore.
Yeah, he's kind of ineffective, but that's what you get when you. They don't really know what to do with Cypher, I feel like. They have 2 people lurking here, pushing. Trap is way too far back. The trap is to push A, and now they leave A. Trap on C there is very open. Jet can jump over the trap wire.
The headhunter himself. Diablo sending 1 to the grave. Does he expect the second? Oh, the flash, he turns it. Well,
nice.
Again, yay! Come hell or high water, this man will deliver you frags.
If he places the trap wire on the door, in the door on C, Jet can't even updraft over it or glide over it.
Clear as diligently as before. What can one man do? The timing. Oh no, it's terrible here. He's overwhelmed. 1 left, 1 right, and there's
also Leaf is the one running in first here. Feels like. So now they don't know about Omen pushing from behind.
Marco going to be coming through from B side here, but a 1v3.
Because yeah, he's too far away from the
in hand for Cloud9. Don't even need it with Ye on that headhunter.
Oh, it's good to see. It is good to see.
We've got the paranoia here, but C9 disconnected here. They have to work very hard to find all 3 of these. Yeah.
Nice try.
We'll stop him at the first hurdle.
Beautiful.
C9 back on the board in the second half. Beautiful conversion on the back. Well, I want to see value early on.
Does utility affect ACS? Yes.
No support whatsoever here.
If your utility does damage and you deal damage with it, then yeah, you get more ACS. That's why Race, for example, has a very high ACS.
First draft pick right there.
She just has more ways to deal damage.
There's a reason he was one of the most wanted men in NA and I guess around the globe.
In the world.
Yeah, throughout this. Cloud9's the one to get him. And he can sometimes give you a round like that. But now
Also,
we have to
that
wait
camera
and see.
on the
Still
box there,
4-10, let's bring it back
he can
into-
get the same effect if he places up in the corner. But it's more difficult to shoot it out. It becomes a one-way camera.
Didn't see how he did it. It'd be much more exciting.
He's got a heal, it doesn't matter.
It's fine. It's fine. Again, it's just pistols this time for DRX, so this should be clean work if you're looking at being pedantic.
Also,
which
one
we
thing,
are.
I did
This is
email
5-10.
Vanity about
Especially at this round deficit
offering
as well.
Cypher
So I
coaching,
want to try and snowball off these early rounds.
but it was last year.
And already with Ye
He never got back to
closer and
me.
closer to that tour de force.
This is what they get.
Something they can rely on.
This is what they
Didn't
get.
spot Stacks there. Stacks nearly got caught off guard. Able to find one.
And then we're gonna see Nats play, and he's just gonna set the meta, and everyone is gonna copy him.
Valiant attempt. So far for, oh, excuse me, 5.
Nice,
All standing,
Bazelsis.
all sitting pretty. And the plants. A Zest.
Do you have a Cypher hat?
Lucky
Yeah,
guy.
it's not here right by me, but I have one now.
He's been
have
having a
one.
brilliant performance though. If we're talking about individuals, obviously, Ye deserved the praise there, but Zest has been having a wonderful series so far.
Absolutely. Especially in
Yeah, I'm
a
pretty sure
matchup
it
like
is
this
email.
where Buzz was
It's usually what this
heavily
is.
shut down on some of those defensive setups on Pearl in particular from Cloud9.
Am I a Nats fan? Yeah. I
Denied
am.
any opportunity to get aggressive in some of those post-plant scenarios or even actually ahead of the site hit.
I don't think you can get past the trap Chamber has there because of
Now we're
the
saving the classic.
box.
You don't think so?
No.
Oh.
No.
Do you think Nats is the only decent Cypher probably? No. You have Laz from Zeta, you have Sugetsu from Navi, and there's some more as well in this tournament. I can't remember if there is, but
they have got 2 rounds here.
I know
So they
those
do
3,
have
for
the building
example.
blocks,
Those 2, I mean,
and this is the timeout.
aside
DRX know the value
from
of this
Nats,
round
are
coming.
very good. Laz basically made
What's important here,
Cypher super popular in
consider
Japan.
as well, Zelsis on that ultimate
Because he
already,
played
and
him.
that's something when we talk about snowballing, having this online for the buy round. To even just throw out on a whim
Yeah.
into some of these
Time
side
out
hits.
from
But
DRX.
what's key here for me for DRX, if they do continue to explore, obviously here without the benefit of a purchase
I do
behind
rack shift.
this,
Yeah.
they
I
have
do.
to keep
It's
it
not
in
here though.
check.
By me.
So when it becomes
It's too
more and
small,
more
so
difficult to
I don't
really
have it
justify
on.
some of these aggressive plays, particularly on the defense.
This does get certainly quite tricky.
I'm looking at RB's knocking on the door of having his ultimate. There's not an awful lot else for DRX to rely on here.
No.
We haven't really seen them put Buzz in a position to, actively seek out these engagements. I think maybe
What's
that's
my
the
take on
fear of
Killjoy
Ye.
compared to
I think it's
Cypher?
a warranted fear.
Absolutely.
Cypher
Especially
is
when
way
he's got
better
no
at
support.
map control
Yep.
than Killjoy
Yeah,
is.
I wouldn't
Killjoy
be,
has
on a
range
whim
limitations
that, you're right.
and also angle
but now we
limitations.
have to wait and see. This is where it can either be. I feel
So
like
she's
this is
much better
GG
at
or we actually win. And
side control, and
look,
that's
we've seen exceptions to that
what
rule,
Riot
but
has said as well. They want her to be very good at side control,
Well, effectively
while
four-man
Cypher is good
setup
at map control,
to obtain a lobby.
map awareness.
See how deep DRX actually do explore here.
Okay, smoke.
Leaves put a deep camera as well. It's pinged out. They will spot Buzz. Still not dealt with it just yet. Yeah, he's waiting to see exactly where it is. But still, it's going to keep 3 members of DRX here.
There's a little bit of window of time now. You're right. Maybe they can make something of this. Another deep smoke invested.
Stax is ready for a fault line or a flash off this utility.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
And the pressure building though. That's Zelsis popping the ult. And it actually gets handled. So RB sitting deep, quite telling that they are in these deeper positions, but do they note Stacks here? Sat at the back of that B site. How much value do they put
nice
to clearing
by
it? Not
Vanity.
enough at all. They let it get away way too much here. 2 big kills from Stacks, who waited so patiently for this. And RB all too aware of any pressure coming through Garage after Zelsis' ult ran through
There
this.
we go, there we
Great
go.
re-clear from RB here.
Celsius and Ye left to fight. Ye stunned up still. Lands the headshot on Zest, but Buzz there to equalize. So the defuse
Zelsis.
coming through. Zelsis.
Oh, he got him.
To get too much
the
done
damage,
here.
the damage, but no time. Couldn't quite get around the corner.
Dude, imagine if it just cleans
That's
up
all
everyone
that's
here.
gonna happen, trying to chase him down as best he can, but yes, it will be 11 for DRX.
Well, I was talking about
Did you
this.
Trapwire
DRX won't
to
have
Trapwire stop parents
fantastic
flanking you?
position in terms of the finances
I
coming
don't
out.
risk that. I don't
C9
live at home,
will
so
reap the reward.
I don't risk that. Do you do coaching for non-pro players? I don't know.
Shut down so early on means the
Instead, I try to make
I think initially he was
educational
looking for a
videos so
contact
that I
play
can
off the
coach on,
utility, but
you know, technically coach on a larger
actually
scale.
holds his nerve. Whether or not the smoke
Otherwise,
on the
it's
front of B
too
actually comes to the
time-consuming.
turret, I'm not entirely sure, but I think C9 had almost anticipated a frantic rotation.
Ooh, we get to see a test of this as well.
Magora,
Saw
what's
this
up?
piece last time, didn't get
Mahogara.
fully explored.
Mahogra.
But now,
Sorry for
A with that tour de
mispronouncing it.
force, information on towards Sewer, and yeah, he's tempted. And the flash is good. It's indicative. They know that someone has pushed up. It was tucked into the corner.
Problem being though, the fault line's used already,
Chill.
and they don't know about Ye
Buzz,
just yet.
chill. 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 Chill.
Buzz is going to stand off,
No, Buzz.
and Ye's reading this perfectly. He knows they're tucked in.
Nice.
What?
Oh,
He's at
Buzz!
elbow, I think.
Unbelievable. But it is 3 players there, so in actuality, Cloud9 still have a good read.
Ye has commanded this stack to remain towards A site. They have to rely on the retake here as the plant comes through on C. A man advantage, yes, do have the lockdown available as
They're
well.
pushing CT. I actually quite like this. They're trying to take back CT space, but the utility now pulled
Shotgun.
back in effect to try and allow DRX to springboard in towards the site. And now left in no man's land, Cloud9 crumble.
There
Leaf
it is.
down.
There
Buzz
it is.
There. DRX,
12
perfection
rounds
in this
in.
round.
One more round.
Beautiful stuff. Like I said, the amount of respect given to Ye to maintain that, but DRX then convert this man advantage. Get themselves to 12. This one actually almost felt like some gaps in the utility here. What is that?
God, seeing it from both perspectives, wow.
Ye just sees an elbow.
Yep, that's
Just
it.
sees an elbow and it shoots back.
Lovely.
Couple
Really
of rounds
lovely.
this map as well, where Stax is looking a little more alive than map 1.
Starting to
We
warm up.
barely saw anything from him on Pearl.
And I still think this map is
What's my stream
true in
schedule?
nature
Well,
for
right now it's a
DRX,
bit
true safe
different
haven.
than
Bread and
usual.
butter, yeah?
I
because you
stream
get to see the best of them, right? And
just
it's why we
weekdays.
always want to see that kind of echo through the rest
And
of the match. But if this gets
now I
the
add the
Leafs
watch
back into
parties
this
as well,
game,
so weekends
you
as
gotta
well.
take that. You gotta take that.
Although
And
on
just
Monday
run
and
with it.
Tuesday it's a bit
Now, 5
different
to
as well.
12, Cloud9 gonna pump the brakes.
But yeah, weekdays. Weekdays
See what they
from
can come up with this for their final
around
couple of
1
attempts
slash
here. They
2
do have enough
PM
to cash
CT.
the purchase.
Well, I mean,
tight.
Delsus will be on a full buy with a stinger anyway.
Yeah, exactly, he's fine. But beyond that, a little bit of a difference in look here. I do want to say that we've just seen 2 very different maps.
Now
though.
this is Riot
Cloud9
counts
at
that
their
use
best here.
Ghost
I
Can.
think anyone watching the veto now going forward, whoever you play against, you are seeing where you want to take your veto, or take it away from, should I
Just
say.
get Pearl out.
You work other than stream?
Don't go near
No,
Pearl
I
and
stream and make
Cloud9.
videos.
Just
It's what I do.
5 to 12 though, made to look human.
So when I don't stream, I
bleed.
make videos, and when I don't make videos, I
And
make
the final purchase
thumbnails.
gonna come through.
When I don't do that, I try
These
to
DRX do
improve
convert
at
this round. We're looking at the buy that Cloud9
streaming
has.
or
Yes,
editing.
there are some caveats, but it is
For
mostly
example,
there.
you
They
see the
spread focus a
thumbnail
little bit. I think actually
for
Ye
today.
able to drop out a second rifle
I
here.
learned 3D modeling in Blender just to be able to make the thumbnail.
Yeah, curious towards mid this time.
Oh, Stacks,
Not clean
nice.
for Stacks, but actually Buzz there.
Got
to
some help
find
from
the
teammates
second.
there.
Zelsis will respond, but very early on here, a 3v4 for
Celsius is
Cloud9.
ahead of this. The turret luckily will save
Finish
him in
your
this
outfit?
one. Actually, yeah, Marco gets away okay. They didn't fall to that ult that got popped. I think it was a little ahead of their timing expectation, but the turret taking contact was perfect.
They don't really garner any space.
That's what
on the
you-
back of
that's
it,
the best
even
you can
though
get
Zelsis
right
gets
now.
so deep before being
I don't
dealt
feel
with.
like
I guess just forcing
standing up
Marco
right
to
now. I don't
plan,
have the
that's
pants
still
on even.
No real
I mean,
difference.
the problem being
have
with it
shorts.
being a 4v3 here, Leaf almost has to watch Zelsis' body. Has to be conscious that the ultimate's
Oh
going
yeah,
to be
sorry,
punished,
Scott.
so they can't capitalize off it.
Push that. What? Leaf, you're absolutely nuts, Leaf. What a time to find 2. Gives them gateway to this round. Zest and Marco behind the curve here. TP taken for Vanity. He's further ahead. Spike
what
gonna
I
go
use
down.
for
Yes, it does
editing,
leave him a little
Premiere
vulnerable
Pro
on the side,
and
but Vanity
After
dips
Effects.
back
If I do
in.
anything like
Make sure it's as
super
robust as possible.
super flashy, then it's After Effects. But usually just
Just have a recon here.
Premiere Pro.
Vanity should have a smoke back online at some point. Hot Hands will cut off Heaven, at least ahead of that smoke. The DRX still go for this.
Also, they're chomping at the bit too. No kill really given
There we
across,
go,
so
Scott.
Marco makes of it as best
Is
he
it
can
hard to
here
edit
on
videos?
CT, but he did
It's
lose
only as hard
his
as you
teammate
make
in the
it,
meantime, and yeah,
to be
not a
fair.
chance here. Leaf outstanding round there. Two
So
really
if
critical
you,
kills.
for example, if you want to do really flashy montages, then it's based on talent basically, and creativity.
So it's just leave
It's
to find
pretty difficult.
RB's rifle slipping back in here, yeah. Doubles
But
down
if you
there as well.
make
Buzz.
super simple
Can't even fault him there for trying to counter swing and
highlight
trade this.
videos,
Leap
you just take
sharp
like
to it, though. The
Just
immediate
timing.
adjustment, anticipating it.
some clips or whatever, you stitch them together.
So
It's not too
impressive to
difficult.
watch.
And then you
Again,
can
the
improve the
individuals of
quality, you
Cloud9,
can
maybe being
work on
outplayed
the
here as a collective, I think is a fair assessment,
what's
but
called
individually certainly can still go very much
basically
toe-to-toe.
the story throughout the
Nice little
video
pop for
and how
Buzz.
they are pieced together. That's, you know, that takes
See
a
what
bit more
the plan is
talent too.
now. Swing on long. 3 players going to be noted here. DRX can mirror that with 3 of their own.
Make a financial decision here
What?
to Jill. Okay. Nearly going for it.
She is going
What
for it.
was
and it's
that, Buzz?
A little
He went into
overcooked.
it.
He's just fed into the beast.
I was going to say,
Huh.
DRX trying to get that operator online for Buzz. I think it's why we see just a partial buy here. Buzz to pull out the Blade Storm. A Bulldog in the hands of Marco.
Oh, nice.
Celsius will punish. Should be fairly comfortable in order onto site here. Stax could get a big fault line off this though, but the Seeker's going to deny him from really swinging
Come
onto
on, man,
it. Vanity
Stax.
will
Please.
save the life of Leaf.
Yeah, and just playing aim training on the back.
Don't tell me they're doing mistakes now. I mean, it's eco, so
lose
it's
too
whatever,
much
but
either.
still.
Smart approach. Try and keep as much as they can. They can't really drop players at this point. Let's just sidestep the flash and the
Oh,
second one,
nice.
but will eventually go down.
Yeah, C9 have to try and maintain these finances. So they've got 5 left to find. Yeah, like I said, Buzz immediately onto that operator now. In a position to get a full shield behind it as well. Hunter's Fury lockdown still available here for RB. Stacks 2 off the Rolling Thunder.
So many opportunities for
by.
DRX to close this out, though. That's, if I'm looking at it that way, I look at the, the Saturn 12. They have all these ults to play with.
They're waiting for that one kind of snowball round, I think.
Yeah,
Maybe with the operator in hand, this will be it.
could be. And Cloud9 going to be well aware of that as well. Fully cognizant.
Checking
of
for
the
some early
cycle of the
aggression
ults
there.
going through the economy now in the right position. Yeah, he does make it across. Now there is a player watching that. That'll be Zest.
We'll note yay. Potentially, actually, yeah, Buzz is going to be able to hold the retreat, but we'll burn up the TP just to get out. We're curious to see what the next step is here for DRX.
Thoughts on the champion knife skin?
Okay. Instantly set
I
away.
think the butterfly
No
is
one
very
punished
cool.
as well, so very
I really
aware of
like
how
the
to handle
butterfly.
Celsius and the pressure they wanted to try and push towards Garage. And that's been dealt with. We're about 50
I think the
seconds now,
butterfly
and it's
knife
not
for
been huge
champions
success on these
is
sides
better
for
than
Cloud9, at
the
least in the early
first
steps.
champion's knife.
Stax last time got away
The
with
karambit.
2 kind of back sight. I doubt he's going to get the same sort of business again.
Nice. It caught
Should've set it in. Oh
the
my
robot
word,
there
maybe
too.
he still does 33 HP. Oh my word!
Why is Vanity
How dare I
lurking
touch
as
Stax?
old man?
But Zephyr, are you
I don't
wanna do it?
understand.
3 kills this round. 2 more against them.
Why is he lurking
Split
as old
between
man?
either side. The
when you have
lockdown
a
has
Cypher?
come in.
It's going to force them into Buzz's operator.
Buzz needs to hit this one shot. It should be the safest shot.
I
of his
understand
life,
he's in the in-game leader, but
and it's
it's-
good. Buzz can
it's
find one,
leaving
backs
the
away, still
Cypher so
alive, it's
exposed.
fine. Vanity,
and the Cypher can't really
Avoiding
use his camera if he's, not
DRX.
able to stand still.
just maintaining at the end there. There was a build-up from Cloud9. It started
Good
to
job by
look a
DRX,
little
by the
more
way.
contested.
Very good job.
But let's talk about, again, for me, the first half of DRX in this
Do you think
game,
Viper's a good
from this
smoker?
map at least,
She is,
was
but she's not like a
outstanding.
traditional
They absolutely needed that in terms
smoker
of regaining in
that's
this
used like
series. They're
Brimstone or
going to
Astra.
a third now. You can basically eliminate that kind of
Alright, I'm gonna go
mental
take this
knock-on
off. It's
effect
pretty
from
warm.
Map 1. Beautiful stuff, and just to come back to it again, so many times we're seeing Stax good for 2 in a position where he's on an island solo. The anticipation there, actually initially, I think it was 4 members of Cloud9 tucked themselves inside Marco's smoke, outside B. I was saying very quiet map 1 from him, but definitely getting back on the board here on Haven.
Yeah, this is a really. I'm glad we got to see this from DRX. It would have been a terrible shame to see them whimpering out after map 1. Find their form here in map 2. They've kind of stabilized a fair amount, depending on those strengths that we know them for that were missing from map 1. But now we look again on what's on the horizon, and it will be Icebox. So what do we see? Do we see Cloud9 map 1? Do we see DRX map 2? Where do we see this now leaning towards, Mike? I'm going to ask you for this one.
I mean, the peaks still feel better from Cloud9, right?
I agree.
Dare I say it, that's Cloud9 in literally pushing for Grand Finals form.
Yes.
Is what we saw in map 1 against a team like DRX, completely stripping them of any dignity in some of those rounds, right? There was so few positives to take away for DRX in map 1. Here, though, again, even to just roll it back a little bit, Zeppa having a much quieter, making that comparison towards Stacks and how DRX struggled. I don't know if someone would say Zeppa was the reason that they struggled here, but a much, much quieter map from him.
It certainly was. And I think, for me, we are seeing DRX showing a little bit of fight to them. We're already seeing Stacks up and about, starting to get fired up here. It's good signs for map 3, Mike. I'm super excited for it. Do not go anywhere, because the desk will be joining you in just a second.
All right. MSCT, that's how these EU casters are. They are pretty biased towards the more favorable, well, not more favorable, towards the more popular teams. And I feel like they're just, you know, more biased towards their friends. That's what I've noticed, at least. They don't play a lot, but it's their style. Also, C9 is the more popular team, so if you side with the more popular team, you are more in their, more on their fans' side, so to say.
They looked very, very good in map 2. And Tom, I think, you know, looking at this series as a whole, it truly is the gift that keeps on giving, because you're getting incredible compositions, amazing
But it's not always to do that.
tier shots. It's been
To be fair, like
That's the thing with all those
DRX, they
stars
did
over
look
your shirt, I think
really,
if they win this next map, you're
really
gonna have to
weird in
change before
map
doing
1.
anything else today. So yeah, it's been
So
an
there is
incredible
ground for it,
turnaround. I think that's
you know,
main
for the
thing. DRX got absolutely
leaning
blasted out
towards
the first map.
C9.
It looked like in terms of the initial plans on the other side, they kind of got owned. But this time, well, Stacks topping the board, that's not something I had coming in on the breach, Mimi.
Yeah, it was surprising, but I think what was most surprising was just the consistency for DRX. We had kind of applauded their site executes.
I don't know what happened,
Map number 1,
but
C9 shut
something
that down
happened
completely.
between
Here
map
on
1 and
Haven,
map 2
exact opposite. DRX was
that made them wake up.
absolute perfection
Something.
on these executes, and on top of that, they really shored up their post plans. They struggled with those quite a bit on Pearl, but here on Haven, they looked fantastic. 90% win rate after getting the spike down 10 times in the first half. That is incredibly impressive, especially because C9 again was building their composition around this double flash setup to go for these fast pre-takes, and they just were never able to win them.
Yeah, I think as well the other thing, it comes down to the calling. Like the read.
Have you played Max Payne? I've not played it, no. I've seen Max Payne 3 when Summit 1G did speedruns though.
They dashed in with pistols, there's no one here, and they can get into those post plants. So I think a lot of it came down to just having some really good calling as well on the side of Stacks again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Also, the way they played the post plants changed a little bit. They understood
I think
those
that
retakes were coming, so played a
if
lot more
C9
forward. Always had a player set up in the anti-flash.
They don't have Vanity just lurk so much when he's Omen, and you have a Cypher at the same time, you're gonna drastically win a lot more rounds.
Going into this, we were really highlighting, you know, the impact players.
But they can't. They have to let go of control in that case. Like he needs to trust the Cypher a lot more. I feel like, and maybe he doesn't.
Overall, though, still a strong performance for Ye.
Yeah, Buzz had a fantastic performance on the Jet, but I wasn't seeing quite the same value out of Ye on this chamber, right? Like, on the defense, he was really never getting opening kills on the off, and he had some moments on the attack, but it didn't feel like the chamber pick was worth it to me.
Look,
The trust could, for example, be improved if
let's be honest. Like, that's where
Leaf
the
is better
stats
on
got
the Cypher.
padded. I think, like, speaking of Buzz, he was light years ahead in this one.
Okay, but are we all sold out on Ye Chamber right now? I mean, surely he can still invest the Ye card if he needs to, or the Chamber card rather.
I'm taking the investments away. He's not going to be allowed to do it anymore. Hang up the badge, hang up the gun. No more Chamber for Ye.
It's harsh. That's harsh. All right, well, we're going to Icebox for map number 3.
there's definitely gonna be a killjoy here for both teams. I feel like.
In the air, I don't care. You know, I'm in.
Vishal, do you own a console or just play console?
Because it was a very
play console games or just stick to Valorant?
But unfortunately,
Well, I have a PS4
so
and
In
a Switch.
equal amounts of effort to the drawing on our boards.
So on those, you know, sometimes I play story games. That's what I like to do on those. And not really FPS games, but for example, the Yakuza games, God of War, that kind of stuff. And on the Switch, it's like Mario Party. I don't really play on my Switch as much as I used to, but like Mario games or just Mario Party.
I never felt like it was quite as good as just the bog standard like
And
composition. It had merit.
when I was
The
growing
blood
up,
plays
I
are really
was
powerful, but
growing up with a Nintendo 64, and on that one I played a lot of Mario 64 and Smash.
Actually going to throw in with the double controller. It's something, as you said, people have experimented elsewhere with the likes of Omen. You saw that on Yumpy as well, but this is very different.
But here's the thing, no Sage. That means they're going to rely on Cove to plant towards B. It is not as good at letting you get that plant down. Attacking
Have you
side
played
is going to
Prototype or
be
Last
pretty
of Us?
tough with this harbor,
Not
in my opinion.
Actually, I have played both.
I hope you all at home can feel the tension.
They're pretty good
in
games.
The air,
They're very good
because
games,
after
actually.
this map, we're losing either Cloud9 or DRX, and that just seems wild to say. But here we are. That's the world we live in. Let's go ahead and send it over to Pansy and Hypoc for the cast.
Yeah, this game, I feel, needed a map 3. I'm glad we're here. It's been 2 quite one-sided maps until this point, though. We're Cloud9 smashing through on map 1, DRX doing what we know of them on map 2, and now we walk into Icebox with Harbor.
Yeah, just to come back, roll your minds back to DRX being one of the first teams to really kind of toy or innovate with that B-side execute, but it was based around the Sage.
Yes.
That was what it was based around. It was placed around, obviously, mixing up that wall a little bit, taking deeper control towards Snowman. So I'm curious if DRX have got something else cooked up. Well, I hope they have.
I bloody
Don't
hope
pull
so.
out the Harbor here with elimination on the line, map 3, and not have something
Yeah, this
to
is
rely
not the
on.
Killjoy
That
nerf
is what
patch.
we will
No.
be looking at.
But
Mike, I'm
Killjoy is still
tasking
gonna
you
be
with
good
finding
for side
value
control
in this, and if
after
you
the
agree,
nerf.
It's actually worth it. For now, we wait and watch, as it will be DRX on the
It
attack
will,
inside, Cloud9
it will
to
just be a
defend.
pain when there's a lot of
Early look
agents
towards
that
AM.
can counter
Presence
your
noted now.
turret. For example, Sova can counter
Stacked up here,
Killjoy
3
even more.
members of Cloud9, although Vanity drifting away from this, so it would just be
Also,
Yay
Yay on
himself
Jet.
to hold down the fort.
Finally.
Still got that wall available. Yay actually armed with a Sheriff will get an opening tag.
Got themselves a window of opportunity though, Mike. They obviously don't know how much by. They need
That's
to make
a
their move
really
now.
nice
Yay
way
gonna
to
try and
push
step
the
ahead,
rope
and Yay
with
still standing with 2 big
Harbor.
kills. Sheriff to hand.
Use the wave there.
And doing
That is
serious
so
damage
cool.
here. Spams away, does not find connection towards Marco, who does find one back, and DRX not out of it yet. Vanity left in the 1v1. Zest on the other side had a great performance in map 2. And Vanity needs to cool off for a second. 2 big kills already. And Zest closing in. DRX
Nice.
last on the board, but it was fought for.
Zest just creeping up on that angle, catches Vanity off guard, at least initially here. What the call was there, really, with why Vanity peels away from A site. Even Zelsis and Yay in a precarious position. I mean, Yay still
Visual,
gets his.
only Neon in Swift play so far,
two ahead
because
of them.
I'm still learning her.
Actually, that second
But
wave
the
is
plan is
just so
to
clean
add
from
her as
DRX.
well, so that there's some more variety.
Everybody swinging through the wall at the same time.
But I'm still keeping
maybe
Cypher
Stax' utility
as
gonna be dedicated
primary
towards taking top
primary
control
agent.
on these A hits, or at least this early space denial that
I'm
we're
just
seeing
way too
for a second
comfortable on
time
Cypher.
here
Like,
towards B.
I can do pretty much anything on Cypher without really
They get an indication
thinking
of
too
the
much
stack,
about
though.
it.
Yeah, you're already going to pull players
Nice
over.
kill on
Yay's
Yay.
gone down, just overwhelmed. Buzz going to send the wave in motion. Taking the site. And actually allowing the plant to come through here as well. They're trying to get into it, not going to happen. Yeah, plants in. This is lovely from DRX.
I like the Harbor here. We haven't seen Harbor on Icebox
no
before.
Stress. Beautiful.
And playing
Prime
fast
getting
like
close.
this
Mike,
is
what are we
it's
making of
like
the
a
Harbor
very
around? That's
flexible
quite nice.
Viper.
I mean, so far, I mean, we're already seeing obviously this early space denial. We're seeing the layering behind that Viper, which is basically going to give, well, cancel out the cooldown almost. And straight away, we're seeing a difference here in plant position.
Also, I'm
DRX,
sure
which
that
is, well, I said, they were
C9, the
one of the
expected
first teams
stacks to
really
be
start
on
switching up some of these
on
big
your,
side
not
hits on
your,
Icebox.
what am I
Very
saying?
innovative.
KO here.
And I
Because
quite
KO is
like to
very
see it
common.
if we see that little glimpse of DRX again. Always pleasant to see when they get a little creative. They've had some downtime. I mean, a lot of these rosters outside of this have been in rebuild phase, so getting down those fundamentals, running through what they've got. I'm hoping the DRX had gone back to the drawing board. And let's see if there's a challenge now. Cloud9 maybe looking to challenge that wall, or that wave, should I say. And they have actually postured up Yay a
Drawn
little
to
deeper,
counter
so they're going
draw.
to clear this comfortably. Should be quite telling that it is going to be an A piece.
DC3. The reason for that is because Harbor and Breach, they don't offer the same fast playstyle as Neon does. And the reason I want to add Neon is, or just, I mean, let's say a fast gameplay in general, is because I can't do that on Cypher to the same extent. And I just want to reach a bigger audience.
Capitalizing on this utility, and actually Zest a little ahead of the utility
And
this time around.
a lot of people in ranked play Jet, they pick Jet, and they pick Raze, etc. Reyna, I don't really want to play those. Yori, there's already a lot of creators for, and not as many for Neon. So that's why I want to go Neon. Just
maybe beyond that would be a little bit too
feels
much
like
to ask,
good
but we look at
decisions
what's
for the
remaining.
same.
It's just RB
Plus,
with
she's
that
really
Bulldog.
fun.
3 players on the other side, rifled up and ready to go, and that back
Yeah.
line is collapsing.
And if I
Yay
play
closing
Harbor
in.
and Breach,
30
then
seconds,
sure,
RB
I can
makes
make a
it
really good content on that too.
fight,
But I still kind
the
of lean
other two
into
sitting
the
super
more
deep, allowing Yay that room to work.
slower playstyle then.
That's a barrel moted.
Yeah,
Yay's
he spotted
seen
him
it
as
too.
well, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to sit back a little deeper now. He's reading that RB wanted to isolate
Oh yeah,
that
Mark,
fight.
I've seen.
He's not gonna give
They are
in.
nasty. I want to get that. I want to become that nasty
RB's
too.
able to remove another
That's the
weapon.
goal.
Could be worthwhile, but 10 seconds
Like, I
left
wanna
now.
jump
Might even
around.
just try and get the extra ult orb.
Being impossible to hit.
Denial coming through.
Bring
from
up my
Cloud9.
judge, not judge Bucky.
That
Use
could
the
be
Bucky,
That's
but it
lovely
doesn't
from
even
RB.
show the animation for
lockdown.
shooting.
Yeah, oh my
Move
God,
into
it does. This is
multi
gonna either
and
quicken
delete
the pace or
people.
they have to respect it. They're gonna
And
try
just
find the fight
repeat
here.
that.
RB has to back away. He's got to fight again. RB.
And make them question like their choice of
The lockdown gets dealt with, and now Leaf in the 1v1. Time on
installing
RB.
Valorant basically because of how weird it looks.
Unbelievable stuff from RB for the Red Bull clutch. A 1v3, C9 giving him so much space and respect. And RB punishes. That's a heartbreaking round for Cloud9.
Because it looked gifted, it looked on a platter. Gotta say, he was able to dice them up into 1v1s, manageable 1v1s.
They all peek into him.
So well. Yeah,
I'm not
that's frustrating
no.
if you're a coach. Because that's a tilter even as a player. You're sitting there thinking, we've got a 3v1. Only got a Bulldog at best.
I used to be in other games, though.
Should be fine.
The worst thing being here, Leaf, C9 make the right decisions, right? Leaf's tagged up. He goes all the way deep into spawn. But then the spacing between Ye and Vanity, there's just no opportunity, A, to deny the plant, or B, to get a peek together onto site.
Oh man, this is huge.
4 stingers.
This is a warning signal for me. Cloud9, when they look good, they look almost untouchable. But this is DRX.
Best case scenario for C9 is if DRX are playing very close range here.
Until we see the full buys back and forth. But again, here's his attempt at that.
Nice denied there.
Unable to really
Also, the reason for the cover to be placed on the box there is so that it doesn't go out the back. So that it's not shown where and harder to wallbang and so on. Oh, they know about the stingers.
It's doubtful here, but actually, yeah, Vanity will.
Deep, can he go for this? Okay.
It's a very deep lockdown, actually. It's way ahead of screens the traditional.
I think he wants to bait out people and run in to shoot it. But then they have the stingers there.
Does it hold? Buzz gonna finally buzz onto Zeppa. Eventually
Nice try.
goes down. The defuse gonna start. Gonna maybe get it towards
they are
halfway.
defusing,
Yes,
guys.
body
They are
blocking in
defusing.
Effect. Turn and face
Nice.
the music.
Nice.
RB again. Signs it, seals it, delivers it. DRX up to 4.
C9 need to make something work in this buy round now. Big investment to throw the lockdown.
Yeah, Harbor
into
looking
that previous.
really good.
Again, DRX showing that they have the ability to use this cove to put themselves in a much safer post-plant position to hold. Yeah, another round that's frustrating to watch. Blade Storm available for Buzz as well.
Yeah. Oh, this is so exciting to watch.
A bit of a bankroll established already by DRX.
Yeah, got
Yeah,
stuck
not
there.
getting where he wanted to be, and this has to
And now the
relinquish
dash
any
is
sort of
gone.
early pressure he might have wanted to bring. Has to now respect the early work put into place by DRX and an adjustment here. Marco actually finding a little bit of room to work. Now, there is a turret up here.
Yeah,
and
it's a
Vanity
tricky
is playing
position
behind
to
it,
plant
but
on DC3.
still, I wonder if
It's
Marco
a
does start
very
trying to test this
tricky
potentially.
position.
A very different approach from DRX now.
It was popularized with Sage. So you wall, and then you can place the spike in front of a wall if you do like a certain positioning.
Very deep on this, and actually DRX.
Oof,
finding
nice.
space
One on
in
you.
mid to split, and actually the first opener. Buzz will find one. Zeppa.
And then people learn that,
Respond.
so they
But
just
Marco won out
shot the
mid
Sage wall.
as well, so they are now surrounded on this B side. There's no comfort for Zeppa here. He
Look at the
couldn't fall back.
utility.
This
But
is
here, they
gorgeous
can do the
work
same
from
with
DRX.
Harbor.
This is the DRX that made people fall in love with this roster. So tactical and technical in approach, and now Zelsis and Ye really just out of place on this, not able to find too much work yet. RB, the only one really spotted. Ye trying to find Marco.
Ah,
Still,
nice try.
Zelsis the one to do it. Ye can now stretch his legs a little further. Red's gonna come in, okay, back up to 3.
You wanna try and burn time?
On our hands now, Ye, good for it on towards RB, but how do you break the back line? Ult gonna come in, this gets trickier.
There were mollies there. They could have used.
Seen on the cross. Ye goes down, a tap on the spike, but they can't quite see it. They need to get on towards this. Got to take down Vanity.
Nice, nice, nice.
Stacks has it. And DRX
Really nice.
remain flawless in the run here on Icebox.
Starting to get a little worried here for Cloud9. Whether or not the response is what we saw Ye hinting at in the previous round. Denying some of this early space, but DRX have sent this fake previously towards B. But this audible towards B, this utility towards Zeppa is beautiful. He has no space to play whatsoever.
If Vanity gets a kill there, it's way easier for Zelsis,
trying
but
to get away with a cheeky
unfortunately
defuse.
didn't.
Gonna call the timeout here, and rightly so.
I mean,
Need to get
DRX
a
are
firm
beating them
grasp
just
on
with
this
the
early
Harbor
round.
strat. It's like C9 have no
Well, no, the operator is something
answer for
to
it.
maybe consider for Cloud9. They don't have the funds to support it.
No.
Unfortunately, that's where the question comes back to. Obviously, some of these... Throw a Bulldog, throw a Stinger into some of these rounds. And when you're on the back foot, those full buy rounds become so much more delicate, way more fragile. RB almost on another lockdown as well. 10-2 right now for him. The Des touched on him being, at times, a little underwhelming with how much hype there was around this player, but
Yeah.
delivering here in Sao Paulo once again.
For Cloud9, this is the question that gets
Peak in a clutch against
Still a
professional team,
relatively new
1v5.
roster to an extent, when you look at them,
I
you know,
can.
reshuffling, rebuilding.
I'm not
The
gonna
depth
say it's
and the
impossible,
capability now to deal with a whole new look of DRX. We have not
but
seen
the
them really break
chances
this out yet.
astronomical.
A common run of
They,
Barber in
I
this,
don't know
and it
exactly
serves
how
its purpose
astronomical,
well
but they are
here. Very,
astronomical.
You know, fine adjustments, but it's working wonders. So I want to see how well
Where did
Cloud9
Ghost Peak
learn
come
on the
from?
fly. Do they have that capability yet?
Peak is my
Three players stacked down towards B-Long with
my name, as
actually
like
intention behind it. They are
username.
getting quite close here. Yay
But
is willing
Peak
to
is
backfill
taken
this.
everywhere, so I added Ghost too. Back when I made my
Cloud9.
Twitter and everything, so
But again, now they just don't
I could have
the
my
bodies
account,
to defend
because
A
nobody
side, so
used
Vanity
Ghost
has
Peak.
to sit back
And
watch almost.
yeah, Ghost means elite in Korean, and
They're depending on this squad here.
I
There's
felt
still
like it was
squad moving
fitting,
around the
easy
back
to
line
say,
behind the wire.
so I went with that.
But you can see the preparations there. Ye just going to be brute force.
Oh, nice, Ye, very nice.
And it's incredible again from Ye. They need this man to heat up here if they want to find for anything. But DRX are holding. The plant's still in, and the final two were on the other side of this site. They haven't really questioned the plant just yet. First player spotted by Dice. The second will be noted in Zephyr. RB should be all too
He
aware,
was
but he's not.
unsure if he's gonna go for the recon bolt or
Still
not
going to
there.
try and close the gap here. Still going to try and get close by. Bud's going to be playing the seconds here. The
Nice.
crossfire is good.
Such
DRX
good
up to
decision
6.
making there as well by Buzz.
These are the sort
Just
of post
crouching,
plans I
make
was
them
talking about
walk
on
forward.
Pearl. DRX getting themselves into very deep positions, so difficult for Cloud9 to dig them out.
Mm-hmm.
And relying on those fundamentals, and it's starting to shine now. This is even with
No,
Ye.
I'm not Lucas, no,
This
no.
adjustment, this adjustment was beautiful. Great read from DRX though, knowing that obviously that site presence is going to be a little weaker with the emphasis on the flank. First time we've seen some aggression from Cloud9, but like I said, there's not an awful lot behind this purchase. So now, they have to show restraint.
Speaking of, we very rarely this.
Oh, that's a kill,
lifetime.
nice. And the ulti is gone.
Seen them playing
You can't
from
use
the back,
ulti
but
now.
we have to see how Cloud9 look in this position.
Lockdown removed as well.
It's a
RB
bit
had it back
greedy
online here,
otherwise
so
to do
DRX
that,
gonna
but I
have to
think they
find
wanted to go for that
some way to
tempo
recover this round.
so that they ruin our setup.
Buzz hasn't been given an opening duel here. Zest potentially going to have his recon back online by the time he makes it across to B main. There's 3 players at Cloud9 here. Vanity towards Connector. Leaf all the way in Snowman.
Nice kill, nice kill. Great wave as well. The timing perfect.
Control already. And maybe Vanity a little further ahead, but I don't know if he's going to get much. Yes, he does. Slips the net really well and Leaf in tow.
Oh,
This
good
is
job,
perfect,
SC9.
actually. Cloud9 just ahead of some of those positions.
Nice.
Overwhelmed.
That's very nice.
Strike back from Cloud9 finally.
Comeback time.
DRX into an uncomfortable position. Do find the opening here onto Zelsis, but not going to matter too much. Curious now if the funds are there to get an operator. Still not in play for Ye.
No.
Stack's about to be back on another ultimate as well.
Is this the start? No, this is
This is
map
a tough
3
position.
in the
Cloud9
first
basically
match.
need to win
So
out
there's another match
flawless here
after.
to really equalize
What's my actual name?
the economy.
If you
Still they're at
go
disadvantage
to my
in terms of the ultimates.
Twitter, you can see my name.
And again,
But
remind yourself
Emmanuel,
that
you can just call me
seventh round
Emmanuel.
was
But if you want the last
RB
name
went
and
down pretty early
a lot
on.
more info,
Missed out on a great deal of that, so now let's see if
it's
potentially Cloud9 can get another
on
one of
Twitter
those.
or
Just give
Wikipedia.
us a free pick, please. Ye's doing serious work on the other side of the map here.
No,
taking
not that.
complete
Not
space
that.
towards
Guys,
A, sees
here.
nothing. So again, we'll allow for that
There.
rotation to come in early, and DRX going through the motions. The site take is in play.
Try and get this down again inside the cove. Lockdown destroyed already.
nice.
Get a free plant and they'll get away with it. The Viper Spear will actually cover
Pacific
the plant
chances
as well.
on winning VCT.
Quite nice.
Quite
Pressure
good
now
actually.
mounting.
Quite good
Zelf is
actually.
falling. And time now has to be respected.
Talon are looking very good.
A
I don't
big
know if they count as
response.
specific, do they?
Heavily invested around it. Plenty of ults put into play. And now we look at what they've got remaining here for this retake. 3 players lined up. RB happy to greet them with a smile here. Stack's the one to draw blood. Buzz by his side. It is a shutout. They've got to go away from here. They've got to get that save. You said it had to be flawless if it was meant to be even good for them.
If you
long-term
mean like
economy-wise.
Australian stuff,
They're barely
then I
making
don't
out
think they
with
have any
surviving
team in a
casualties.
VCT.
Be able to scrape together a purchase.
Well,
Wow, not with Zephyr falling. Maybe still Vanity's going to be the concern, but
is Icebox attacking or defense? It's 50-50.
Big investment from DRX.
What matters is basically the duels and stuff.
But it has broken the money.
That effectively resets it. Yeah, Cloud9 are back in the same position they were
Harbor
2
is
rounds ago.
not...
Yeah, absolutely worth
Well,
his weight in gold
he
there.
doesn't do anything that
Look at
Sage
the other
does on
side
the
now.
post plant.
DRX back in the
The
position they were 4
difference
rounds
is
ago.
before the
They had
plant,
a massive
it's
bankroll
easier to get the
established.
plant down because you have the smoke and wave and so on,
Buzz,
and then call
5.8,
with the
yeah,
plant.
they are
But
sitting
afterwards, you don't have any
so
slows
pretty
or
in that
heal or
regard.
anything.
And now Cloud9 needs to somehow do this with the light armor coming out. A little bit of a different look here. 4-1 split. Gonna leave Marco to deal with any pressure coming through on B. And there's that ult. We'll wait and see if invested. Counter ult from Leaf. And RB's already on the site though, already trying to hunt him down. And
Nice
RB
counter.
is just rabid
Very
at the
nice
moment.
counter.
He's shutting this down perfectly. That's a Viper's pick gone, and that A defense has
Same
crumbled
plant.
now.
Actually
Rinse and repeat.
utilizing the information from Stax' ult there perfectly.
You're gonna see a
Reading
lot
that
more
this is
teams
gonna be the light
copy
to
this
Stack.
now.
The emphasis has been B for Cloud9.
Nice.
Tap on the spike's not drawn too much attention, really. They know
Oh.
it's all for naught here.
Unlucky.
Only Vanity to really find much back, and they still need to break this back line. They have no lurk coming in. Still no one on that spike.
This
not even
wave
halfway
here is
right
so
now.
smart. They can't really
I have to
see
say-
from underneath.
Yeah, they've
If
got
anyone
back
is
down
up in the
Stax puts
tower,
up a
it is
second
so
wall.
smart how DRX are playing.
The snake bites can come through, the shock darts can come through, and they can't push because they'll be slowed. It's beautiful from DRX.
Masterclass work here from DRX. Technical capability once again shining. Yes, they will lose a player here at the end, but
That's fine.
irrelevant to outcome. 8-1 now. This is blistering work from DRX.
Yeah, he's going to be struggling. It's going to be a Guardian, a Spectre for Leaf. A big ultimate in the form of the Viper's Pit invested here in the previous, when you consider the defensive half for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Man.
Cena
They're a
struggling with,
boisterous team on stage. And
coming
I
up
like it. I'm all
with
for
an
it. Stax does
anti-strat
it.
right now on the
I
fly.
don't mind teams trying to get in each other's heads. I actually really
That's
like
why
that.
I
But
highly
when you are
value
down 1-8, that
being able to
deciding
adapt
map,
on the
it
fly
does
as a
start
team.
to weigh heavily on you. Looking a lot
Because then you don't
quieter
get
here,
owned by
Cloud9.
just new strats
Not
like
really
this.
found that response to this. The first challenge being fought for here. Leaf trying to get in the faces a little and does eventually fall away.
Just progress through A, though. Marco's going to be tested. There's 3 members of Cloud9.
Oh, he's
They're actually
sitting
following
so
through.
ratty. He's sitting
Oh,
so
dude,
deep on this.
Marco is getting
great
massive
work
kills
with
there.
2
They didn't even check him.
He can hold back
They had no
from
idea.
He doesn't need to overchallenge. He
Nice,
wants
Marco.
it, he's
Nice.
got it. Cloud9.
They had no
crumbling
idea.
Here. The Prime Gaming flawless to boot. DRX are running this game right now. They are about to send Cloud9 home at this pace.
That turret there was bait.
Just look towards the money again. Cloud9, if they do commit to this investment, round 12 is going to be
Map 1, do you guys
devastating
know
for
what map 1 was? Map 1 was just bait
Yeah.
for
besides
C9
the 3K
to get
from Yay,
reckless.
not going to have the Blade Storm. Haven't seen that operator once on the defensive half.
Imagine if that's
Not
the
been
case.
allowed to.
They were
No. They've been
almost
an absolute
throwing map 1.
chokehold in terms of the economy. Buzz going
just to make them reckless.
Yay will be noted as well.
This is going to be a horrible feeling for Cloud9. It's starting to fall between their fingertips here, and it's a 1-for-1. It ain't enough. They already had the advantage, and yeah, Zephyr trying to backfill this, but it's going to be
Nice.
perfect for DRX. They're already on
Nah,
the
right
site.
is not
The
gonna
plant's
nerf
be
that
coming in.
place.
It's safe
Ah,
as
man.
well. Nothing to stop it. Stacks getting away scot-free, and the post plant is dirty.
It's a normal
to try and
location you have to
break.
check.
Oh,
Vanity,
come
no.
on! Come on! Leaf trying to pick
Nice.
up the pieces. But it's all for nothing. DRX making it to 10.
10 to
You
1.
look at what worked on
Holy
Haven,
moly.
C9 getting ahead of some of these post-plant setups, not allowing DRX to find that comfort here. A total contrast. Total
They have to give it all here. They have to give their all.
Cloud9 barely getting a look in some of these rounds.
Dude, that kill from Buzz was amazing.
God, it's just perfection watching.
Yeah,
This
DRX
is-
are
oh.
playing flawless Valorant here on map 3.
Yeah.
This is going to be the game that gets reviewed by all the analysts. It's going to be all over Reddit looking at all these new setups, the way DRX are approaching. This is the DRX that enamored the audience, that got everyone looking at this Korean side going, oh my god, who are
Nice.
they?
Nice,
and
Yay.
as much as Yay can try, and he is, it still may not be enough here. Another round, a consolation prize potentially.
First time they get away scot-free with an opening engagement, to be honest.
The last round was exactly like this. They had that first entry pick that came on towards RB. I think it was with the Hunter's Fury off the back.
Did you guys know, by the way, that when Harbor came out, I made a video called Harbor will be meta. And here, it's finally coming in. He hasn't been changed anything. It's just that players understand him more now.
2 shock darts, 2 snake bites to work with. So they can still...
I didn't understand him even back then, but judging from the possibilities of how you can use his utility, it's only bound to happen that people will become creative and just super clean, have good mechanics with him.
Rez coming in, more bodies being put on the spike, but the spike is still not being diffused right now. Zelsis, the second attempt at it now, has to be dealt with.
Nice.
Oh, and it is Stacks! Incredible work at DRX!
Oh yeah, did he made, I think, did he get a buff? Maybe he did get a buff, but it wasn't anything big.
And this is with the res coming through. They still convert this position. Cloud9 completely disengaged from sight. And DRX punished them for it.
One more round. No, 2 more rounds.
This is unbelievable from DRX right now.
Oh man, this is the DRX we have been waiting for. Teams
yeah, second wave.
Reformed. They brought in the best
but
talent
it's
they could.
Nothing crazy, no.
Can't beat DRX right now. Incredible form, 11-1. Let's hand it back down to the desk to potentially almost wrap this one up.
Mark, try and chill out with the language, man.
Whew. Oh boy, that was not good.
That was great. What do you mean?
No, let me clarify. That was flipping awesome. Okay,
What abilities would you choose if you could get one ability from each and every agent?
Mimi, you have
there's way too many to list.
Yeah, so I thought without a Sage they were going to really
Cypher's
struggle
camera,
on this
for sure.
attacking side. But the game plan with the Harbor was so good. You don't need a Sage if you're not just abusing these B hits.
But that's the thing, they had so much. Straight away, the high tied in, you could already see the code being used to get the plant, which a couple of times was denied, but then you have Buzz's aggressive swing. You have
None of them shoot the cove through the wall, by the way. You can wallbang that.
These players into awkward battles that eventually it came down to just C9 consistently having to get aggressive, and that's just the A take.
Yeah, the B take as well, really cool. Take a look at this round. They take some initial control towards B main, then late round they send 3 players back through mid. You can't really win B hits without a Sage if you're just going straight through main. But if you're doubling back around, if you're shutting down in the post line the way that DRX were, you can do it just fine. I kind of thought I underestimated how the Cove was going to be able to find value, but it was just a piece of a much bigger
Stacks
puzzle for
MVP
DRX.
in this match, at least.
Stacks
Well, this map, I mean.
that all together. The IGL, the one playing the role that was so pivotal for this game plan, and on top of that, he's performing great individually.
Well, the wonderful thing about
also, this is what I want more from Vanity, being able to be in the front and not always in the back.
So good that the Reckoning could come through later in the round just to sort of destabilize anything.
Because Stacks, he's always going in with the spike here first, you know, making decisions.
They tried to go for that multi-flank, but never
even while being in-game leader.
Those post-lanes were just so damn good, and now I don't even know if Cloud9 have a chance in hell. It's 11-1 for DRX.
Well, folks, surf's up because DRX is having a whale of a time. Let's go ahead and send it back over
to your casters. Who did I want to win? DRX.
Okay.
But it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Turnaround from Cloud9 because DRX are on the verge of sending them home here. Mike, do you see a shot in hell at this?
There's 2 matches today.
I honestly
we
don't.
have
I was
EG versus Talon right
so
after.
Much in map 1 for being so sloppy, making so many mistakes that were uncharacteristic, and to come here to Icebox to see them cook up something so robust here that C9 just didn't have an answer to. Regardless, that's the first half. To come into this, they have mountains to climb. Mountains to climb here. It starts with a pistol, always does, but it's got to be confident from the get-go.
DRX should be sky high with confidence here after that first half. Cloud9 need perfection, and nothing less will do. They make their way towards the A side.
You have a coaching section, please? No, I don't offer coaching.
Until then, Leaf, great find. Zephyr as well in unison. Walls there, plants in.
Instead, I make you know, educational videos, so I can reach more people.
5 for DRX here. Wall's going to seal off towards screens. Leaf will find another. Just making
Is there a
sure
rule
Stacks
where you
is
can't
down.
play the same agent more than once? No, no, no. You can play the same
Marco
agent as much as you
confirmed
want.
For Cloud9.
It comes down to
Marco
strategy
can
now.
pull something off
It's a
once
lot more
again.
variety because Jimbo was nerfed. And Heartbreak came out, etc.
Yeah, but this wall standing so late, it just makes it so difficult
Well done,
to get
well done.
anything done.
First step.
Alright, they win the pistol.
And it's
They have
flawless.
some money for second round now.
Couldn't ask for anything better. They need this every single round, the whole way. And I will wait with bated breath to see it. Happy to see it. If we do go that far. They're able to make this work for themselves. It's no easy task here. A capable side though, Cloud9. It's one of the best talent North America had to offer. Picking up the most wanted player out of franchising, you could
Well,
argue.
I hate to say it as well, Ye has to do so much heavy lifting here in the second half as the Jet. No flashes, it's only really Zeppa's utility. Unfortunately, with him coming off that Sky, they lose that second layer.
Stack here, Mike.
With Zelsis coming onto the Sage, it's the same thing once again.
Well, we do have a stack on the other side now. 4 players.
Oh, they are right there.
Let's see. What can they do? It's just waiting
Nice.
now. Marco finds
Nice.
Not ideal.
That's not
Bars.
good.
Oh dear.
Nice.
Oh dear. Oh dear. This is not how
Free
it happens,
weapons.
right? Oh, in the second round after you did the flawless work and you asked a lot of Ye. Says he needs to be one of the main proponents here.
Vanity has a rifle though.
Oh, watch out.
Okay, that's been heard.
Potential here, seeing as it's still just classics for DRX.
Can they get the spike back? Yeah, okay, Ye's got that.
Nice.
Oh, but he'll go down for it. Is this how they get to 12? Unreal. Vanity's
Wow,
dead.
yes.
Absolute
Dude.
disaster. DRX
Right click
flipped
into the head, the
50
losing Vandal.
in round 2. That could be the nail in the coffin. I feel it will be.
I think
With the
so.
investment in that first round, Ye will get a
DRX are
Guardian.
in
Zeppa
their
an
heads,
opportunity
living rent
to
free.
do the same. With Stingers and a Sheriff to round this out. And this is just classics. I think there was one frenzy
Maybe, yeah.
in the DRX purchase and it was removed immediately.
Bam.
Oh,
They are humbling
That's why
C9.
punch.
That's why you don't shoot Stax' body in round 1.
Yeah. And here it
I mean,
is.
it happens. It
12
happens to the best of
2.
us.
You wouldn't believe it if you only saw the first map. But here we are.
Yeah, they're out
DRX,
after this. They're out
so
after this.
resilient in this game. And this map has been unbelievable. Buzz,
Nice.
first found, looks for more, once more, won't get it. Sax is there by his side.
Nice. He's 2
and it
HP.
just looks all but over. 2 remaining, Ye and Zeppa.
Oh,
have it all
team
to
play
do
there.
And
Nice.
so little to do it with. And RB standing there, Ye knows it.
Yay. Can you do this?
The final couple
Ah,
of seconds.
GG's.
The Cloud9 Colossus
Oh,
has
he does it.
crumbled.
He does
As
it.
DRX
Nice, he does
demolished
it back. Oh, man.
Cloud9
I love the
are going home.
DRX. I love DRX for giving them
DRX.
the waves back.
What a flip on this series.
Man, I
was
love them
talking
for
about
giving the
obviously
flips
watching
back.
that first series from Cloud9 and talking
Not
about
flips,
how phenomenal the form
waves.
that they brought
Nice.
here to Sao Paulo. Showing it again in map 1
Yes,
of
they
this
did.
series.
Yes, they did. Against a better opponent. You gotta say it.
Absolutely. DRX completely flipping the script on this series.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the screen now, got to give credit there. That map 1 showing all that potential that Cloud9 are going to be bringing for the rest of the year. A team to certainly look out for. Only the one name crossed out for now, but God almighty, that is a terrifying team in the future.
It really is, and it's
I think it comes down to
something that's
preparation
almost
for
you have to take with
the,
a pinch of
for the
salt.
match.
C9 take nothing away from what they brought to this event.
They had not
There's
seen
so many
Harbor, had no
positives
answer
go
to it.
back and look
Didn't know
at.
what angles
But DRX,
to work with.
the old faithful.
Like,
on the
it's very
international
difficult to deal
stage.
with that on the fly. Like, that
Take down
wave
the
on
whole
A side,
prospect.
you have no
They're
idea
one
what
of
the
the only
angles
real
to
remaining
use
teams
on
in
low
South
ground because
coming
it could be
into this
headshot
year.
angles, could be
And you
anything.
can see what they bring.
It,
The
you don't know
depth
what's
that
on
they
the on the top.
You can't help but love them. The depth that they have shown here, they were not wasting their time during that downtime at all, Mike. I feel they've been hard at
Yeah.
work. That composition coming out here on
Now it's
Icebox
EG versus
was
Talon.
wonderful.
Both
Haven
very
still
good
looking
teams as
solid
well.
as ever. And yes, Pearl
EG, they
was the
surprised
top,
me with how
but
smart
hey,
they've been
Cloud9,
playing.
I think are one above
And
everyone
they are
else.
basically like
Absolutely.
DRX
It's
in
great to
terms
see
of
as well.
smartness.
Love the
Like,
fact that we talk
very,
about
very
DRX
smart
coming
plays.
in, being the first to kind of innovate with these
Yeah.
B-side hits. They bring out this
And Talon.
composition, And it
they
looks
are
fantastic.
just
and
very
even
skilled
Des
players.
touching on some of the second
Hatipan, he
layers
was
behind
not
the code, that same
able to
part,
play.
Buzz being
He's not at the event even
in
because he
terms
has
of
an
finding
injury.
success here on
But they are
Icebox.
still cracked, all of them.
solid as a rock as well.
Yeah,
Gotta
yeah.
say it. We've seen him run out of gas a couple of times. Not always, hitting the games that matter.
Let me fix
Couple
title.
of players, we've always questioned that longevity to their capability. Here, I have no doubts with them.
EG
Absolutely
versus
not.
Talon.
Excited to see DRX continue. Heartbreaking to send Cloud9 home after the performance we've seen. And already, these players
How do you
been ahead
write
of this
Talon
tournament, but making
in
a name for
smart,
themselves on the international stage.
well, with what's it called?
Standout performance here already.
Hands down.
In a
3
short-lived
letters.
run.
Is it TLN?
I think everyone saw
I think
this
it's
game as the
TLN,
one that
right?
could have been a final potentially, and in other tournaments it has been to an extent for some of these
Signature
players.
brand.
And, deep runs in tournaments throughout. 3rd place, I think it was at Champs, coming in for DRX, and it looks like they want to start this year off going even further than this.
Grab some snacks, guys,
Cloud9,
because
though,
we're in for a
as said,
second match here.
overall, loved what we saw from them throughout the small glimpse that we've had. Some of the maps we've seen, they are a devastating team. They beat DRX at their own game on Pearl. They
I love
crushed
Stacks.
PaperX. If you want to talk about difficult routes, I mean, Cloud9 had one of the hardest.
That is a tough draw to get
Yes,
PaperX and DRX here, especially as this, again, not having seen them together on the international stage just yet. Obviously, a lot of questions about this roster coming in. So excited to see Cloud9 back in the Americas region this year.
Yeah, and for now, we talk about the MVP, a couple of options, Buzz, Stacks, Marco. Anyone
Stacks.
out of them for you?
Stacks
I'll
MVP.
I'll give it to Stacks as being the
Go for
most
Stacks.
exciting harbor we've seen yet.
I think it was really well implemented, actually.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed seeing that. I was a bit of a doubter. It always makes me upset.
Him or
but
Buzz?
actually, it
I
looked
feel
really
like
good there,
Stacks
and
shined
it did
more.
kindle that
Like map
I
1,
guess,
nobody was
recognition of what
MVP.
made
Like
DRX
literally
so exciting
nobody.
at the start.
Absolutely, yeah, because it plays towards
On,
their strength,
DRX,
Get
I mean.
back to
Map
the set
2,
pieces and being able to execute them.
It was a bit
so
more mixed,
precisely,
but
which is
map
something
3,
that almost
Stacks
became
for sure.
Such a concern early on in this series.
Well, the day is far from over. We still have Talon up against EG coming up, so do not go
Exactly,
far away. We'll be
Tishon.
back with you in
Ethan,
just a moment.
the guy who played Yoru, he's currently the one with the best stats on, well, best KD and everything. Let me bring up the stats for that, if I find them. Valorant competitive, well, it was on the subreddit. Let's see. Where is it? Maybe statistics. No, I can't find it. Huh. Alright, we'll scroll down then. I bet it's on the... Oh, here. Day 4. Top 10 players after day 4. That's Ethan at the top there. But him as KO, which is weird. Let me see where he was on Yoru. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good comment on why Fox is not playing. They've been screaming with him, but they don't field him because there's nothing that is lacking, which tells me they added him for complacency to avoid complacent players. That is something all Korean teams do, pretty much. There are no stats here. These are old stuff. Let's bring back this one. So yeah, EG, Ethan coming in, about to whoop Talon, but not without a fight. Talon were here somewhere too. I can't remember where exactly though, because Talon played crazy good. Let me bring in VLR instead. Let's put ACS. 303 ACS on Ethan. That is quite a lot. Quite a lot. Shin, with more than double the rounds on almost 276, he is a very strong Shin. And Talon. Where are they? Here, Garnet. Garnet was popping off a lot. And he looked very good on Neon. Sushi Boys coming in. Fox. And from EG after, let's see, EG, they had Ethan. Then Jogamo on Jet. And Boosty on Killjoy after. Yeah, I mean, many very strong players here. Who has the best headshot rate out of them all? Rita on 44%. Damn. New Zero on 43 across 103 rounds. That is cracked. That is really cracked. And that's against other pro players too. That is difficult to hit. Like anything about 25% is... Well, maybe not 25, but... anything above 30 is pretty good, I feel like. Where are the C9 fans? They flew home.
It's a battle of incredible consistency.
Oh. Careful with music there. Who was the one doing the waves? It was Vanity. Oh, you mean now? It was Stax, the Harbor player. Also their IGL. But yeah, these two teams, they could have gone out in the... They could have matched up in the finals even. That's how good they are. Stax looking at... Wait, is my mouse on? How important is team comp? Well, it's extremely important here because it's what bases your strategy. So like if you want to be able to use a fast strategy, well, then you have to select agents that can play fast. And not the triple Sentinel, for example. With Viper and Astra. But if you play ranked, then, I mean, you can do whatever you want pretty much. Because what matters in ranked is individual value over team play, because yeah, you play with randoms, they don't know you, you don't know them, so the team play is automatically going to be limited. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do team play, you should definitely do team play, but you can't tailor strats like they do here. All right.
Gaming post-match highlights for what was truly a highlight reel of a match.
I think that was the best series of the
Yeah,
tournament.
I said it's match of the tournament for me.
That was the best Icebox I've ever watched, and it was a landslide. And
Yeah.
I hate Icebox with a passion, so if you make me like Icebox, that was something special.
Yeah, well, speaking of Icebox, let's go ahead and take a look and take stock of what we just saw. 13-2. Your eyes do not deceive you, folks. They stopped C9 at 2. Mimi, mind-blowing.
Yes, they did. The attack side game plan from DRX was absolute perfection. A hits using the Harbor and the Cove to get that spike down, with everyone else just heavily pressuring to allow that spike planter to go through. B hits where you have that kind of late mid pressure and you have smokes hiding the Cove to be able to get that smoke down, and then just absolutely perfect post plants on this A site.
Yeah, I think there was some real wonderful moments, especially when they didn't need to use the cove. And then they even adapted to then later use it so that they could peek above it to kill the guy who's trying to defuse while everybody else is going
like
below as you normally would. You're like, oh, okay, he's back
I
in
feel
nest.
like there's a
We'll
lot
go
more
below,
strats like
fight.
these
We
that will
can't,
come
there's
up
cove
soon.
in the way now. They
I
literally
wouldn't be
thought of
surprised
every
if
little
teams have
thing
saved
that
strats.
C9 could do and just battered them.
Yeah, my biggest issue with teams who have played the Harbor
I'm gonna go grab some water.
I've watched is that
So I'll
they
be
have
back soon.
over-reliance on the Cove. Tried to use it as a one-for-one Sage replacement, but that was not DRX's game plan. It was a part of a much bigger pie, which I think is what was so important. You can't rely
I
on
hear
that
the
ability
ad
to
music in the
sort of
background.
stop
I've
all
gotten
the
copyright struck for that one. Claimed for that one.
You're right that the game is still ripe for
Actually,
experimentation. There's still so much you could do. You don't have to play Sage Mimi on Icebox. You could do something different.
It's just very hard not to, and you have to be a very good team who's
Man.
very well coordinated in DRX.
I'll lower it for the moment.
Can't run Harbor in my rank game.
And then I go, because you never know.
I like that she goes, you
specifically?
I'll hold it back. Maybe not, GB.
You want to see some Cypher action? Me too. Me too. I want to see some good Cypher action.
The incredible calls that he was making in the game, but one player that was popping off throughout the series. And although it was a bit of a struggle at the beginning, and I think all of DRX, Tom, struggled at the beginning of that first map on Pearl, really, though, Buzz was instrumental for this team.
That's the thing. He still was doing well in the initial first bloods and the aggression, but the thing is, he is the sort of tip of the spear in every single one of their plans. If he fails, everything falls apart because he's taking so much space, finding them openers. He had an incredible second and third map, but I'll be honest, I don't even think it was his fault on the first.
No, and in those second two maps, it was really, like you said, he's the tip of the spear, but also, like, the game plan is relying on him. He's the one who's making space to allow that Harbor Orb to get the plant down. On Haven, he's the one pushing backside and taking that deep space to stop those double flash fast retakes out of C9. Buzz was so incredibly critical to this one, but it really is a team effort, as it always is with DRX.
Yeah, that's right, and that is the reason why they have become, you know, the best team in the Pacific region, but dare I can even say the best team in the world and contending to even win this whole tournament with the way
You're
that
saying
they
they're
are
the best
playing.
team in the world already.
Do you guys know if Redgar made it to Brazil? Because I saw that he's not in Brazil yet, or something.
Achilleos paid me off, let's just put it that way. Unbiased host, maybe? Anyway, jokes aside, though, we do have to say goodbye
And they run with
to
Dimasic instead than
Cloud9,
Liquid.
some of the standouts in the Americas region, who I have no doubt, Mimi, are going to be a force to be reckoned with when we start the season later on this year.
They absolutely are. And I mean, this match as a whole was so fantastic because we start off with Lotus, with Cloud9's, or excuse me, with Pearl, with Cloud9's innovation there, showing us a great comp, a great counter.
Yeah, Chronicles is with
the Lotus
Fnatic.
they showed us too was fantastic, but they couldn't quite come through in those last two maps. Still, they performed absolutely admirably.
That's the thing, though. You know that if they played this map again tomorrow, C9 would have a million different counters of how to do it.
sure.
That's how good this team is. The coaching staff of MC as well, I think, is going to add so much to this roster. So I have no worries about C9 at all. They just came up against a better opponent,
a brick wall
today.
Absolutely.
Just today.
I think if the bracket is drawn differently, that could have been a finals matchup. Who knows? Like,
for sure.
they
Imagine
are
a best of 5.
Oh, it would
I
have
agree.
been absolutely beautiful to watch.
It's okay. It's okay. By the way, I do want to say
I
something.
want to see DRX
real
versus
fast
Loud,
before
for
we,
example.
do
That's
our
gonna be
poll here.
sick.
Tom predicted
And I
Cloud9.
feel like
Look at
they,
the brilliant design that Tom drew for this. He put so
No, they
much
don't
work
face
into
off.
this artwork here. And that,
Excuse me?
Tom, no. Tom, please, Poppy. No,
We'll see.
okay.
We'll see how how the bracket's gonna be
This guy.
decided
No, he just
later.
drew that right now. That's the narrative. that
Loud
we're
has
gonna
to
run
win
with
versus
me.
That's not
NRG.
real.
So that's why you kept my board over there.
I plead the
Yeah,
fifth.
he collected him. He's the host. That's his
Do you
job.
want to show your board?
I didn't make one.
No, did you not make one? You make one every other day, though.
I plead
No,
the
not
fifth.
today.
We plead the fifth. All right, guys, before the break, though, we, of course, asked y'all to go ahead and vote for the player of the match. And, of course, the results are in. Let's go and see if Stax is as goated as we think. And, yes, he is. And so he ended up winning this one by a landslide.
was robbed.
Yeah, but at the same time, Stax, if he's the guy who cooked up that Harbor
That's
comp
true.
and gave us that beautiful game of Icebox, it's all worth it.
If
to
not,
give him the MVP.
Termi wins the vote, even though
Yes.
he wasn't in it.
Yeah, you could put Termi in there, too. Well, you know what, though? It was hard for us to pick, if I'm being honest with you, because everyone
So
just
they were
played so
all
well.
winners. Thanks,
were
GB.
all
Do you
Thanks,
guys
GB.
know what I just realized?
What?
That means Ye is home. he's not going to be here for the rest of the playoffs, which is wild. What a difference from 2022.
That's
We're already
true.
seeing that in this new year. It may not be quite new teams, but it is going to be a very different kind of crop of players in our top teams.
Yeah,
here.
it's been an incredible matchup, and of course, for more on that monumental win, let's go ahead and send it over, to the one and only Yinsu, because she's going to be standing by with Mako for our Verizon post-match interview.
Oh, nice.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That's right. I have
Nice.
Mako from DRX with me here for an interview, and Jen is going to be here to translate as well. First of all, congratulations on that victory. You won it so dominantly, and I cannot believe you did it with a Harbor on Icebox as well. So I just got to ask, why the Harbor? And it was clear that you guys came super prepared. So how long have you had to kind of cook up this comp?
일단 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 이렇게 아이스박스에서 하버픽이라는 픽을 보여주면서 좀
Vibe?
승리를 가져가게
Yeah.
됐는데 굉장히 준비가
Back
잘
and
돼
forth like
있었고
crazy. Map
좀
1,
촘촘하게 준비된
it
것
looked like
같거든요. 왜
DRX are
하버픽을
basically a
가져가게
different team,
됐는지 여쭤볼게요.
and they didn't
일단
sleep even.
축하에 먼저 감사드리고
The map
저희가
2 and map 3,
아이스박스에서 왜 하버를
they delivered.
기용하게 됐냐면은 이제 이스탄불 때부터 아이스박스가
Yeah.
되게 힘들었었는데 그때 딱 하버가 출시하고
I really
하버로
like
이제
the Harbor
아이스박스를
strat. I really
해봤는데
like that.
생각보다 잘 돼가지고 지금
Basically
하버를
made
기용했던 것
Icebox a fast map now.
Well, thank you so much, Yinsu.
And no longer
the
this super
reason
slow
why
map.
we picked Harbor was because we've been struggling a lot since Istanbul on making our icebox stronger. So we tried a lot of different comps, and ever since Harbor was released, we don't know why, but it worked well for us. So that's when we started to decide to, run this agent.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good for you guys. Before the interview started, you actually told me
They know
a pretty,
exactly why. They know
funny
exactly
story
why it's
about
working.
RB in that 1v3 clutch and how confident he was. And I would love it if you could be able to repeat that to the audience as well.
일단 알비 선수 그 1대3 클러치 있잖아요.
Vibe,
그때
everyone is gonna
상황에
play Harbor.
대해서 설명해 주시죠.
일단은 이제 3라운드 때 상대가 총 나오고 저희가 이제 2명이 먼저 죽었었는데 이제 상민이 형이 2킬인가 하고 궁이 생겼고 이제 1대3의 시간도 얼마 안 남았는데 스파이크 설치를 하고 갑자기 자기가 이겨줄게 라고는 콜을 했어요. 그래가지고 해봐라 그냥 이런 식으로 있었는데 그 진짜 상민이 형이 그냥 궁 쓰고 한 명 한 명 잡더니 그냥 그대로 이겨버리더라고요. 약간 아이스박스를 이기는데 그게 많이 중점이 된 것 같아요. 스노우볼이 잘 굴러간 것 같아요.
So on our third round, we had 2 men down, but RB picked up 2 kills, and then all of a sudden he was like, "Watch me win this." But we were just like, "Yeah, go ahead, sure, whatever." But he started picking up kills after planting the spike, and the opponents on the other side they peaked one by one, so he was able to farm up the kills and make it really happen.
I love that. Watch me win this, and he goes on win it anyway. I think one concern people have is they never doubt you when it comes to coming to tournaments, well prepared, bringing out strats that we've never seen before. But it does feel like as the tournament goes on, other teams are able to either steal your stuff or they can prepare for you. They have time to counter you, and that's when you start to struggle a little bit. Would you agree with this? And how have you guys kind of worked on making sure that that doesn't happen in this tournament?
일단 많은 팀들이 이렇게 DRX는 항상 뭔가 새로운 걸 철저히 준비해 오는데 그걸 보고 나서 모방을 하거나 분석을 해서 카운터를 칠 때가 많잖아요. 좀 그런 부분에서 DRX가 힘들어했던 대회 경험도 있는데 이번에 좀 그런 일이 일어나지 않도록 어떻게 예방하실 예정인지 또 이런 것들 때문에 과거에 힘들었다는 점에 동의를 하시는지 궁금합니다.
DRX won.
일단은 저희 전략을 많이 베낀다 약간 이런 팀들이 되게 많았었는데 사실 그것 때문에 힘들었다기보다는 오히려 카운터 치기를 이제 그 전략의 카운터 치기를 또 저희가 공부해 오니까 오히려 더
GT, I'm doing great, man. I'm happy that DRX won. I was rooting for them.
Well, no, because
and
even though we have a lot of teams
they
kind of
upset
cherry-pick
Sina.
ideas from us, it just makes it so much
How about you?
easier
How you
for
doing
us to
yourself?
counter that because we know the pros and cons of those compositions and all the strats, right? So to all those teams that's been doing that, like, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jen, for translating, and thank you very much, Mako. I see you tomorrow back here.
Thank you very much.
Well, you guys have heard
Wait.
it.
What
you
did they
guys
say?
have heard it at home if you're going to play against DRX. Mako, thank you for stealing those strats. But the
Much. It makes it so much easier for us to counter that because we know the pros and cons of those compositions and all the strats, right? So to all those teams that's been doing that, like,
I
thank
told
you
you.
so much.
They know exactly. They know exactly why Harbor works. They know exactly why it works. a lot of Korean teams in what's called what they like to do sometimes, or used to at least in other esports. I wouldn't doubt it in Valorant too, but in Valorant they've been inventing a lot. But they copy a lot and make the meta by improving what is meta somewhere else, and then just their own version. But here they have been just inventing and being at the front. DRX specifically. Yeah. How many teams will play Harbor now, do you guys think? I feel like we're gonna see like at least like 2 teams play that Harbor strat. At least 2. Aside from DRX. Second match when? In a minute or 2. After this ad, I think. You just gotta do the intros for the players and then walk out and so on. I really hope teams don't give up on Cypher though. I feel like so much could be done with Cypher in terms of using him. Can you explain briefly this Harbor strat? So Harbor basically, you know the Sage plant strat on Icebox A site? Where you plant on the second, well on top of the second floor or whatever. You do that but with a Harbor and his cove instead, a small bubble with the protection from bullets. And they just repeated that a few times. And yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. And then they have a wave from Harbor that the long one, I mean. And you basically block off vision from underneath and then you play in a nest for that position. So yeah, C9, they didn't really know the angles, didn't know what to work with. Lost aim duels, got owned. So, oh yeah, also they did the same thing on B, pretty much. Instead of using a Sage wall, they used Harbor's Cove with the wall and so on. Played really fast too. And then they just caught Sinan off guard a few times. I feel like Sinan was tilted at that point. You know, tunnel visioning. Maybe not tilted, but tunnel vision for sure. Does Harbor need a buff though? Hard to say. Hard to say. We're just at the beginning of teams figuring out the Harbor. And if you buff him before teams have reached like best of the best with the Harbor of what you can do, then it's possible that he will be mega OP in a few months. EG versus Talon prediction. Let's make a vote as well, so that you guys can decide as well who will win the match. Oh, 1 second. The not the RX. Evil Geniuses, Talon. There. I'm thinking it's kind of equal. I'm gonna root for Talon. I'm gonna say 2-1 Talon. I think that's pretty close to what's gonna happen. Would you believe my university is taking exams on Sundays? Actually, I would. It's pretty normal, right? Exams on Sundays. Weekends. Big. Good luck on the exam, though. Good luck. Hope it goes well. I feel like Talon has a pretty good chance if they read the pattern of how EG played in their first matches. Have you played Timberborn? I've not played it, but I've heard of it. I've seen it on Steam as well. It's like, yeah, like you say, those beavers, right? Let me see if I can find any picture. Oh yeah, top down, city building type of thing. Oh, cool. Pretty cool. I like city builder games. I haven't played too many lately. The last one I played was, what's the name of it? Anno. 1640 something, I think it was. Or 14 or something. It was a lot of ships though. Was pretty cool. Who's the underdog for this match? That's Talon. Talon are the underdog. Macanium, what's up, dude? How you doing today? Let's see what you guys are voting here. EG 61%. Yeah, that's fine. You can try the game, it's quite addictive. I'll see. I'm good right now. I'm good right now. If I play it, it would be off stream then, I think. I'll give it a shot, Santan. I'll see when I do it though. Not now, because I'm gonna have a lot of busy days with the watch parties. But I'll write it down and I'll try it someday. You were away, what happened? Well, DRX won with Harbor on Icebox and sent C9 home with, I believe it was 13-2. Is there any more NA teams? There's NRG and 100 Thieves and Sentinels. Okay, there's 3 more. Alright, there's quite a bit of teams left. The NRG game tomorrow, it's going to be versus Loud and a rematch of the Optic Core versus the Loud Core.
Welcome back to day 5 of Lock-In from Sao Paulo and our second match of the day featuring EG and Talon. I'm your host, Yingsu, and joining me to break everything down is Achilles and Mitch. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to gloat.
Vamos, baby! Let's go.
Okay, useful, fair enough. But let's talk about EG versus Talon here. EG, Mitch, I know you're a big fan of some of the players on this roster. I think we were all a little bit confused of what they were going to do, but they looked so good on the first match.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Look, I came in here, I
Face
expected to be a fan
as well?
of
No, they aren't. No, they weren't accepted for franchising, I believe.
I'm biased as can be. Big fan of Ethan and Boostio, but I gotta say, Jogamo, this guy was going in, taking incredible opening duels. Wasn't winning them all the time, but getting the space and calm. That man pulled out the Odin and put a smile on my face. I'm looking forward to seeing more of these guys.
Yeah, I'm hoping to maybe we avoid the Odin chatter and not see that. But they looked really
jump over
really
this desk and fight you, my friend.
I'd like to see you try. You're like 4 feet tall. Anyway,
I'm standing up right now.
I was really impressed with how things have come together for this roster. They, alongside Global, who we haven't gotten to see, were 2 of the biggest question marks coming into this year because the rosters have just been so massive. But with this starting 5 that they have, things look really well set.
Anything specific to point out about them? Oh yeah, sure. I have actually a good article here that has like short information for all the teams in this bracket. There's another bracket called Omega bracket, and I'll get you some info for that when the begin
actually
matches
losing
next week.
opening duels overall, being negative.
But yeah,
on
check
them.
out that
This
link
was
there.
interesting though. You know, it was an attempt to use Ethan to get a ton of information, play the TP in a spawn, run it down with the ult. This is kind of what happens though. Sometimes you can just get punched in
Ethan
the face.
really
when you try to
popped
run
off
these
on,
strats, and Kellogg's, even though he got spotted
on this
like,
map,
he had
but
the
so
jump
did
on them,
Kellogg's.
little sneaky start to it.
On defense,
gets
then
spotted,
on
it
attack,
should
it
be
was
the end of the
completely
day,
different.
and he just does this. You know,
No worries,
Ethan does
bud.
kill him in the end, so it works out really well. But you can see the idea where if they hadn't have pushed up on long, this could have been a fantastic round with Ethan completely getting all the information on their setup, coming up behind them and disrupting them completely. You probably would have seen a reverse of a flash that he's been doing a couple of times, right? From the position he's basically in now, he would flash up on long on the defensive side. It would have almost reversed around when he was in his ult. It could have been huge. But again, Kellogg's got a 4K, which kind of disrupted that whole strategy.
You can't ever really quantify that into your strategies. I agree. I think they could have maybe held back a little bit on long and then scouted him out in that position, but it's unfortunately the way it goes. But Kellogg's was playing out of his mind in that first half.
Yeah, I know also when it comes to this tournament, we've seen a lot of new faces, but I want to quickly point out two faces that we already know ahead of Lockie and, of course, Ethan and BCJ. Ethan, after attending some of the international tournaments, pretty much like faded into obscurity, and we knew what BCJ could do. But Seth, these two, they just look so good.
303 KD, ACS, I mean.
It absolutely is, and they kind of talked about it.
We'll see how it goes now.
In their Meet the Team video, saying we know that the other players in the squad don't really have that much experience, especially up on a global stage, and we kind of have to be the ones to guide them through to make them feel comfortable, and they've been able to do just that. We saw a couple of, even individual growing pains, I'd say, for BCJ, moving into this new role, playing the controller, playing with those smokes. We saw him getting caught a couple times moving into those astral forms on that Pearl, but by the midway of that map, he really started to find his footing, started to feel very comfortable in the role, and bleeding over into the next map, it was just as comfy for him.
All right, we deserve this, Mitch. we fully deserve this.
Yeah.
Fair enough, Ethan. You can have this one.
It was a banger tweet. You know, he got up nice and early just to throw this one out there. You know, it is sad to see all the EMEA teams going home, but I imagine he'll be shedding a tear for his NA counterparts, who I think are packing up right about now.
But also, we have good teams in the Omega bracket. I just want to preface that.
Yeah,
like, we still have
they don't mention Fnatic,
some people have said all
Navi.
the bad teams were in this one. I didn't say that, but some people did, and I'd agree.
Oh my God. Okay, thank you very much for that, Mitch. But let's bring it back to this matchup. You know, you guys have heard what we thought about EG's debut, but let's hear from the man himself. This is what Ethan had to say.
Let me see if there's
Clean 2-0.
no, still music on. Yeah, Cypher probably not coming up for these two teams. I don't think they play Cypher. Cypher is gonna be for Omega team though. They play it. Who is supporting this match? Talon. I'm rooting for Talon here. I feel like they are gonna be the underdog, and they're definitely adapting a bit, you know, with Paripa not in, but they have been doing fine so far. Do you think there's a specific reason these guys aren't playing Cypher anymore? There are people who play Cypher this tournament, like they are, but you can clearly see that they are kind of lost on Cypher, in the sense that they don't really have much creativity. It's sort of like, what's a good analogy? Let's say this. You know how to paint. You're Bob Ross. You're right-handed and you know how to paint really well. Now, we tie your right hand behind the back, and maybe not right hand behind the back. Maybe not. No, never mind. You're Bob Ross still. You know how to paint, and now you're gonna start you're basically gonna start making music instead. Something different, still creativity, but you're maybe not music even. Man, that was a bad example. Really bad example. All right, back to Bob Ross. Third time's the charm. You know how to paint, and instead of using your right hand, you try to use your left hand. and you try to do all the things that you normally know how to do, but because of your limitations, you stop going for the more advanced techniques. You go for more simpler strokes or whatever. I don't know if that's a good analogy, but basically what they're doing is they are being very, very basic. And you can see that. You can see that the cameras they place, basic. They serve a purpose. It's like the minimum requirement. It's not bad cameras because it gets information, but they can do so many better cameras. So many more sneaky cameras. Getting so many more early scouts, or basically cameras that you can set up yourself for plays. And also for teammates. The cages they use, it's like they need to step around a corner to send out a cage in front of them. Like if we take here, let's say that they want a cage this area. The ciphers we've seen so far, they step out around the corner and cage instead of bouncing it here so it lands there. They don't do that because they don't know the limitations. They don't know how the cage travels. Well, maybe they do, but they don't know. They don't feel it in the moment. They haven't gotten the comfort or the experience because maybe they haven't played for a while, and rightfully so. Like they probably don't play it in ranked, which is their own fault. But when they don't scrim it because chamber was meta, that's the chamber meta, right? And let's say that you want to place a trapwire. They go for the most basic trapwires. Some of them you can just jump over, and I feel like it's just minimum requirements. Actually, a good analogy, I found it out now. You know games, when they're being developed, they have like the music is off. So when games are being developed, you have the like no textures, nothing, only gray box, and you run around. It's like that.
All right, let's be careful here.
When will you stream ranked again? I'm hoping to do it on Monday.
They could be the boys. The boys. Absolutely. Bad boys, maybe. We'll see.
If anything, I feel like they're good boys. They're not bad boys.
Maybe.
They're good boys. And of course, they're going to be taking the stage now. We are ready. The audience
another thing.
Ready, and it's
if they
time
watch
to get the
any
next
form
match
of TikTok or YouTube video on Cypher setups, doesn't have to be from me even. They basically 2 times, 3 times their quality of Cypher setups. But when next week comes and we see Nats, Sugetsu, Laz, those players play Cypher, it's gonna be night and day. Like if these guys are playing Cypher, it must be because other teams have been scrimming with them and they play Cypher. And I wouldn't be surprised if Alpha bracket teams have scrimmed with Omega bracket teams because they are not in the same bracket. And I really think that's where the Cypher pick is coming from. Blame the coach, not the players, since they are pro teams. I would blame the players too. They have accountability for what they learn and what they do on their own time. Like a lot of these players, they, let's say they play Cypher or something, and then they go home. Well, maybe they're already home, but they play ranked. Let's say they play 3 hours of ranked after scrims or before scrims. But they lock in Phoenix, they lock in Raze, Reyna, they start lurking on Reyna, just mindlessly playing duelists. That's not their role. That's their own fault. It's their own fault for not looking up resources to learn. Not the coaches. Coaches definitely. Coaches also. They share some of that blame too. But at the end of the day, players aren't as professional as they could be. A lot of them are, but not most of them. Or they might be a professional, they might, look up resources, but it's too difficult for them because it's not the type of player they are. And let's say that they just don't know how to learn something in an efficient manner, so it takes time to develop, and they learn by trial and error, like playing. Then it's more the coach's fault, and not as much as the player.
Joy in me from what we've gotten to see from them so far. It's only been one series, and hopefully there's many more to come from either of these squads, depending on how far they can go. But yeah, I'm excited to get into this one and see who walks away victorious.
And also, it's the coach's fault if they don't see that the player isn't capable of playing a certain agent or role, and they are the wrong fit for that role. That's also the coach's fault.
Should be interesting. Oh, I wanted to see a Lotus, I'll be honest, but I understand it.
Both teams took Lotus away, right? So I feel like this is probably the one that I didn't want to see a Lotus. Pearl's gone, but Split is on the table. I want another split.
It's open. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but this does make sense. Okay. This was one of the maps, Pearl being one of the maps that we saw EG take down Heretics on. So seems like Talon not feeling up the stuff.
Ascent, I guess, for Talon.
With Haven open, this has been a bread and butter pick so far.
Oh, Fracture. We might see Fracture.
The majority of our series.
It's interesting given how well Talon played on
Split.
Haven last time.
Nice.
Second map is Split as well, so we're guaranteed to get it. Sure, we're used to seeing this map in the good old days as a decider, but coming out second, we'll take it. It means we get to see it no matter what.
Also, that sign was elite. That sign was incredible.
Numbers 11 and 12.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of leaves... Are we going to go Icebox again? We are. What is it with Icebox being the decider map in this tournament?
It's just something that they like to float. It's been in the pool for a very long time, all the way back in First Strike, so everyone's incredibly well versed on it. Seems like somehow Ascent is...
Should not the team coordinate with the coach, though, if they feel something does not fit right?
Perhaps EG knows something a bit more than we do.
You expect a lot from
I'm not sure about it going all the way to the end of the
there.
but definitely at the start, when you see that Haven, the fact that
like,
Talon played it before, I'm starting to think now they're
if we take Sentinels, the old roster, they were not even interested in working with the coach at all. But if you take a team like EG, they are 100% down to work with the coach.
And I'm just so happy that we're not going to get those like no duelist
And that's a problem when you hire these players.
You know, bring me some duelists.
And basically what culture you build.
On their comp here because they haven't played
and some teams that play Ram, for example C9, I would believe they are pretty player Ram.
On the raise for a moment, but Jogomo is going to be going over to that Jet
and
as well. Yeah, that's a change from Garnets. You know,
it's just how they operate. They copy, they lose to something really hard in scrims, and they don't find a way to beat them. They copy the strat, and then they try to make it their strat, even if they don't, even if they don't fit on that in that strat, so to say.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's going to be a very different playstyle here from the set of Talon. They've already shown this map once. They don't want to be upset. They don't want to be counter.
And usually the coach has kind of the same mentality. Then you know, you all just become a hive mind. And they try to fit a strat for the team as well.
Shake and bake, baby.
Because if you always go against the team, you know, they will just kick you off if it's a player ran team.
Let's talk about my outfits and the match at hand, actually.
That's a good idea.
We'll talk about the match. We'll talk about the match. This one I am looking forward to, Josh. There are plenty of
So in those teams, you gotta play politics as a coach as well. Pretty annoying.
Veteran talent in both of these rosters, surrounded by rookies to the big stage, and also two teams where I would say the expectations for them coming into the tournament, into this event, were quite low as well.
Their side of the bracket is so interesting because I feel like on paper, any of the 4 teams around there could have made a run like this, but it's EG and Talon that find themselves in this position. And you're right, there are so many parallels, and one of those being that both teams are underrated coming into the event, you know? Only 12 fans that Evil Geniuses have.
I expected the Killjoy from both here.
More and more. Let's take a look at the pistol.
Boost has been doing good on the Killjoy.
Strats in this tournament so far.
A very, very prep-heavy team. We'll see what they can pull out now against Talon.
I would keep a lookout for Garnet, by the way, on Talon. And Ethan on EG, if anyone just tuned in.
Garnet's up, draft dash, no one clear in the corner.
Yeah.
And Cornwell immediately capitalizes, but he is taken out, and it's a bit strained, isn't it? This fight is taking place, just trying to duck and weave and dodge inside the smokes, but Spike is rotating pretty quickly.
And that's off the back of Cruz finding another important
Nice,
lurk.
Cruz.
Remember how good this guy was in the opening match when he played on Haven.
Getting space.
His Omen was finding all of these timings. And Cruz has just
Satya,
ushered the rest of his team in to get a plan
Hope I said it correctly. Good night, my dude. And I'll see you later.
But it's now winnable.
What is the chance of split? A Cypher on split? I would say it's like 90% chance.
For the angle though, and anyone can win it. Ends up being EG down to that 2v4. The players really do. Fox needs to watch this angle. Couple of taps, but eventually everybody cleaned up, and
all right,
it is EG who will be taking the pistol round.
Only a couple of shots making the difference. 24 health, 23 health on BCJ and Jorgamo. That was a very tense, close pistol round. And I do want to put a serious highlight here onto Cruz. I wasn't even aware when we were casting their first game that he had started IGLing for the team. Because
I think that the Breach was thinking that it was free in the corner, and nobody in the corner because of the Jet there.
Who's been the team leader. And Cruz has only just taken over recently. That game on Haven where he obliterated the server, he was IGLing for the first time. And now he's made the call for the rest of his team to force up heading into the second.
A lot being put into this
Yeah, they might
round.
as well got plant and a lot of kills. Might as well go for the force.
Play with, and they're not messing around in the slightest. A lot of space being gained right now as they're trying to split up into A. Dash through, Sagana's cutting up a couple of the placements, stuns
Oh,
as well,
nice. The fault line missed
at the back of the
from
site,
Ethan.
and, well, EG just overwhelmed. Can't withstand that kind of pressure.
If that fault line hit,
caught with utility in his
then
hands there.
it's a lot different. Because you don't no longer have Garnet pushing up like that.
That one corner close for them, and Bustio covers again. From the one angle, and
nice
the fight
try.
trying to be taken, Sushi
Man,
Boys
Bustio
not
just
coming
coming
out on
in,
top.
getting free kills.
A rapid response from EG.
All of that
is amazing team
worked
play
to
between
get in
BCJ
there.
and Bustio. I mean,
Deleted.
fantastic. He pushes off the paranoia, that isolates a 1v1, swings back around, and this player
That was a good
default, look, shooting Bustio
blind
in
as
the
well
back.
from
Easy done by
BCJ.
BCJ. So good between the two of them. Excellent fragging too by BCJ
Yeah,
there
I
towards the
didn't
end.
even notice it. Good
And
blind by
that
him.
was a dangerous round.
That's what I'm talking
Highlighting
about
a couple
when I
of
say that
important
EG are
things
playing
too as we
smart.
head into
They are
Nico
playing
for
very,
Talon.
very smart.
Gives us the opportunity to talk about it. You can see Ethan has really high stats.
And not only
Okay,
just
I'm not gonna go through
individually,
each
like
one,
together.
But he's the best performing player at the tournament so
And that's
far.
what they have
Only
to,
played
because
one game,
they are going to
but
be up
really
against
high
some
up there.
monsters
I don't
in Loud,
think
for
he's gonna
example.
be the power
Super
player on
insane
Breach
players like
necessarily.
Icebox.
Okay, he gets an anti-eco, but you remember in that previous round, he gets caught with utility in his hand and run down on the site? I think it's just so much more awkward to have a big fragging performance on Breach. So far, he's played Yoru. He was set up to succeed massively. KO, he was dominant. He looked so good playing mid on Ascent. I think he's going to struggle a little more, and that's going to require other players like Jorgamo or BCJ to really step up here on Haven. Unless Ethan just surprises me and plays out of his mind. But he has played Breach before, and it often looks a little
I think they
weaker of a
scouted
pick
the
for him.
camera,
I
not the
assume,
camera,
though,
but the
that
alarm bot there.
He's just picking it because he's more comfortable than Com right now.
Yeah. Seems that way. Interesting play by Cruz, actually. TP for the sound queue in mid
Nice.
to pull a couple of players towards
Is
B
in.
on the defense side, so it might give them the free plant that Talon are looking for. And indeed it does, so EG now just setting up for a faster retake.
Look at that entry. That retake, I mean. Look at that.
Pretty clean, pretty clinical so far. This Jip Boy's
Oh.
doing a lot of work with that Sheriff.
Dude, that
but
is so
ultimately,
good.
3 players remain. so the
Knife, a
rifle's still
fault
gonna be
line. You can
remaining
see
in
the
hands of them.
yellow just fault line being
And the
loaded
KO
up
pick in
there.
general's an interesting one for
And
Haven.
flash.
You don't often see
Man.
it. Usually you'd expect a double flash or a Sova with the breach.
There's so many things to think about all at once there.
Little underhand flash that he tosses
And
out from
also,
Heaven. It's
like
probably gonna be a
normally
key
people,
reason that they've gone
I don't
for
know
that.
if this
I'm
is
sure they've got some other plays
for
cooked up
everyone
too.
or just
EG have
the average person, but the average
demonstrated-
person,
I was doing a VOD review
you
of them
cannot
this
focus on
morning,
like 8 things
I
at
spotted
once,
7 unique
as far as I
set
understand,
plays in their
like
first
memory-wise.
series across the 2 maps that
That's
they played
just
on
4
Pearl
things
and
all at
Ascent.
once there. Then you have
I'm
the
sure
jet
they've got
dash.
more, but the
Fifth
strat
one,
book
you have to
looks
look at angles. Like
deep
it
for
becomes
Evil
very
Genius.
difficult to multitask that.
Heavy prep time for EG. That's the name of their game. Talon going in this.
So you almost need to prepare beforehand, like who looks where,
Right now, just
who deals
sort
with
of
what
watch these common
information.
angles. They are holding for a deeper push towards up into A lobby.
Is that just through the smoke?
It feels like it. Yeah, the smoke, I think, maybe just getting placed. And that peak timing, but now 2 players going to be evacuating, and they trust Jorgamo to be holding this line of sight angle towards A long.
And this is an area where Foxy's going to have to commit the Trailblazer. Yep, there it goes. Just to clear this out, in case anybody's pushed up onto a deep line.
Yeah, I didn't know where Jet is.
Ethan's gone for a full rotate all the way over to C, anticipating the rest of Talon dropping off. But this knife, does it catch anybody? It does.
1 player to breach. It's a pretty big option available to them, I think, in terms of that info as well, considering Jip Boy's 1 away from his ult. Anywhere the breach is going to be as well, you're going to be thinking that's going to be where the execute happens, but 40 seconds now left into this round. This heavy investment from Talon. They've already lost that one player, Sushi Boys, early on, but see if they can make the most of it. Flash into the back of Draft.
All right, they're in. Boostio dead. That is not good.
Will fall.
And he had his lockdown available.
He died in garage. Outside of garage.
Will it be going down without too many problems? There was an aftershock there, potentially a faster play. There was a flash up close once more. Now
whoa. Watch out, Garnet.
Through that connector, but Talon still coming up on top when it comes to these kills.
So many abilities in the way there.
Does dodge that util for a moment. Now walking his way forwards. There's a flash to try and accompany it. Make sure that he can get into the front of this site, but he is left.
Nobody in sight. Unlucky. Oh, there's one there.
Players might be, and Talon are playing this particularly quite well now, just biding their time, weaving in and out, making sure that there's not an easy fight to take.
They're not sticking that. Save?
Far too low now on 7.5,
Perhaps.
and it looks like the call might be made to just try and save here. Time running out.
Beautiful play by Talon, actually.
Very good, yeah.
They fought for both sides of the connector, and in fact got most of the kills over at C, despite using the Rolling Thunder on the A connector. But to me, it's not necessarily fighting there that was the great play, but as soon as they retreated, they fell back into a completely different setup. They didn't offer any of their players up.
They're gonna keep this Killjoy utility there on B, I think, because Talon doesn't have many ways to destroy them, unless they use Chaos
know what they're going
volley.
for in the post plan. And that's a bit unfortunate for VCJ, isn't it? Getting caught out like that is not how you want to begin this map.
5-man rush on C. Let's go.
Plenty of money in the bank for EG to be able to get this buy together as well, though. So it will be rifles versus rifles once more. And it's a quick play as well. There was a flash and a paranoia, and you can see the fault line on top of it. All the usual utility being used just to try and push their way through.
Bit
and
of
I think
chip
that was,
damage.
again, spam through the smoke, catching onto onto BCJ, I should say. Crew's the one claiming that kill. There was a lockdown. It's a fast approach. I mean, EG looking to try and retake this one very quickly. I believe there's a player detained there in the cubby, but we'll see what more they can really do.
Jitboy's dead,
is
nice.
covering the angle. A kill found, a nice double peek with the rest of them as the aftershock was pushing them out of position, but they still need to try and get this defuse going.
Oh, there's a one-way. Oh, nice.
Difficult for them though, and it sets up Talon again nicely playing that long angle.
Nice one-way.
Another great post plant setup from Talon.
All right, another one like this.
Being able to get into the site.
Because EG are out of money.
Of course they are. Look at their composition. It's got double flashes with the paranoia. It's very difficult to stop this comp from getting into sight. But then for post plants, you have to be very disciplined. And I like the way that they play that. They're forced off site. They triple face to stop the first tap. They've got a one-way smoke. And in both of these situations, the last couple of rounds, BCJ.
And I'm so happy to see Valorant develop through this now, because when we watched, well, when I watched at least Champions or VCT
Boys was ready for that.
Yeah, apparently
2 years ago, or like 1.5 years ago, even 1 year ago.
It definitely does.
None of
it
these
definitely does, but
team plays existed on this consistent,
ready for the updraft play.
on this level of consistency. I mean,
yeah, he was aiming at the sky there, more than ready.
like all teams are doing team plays like this.
And EG are going to throw a bunch of those at you. We haven't seen them play on Haven yet, but just from how they played Pearl
Where's
and Descent,
Killjoy gonna go?
you know that they've got some set strats for eco rounds and the like.
Yeah, you don't need Killjoy on eco, to be fair.
You know, as much as we were talking at the beginning about parallels between them, EG, like you were saying, Josh, you know, very focused on
one in garage.
strategies, making sure that they have set plays as well to try and push them through and win them rounds.
Oh, Boostio found him.
Can take matters into their own hands with a couple of risks, but
I didn't even notice him.
4v4 does claim them one rifle though on this flank, and
But yeah, that's why you need traps.
We're going to have to be quite active holding down this flank. It's a flash to repeat. Boostio was ready for it. Wow.
That
Dodged
looks
the
like
flash.
some
Really
highlight turn.
This could begin to get a bit more dangerous. Cruz TP's across. Never flashes through the box. It is dodged. Smokes are starting to fall now. BCJ
positioning not very good.
Bit of run and gun at play, and everyone falls,
guys.
collapsing to the setup of EG.
Their positioning was just awful there.
After we just praised Talon for
It was good before, but then Killjoy died because she peaked early.
Far too easily. Yeah. There was no good.
I feel like Killjoy should have held maybe not far back.
They got that one pick.
Hard to say.
They
had a Vandal on A-long there.
Right now. Probably someone asking Boostio,
I guess that's where the root to the problem is, because once the Vandal is down...
This push down mid.
Wow, look at that.
No, there is no world he hit that.
You've gotta be kidding me.
Those are some
Disgusting.
There's
I mean, that's
glasses,
honestly,
yes.
that is just a LAN moment. You can only do that on LAN. You can only do that on LAN, man. That's like just a pixel angle.
Wow. That's the shot of the tournament so far.
Talon has still been able to scrap together a bite. Guardian in the hands of
Here we
Guardian,
go,
but
here we go. Oh, yeah, you gotta be careful. He's in the corner, guys.
Smoke. That is a bad smoke, and it's
Nice.
an opening, but coverage was there again.
Thank you.
Jim
I'm
Boy's
doing
the
great.
rookie, just trying
How
to help
about you?
them out. A bit of a silly play, almost just wading into the smoke, and still that
Oh
gap just
no.
really not helping
Oh
them
no.
out in the slightest.
Cruise smoke.
Being able to take
Bit
fight
them in the
after
back.
fight from that one position,
Or in the
still no one to
bottom
clear
end.
them out of it. He is
Not
low
in the
though,
back.
so Cruz returns to fire, but he is the sole player left alive now for Talon.
Nice.
And Jorgamo, good God, man, that is crispy.
Jorgamo and Boostio really looking like they're on fire. But I think it's worth saying, Brent, Cruz and BCJ are similar players in the sense that they've both recently had a swap over to the smokes role.
Yeah.
They were playing
What's my favorite map to play in? I would say right now, probably Lotus.
Level, but after the recent swap over to smokes,
I really like Lotus because it's a new, it's very
some really high highs and
how to say,
some
fast. There's a lot of
basics
action all the time.
where there are gaps in their play.
And
time will just have to,
aside from that,
I think, iron out any sort
probably
of
split.
missteps.
Definitely.
Play where we've seen BCJ maybe getting caught out
Yeah, I think
here or
split.
there, but this is Talon taking a timeout. And
Although
Cruz did get
the
away with
moments I've
murder
played
last
split
time he
in
played this
ranked,
map
it
on
has not
Haven.
been
A lot of his
good
lurks really
because
empower his team to a good
it's been
victory.
a lot of
Catching those timings, but I think
everyone just learning how to
structure of
attack
EG with
split
their
again,
defensive setups, not going to be letting
which
as
means
much get through.
you as Cypher
No, I
have
don't
to
think so.
do a lot of
especially
pushing.
Because EG are going to be more comfortable
Or
leaving
often
A open
retake
for
1v5,
and it's
1v4.
much more difficult to get a dangerous lurk into A. You can get a lurk into A that gives you
Lotus
a
set
plan,
is trash. What you
but
think? I
hard
think
to
it's
get
good.
a lurk into A that gives you a couple of
I
kills
like
and wins
it.
you around, whereas that kind of play through Garage or through B can be deadly. But that's where Boostio's putting his turret. I mean, look where he's got it now.
I don't
His
think
turret
there's
just
anything
covers
bad on
any
Lotus,
kind of walk-through
but that's
on
just
B.
me. You know, it
Anybody
doesn't mean
trying
that
to get
it's
through top Garage.
wrong to feel like
Normally
it's
he's got the alarm
bad.
bot in Garage as well, although this time changing the setup
I
slightly.
just am super happy with Lotus. I really
Talon
like it.
taking that time out, probably to discuss the round
I think it's
9
going to be a
plan
great
rather
map
than
for
this one.
esports as well.
But who
On
knows, maybe
what
someone
map
can
is
hit a
Cypher
Boostio
most
flick
more
pixel shot.
powerful?
I guess not a
Split,
the Boostio
100%
pixel shot.
split.
Yeah,
It's
the reaction
very
time
tight hallways or
Yeah, there's definitely a
areas
reflex
that you
play
walk.
today.
Very good for trap wires. Very good for cages,
Good
cameras.
weaponry for Talon.
Everything in his utility
Slows
kit
down
becomes
the round for
just
them.
super powerful.
Contacting up.
But you can use him, you know, on other maps too. However, split probably
Unaware, and that player
the
might
best
be
one.
Boostio. Pressure's going to be on this guy now. You can see him being swarmed from every single avenue. And finally, the util going to start triggering it. Jorgamo's going to be covering the one angle for him.
Nice.
That was activated, but spam straight down and a lovely smoke to try and separate at least that he could play around. Still the players fall, and the spike will get planted at for Talon now
Is
to play
blind
this post-plant.
coming?
Retaking with you up, never really going to be too ideal, but there's a paranoia now to Rolling Thunder actually off the back of that. Just a small piece of utility being used, and Jit Boys, well, the flash is just immaculate. Catching through, and it's up to
Let's
BCJ.
do this.
From the heaven position, does have the rifle, needs to take a good fight, but just
They were
mistimes
ready.
it.
They were ready
What a
for
round
that.
by Talon.
What's it called?
So
Retake.
many thrifties in this
And
game
went
so
with the
far.
counter ulti.
Talon
Nice.
with another great post plan. And
That's
Jit
a
Boy,
team adapting
I
on the
feel
fly.
like he was not able to have this level of impact the last time we saw him on Haven, but since then, woke up, his fracture performance was huge, his breach play now.
Perfect
farming
timing
the
there.
Rolling Thunder and using it to massive effect in this round. Separating that retake and allowing Foxy to pick people off at will.
Yeah.
That setup from Boostio, though, not a fan of it. And Boostio has gone back over to a different C setup now.
It really does leave him a bit high and dry there. I mean, I think there was a smoke to try and bail him out in that prior round, but matters not.
They also broke his short nano swarm before he could activate it. BCJ holding close with the judge.
Yeah,
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He's paranoid. Not revealed just yet, still
Nice.
waiting into the smoke.
Nice,
I mean,
nice.
Just spamming the common
That
angle,
judge is going to be so dangerous if he's not
Stray bullet
stunned.
lands onto the cranium of BCJ, but that plan down now, these post plants. We'll see what Talon can do in it.
It's fantastic ultimates for Talon. They should be winning this. And if Ethan could have got behind there,
I feel like
maybe
they
he could
will
have been the
save
game
here,
changer
right?
for them.
Maybe not.
I just don't see how this retake is
Oh
going to
no,
work.
they go in. Okay, okay.
Jorgamo as well, retaking with his
But there's gonna be
operator.
a one-way.
The possibility is there with the angle. There is no one-way smoke, obviously.
Actually, no, there's
And
none.
there you go.
Omen is dead.
What?
Switching straight into this one. The aftershock, I think maybe Chipboy's just playing close into the cover here now. An attempt is made, sticking to the fuse, and the flank time by
Nice try.
Sushi Boy's just
Nice try.
slightly off.
Took too much time there. Too indecisive.
Making me eat my own words. When I saw that operator in the hands
Was
of
it
Jorgamo, I
props?
was thinking they
Yeah,
could
you're
have a
just in
difficult
time here.
task ahead of them, but now can play those sight lines straight down the angles, and yeah, EG very disciplined, being able to hold that one down.
I'm also really surprised that Sushi Boys doesn't try to commit an ult to it. He went for a reflank garage and he was way too late. Some kind of miscommunication there in the Talon camp.
It happens.
Oh.
They probably expected the fuse to be a fake.
So far is EG with the edge. Not wasting any time with that one, are they? Look at them. Jorgamo pushing all the way into A lobby, taking all that space at the back of the KO knife, but Talon for a play of their own, pushing all the way forwards, and it's into connector. A bit of a bait and switch.
All
Got
right.
it. Taking up all the space in the connector, but no players to meet him. Won't be able to find any targets. Still, it's going to be that plan, including
All
that from
flankers.
Lockdown as
Watch
well,
out,
to push them
flankers
all the way
behind you.
back. And Talon are now just taking space into the other connector, pushing all the way back into it. And they
BCJ
might
with a
have just
collateral
overextended.
as well.
Overcooking the play just ever so slightly because BCJ, he had
Oh
the angle
no,
watched
they're
for.
getting. Oh, they're getting picked off. They're overcomplicating, yeah.
That counter lockdown that was in play, pushes them out of position. Jip Boys has a lineup for it with the aftershock. Jorgamo not quite getting
Overcomplicating the strats.
watched for, and the defuse will come through.
It happens.
They're definitely cooking. I mean, Talon are definitely cooking on these attack rounds, but BCJ just read the play so well. Talon are very noisy in the way that they take C, and BCJ's positioning is kind of forced.
He had a
but
great
also
angle.
Perfect. He's on the edge of the lockdown.
Here,
because he has to
perfect
be,
angle here
but
to the
then
doorway.
He's dominating this smoke, which is exactly where
He
Talon
missed the
tried
first
to
bullet,
check.
by the way, and accidentally hit Cruz.
Not sure what they're hoping for. They're just running into their own smoke.
A bit unusual.
Strange situation. Knocks Talon down to a weak buy.
2 more rounds left in the half, so
Let's get
one of their two
the last two
opportunities
here.
to see if they can make the half
Need 2 more
a bit more
for Talon.
reasonable. Potential for 7-5, but it'll take quite a bit. Garnet's with the spike in his hands, getting chunked down.
What are you doing, Garnet?
My goodness.
14
Just
HP,
waiting
my
for another
guy.
Swarm. While this was happening, I mean, this is just brave, isn't it, from Jorgamo? Some backup there with a paranoia. What is going on? Just TPing all over the bloody place.
How is Cruz not taking a point of damage?
Still tries to take the fight. It's being watched for.
Is this what happened? This is what happened with DRX. Like they just do weird
Take that
things.
space. It's all over the place. Right now, swinging through with a dash. The knives ready. There's some backup once more. Players taking quite a bit of damage. It's all just down to Fox. Reflank
Nice.
as well. BCJ finds the kill.
Well,
so
EG has this
take
wrapped, I
rounds
feel
once
like.
more. And so EG coming up to quite a commanding lead so far. And one more round to potentially get that 9-3.
Extremely puggy game, though.
Yeah.
I mean, rounds like that, chaotic, happening down C long. In terms of really how Evil Geniuses were dealing with it, with BCJ and Jorgamo, just awkward exchange. And a Rolling Thunder being invested there as well speaks to how much EG are putting respect on Talon and
9-3? I think it's going to be 9-3. I think so.
rounds, and it means that Talon have a massive advantage here when it comes to the ult economy. Big rounds, big ults to get onto the site, big ults to be able to convert. And EG are committing 4 players to an A lobby control play. Very
I mean, they have free
early.
ultis.
On an island.
They could use Breach ulti with Sky ulti. Omen, I mean, they have to with Omen too.
But they don't spot too much.
A lobby
of the
push.
Setup, yeah. Well, the A lobby push, yeah. And that is going to be watched for, I believe, by the alarm bot. So
Yeah, they found the alarm bot. I thought Sushi Boys was going to be waiting for it with Cruz, but they decided to just take the C site instead. However, Sushi Boys has called for
They
reinforcements.
think that someone is on C long. That's the thing. They think someone is there already.
so far away. It's so far away, isn't it? A little bit odd.
Incredibly
Maybe
early.
anticipating that they might be trying to use the ults to try and retake
nice try.
with, but okay. EG, they do take good fights. Eventually, Ethan helping out, swinging through double doors, but
Nice.
not going to be any sort of suppress. And now you see the ults being used. That's the Rolling Thunder by Jitboys to push them away from that spike, but the defuse now coming through, up close and personal. It is so damn scrappy, and it is just being stuck. Nothing to stop it, no sort of spam.
You can't let this happen.
Apparently it's a Red Bull clutch. As we end that final round,
can't let that happen.
9-3 will be the scoreline for EG leading.
What a half! What an absurdly strange half. But while the timeline is up, take a look at those retakes. Talon did a great job getting the plant down every time, but my God, they could not hold on to it.
EG's success in these retakes has just been paramount, hasn't it?
But it was all
What was that? I feel like Talon, they kind of played themselves there a bit. For they looked like they thought someone was on C, and they kind of panicked a bit.
First half of Haven. Let's send it down to the desk to find out more.
Thank you very much, Bren and
Yeah.
Sideshow. Now, we haven't seen EG's Haven just yet, Midge. What did you make of that first half?
Look, it was pretty hard to point out any flaws in that, even coming in up against that second round force buy, and they looked incredible. Not really on their defense, like on their holding and preserving sites, but getting back in there, as Josh and Brent said, was just unbelievable. They were on fire.
Yeah, I was just incredible stuff here from the side of EG, and I mean, shutting
I gotta
down
say, Boostio,
that
he
rocket
was
coming in from
cracked
Talon
on some
was
shots though.
absolutely monstrous. It seemed like they had it completely in their own hands, but it just gets turned around in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, it's always just so fun to watch.
This is
Like,
disgusting.
Right
on the
there.
way back to
Bam.
the fact that they're consistently backing each other up, Boostio and BCJ. We saw it in that very second round, the teamwork, as they're able to trade off every single fight. And then even further into the game, they were just individually popping off when the teamwork faded. These guys, we talked about them boys before.
What?
Well, Boostio and
the hell?
BCJ, them B-boys are here to play. And they really have been drawing my eye throughout this entire first half, just looking unreal. And, well, they got the moves, as we saw.
Yeah. Sure. All right, I'm still kind of reeling from that one.
Zero was up
You're
there.
telling us that there was a graphic coming up. We didn't know what it was going to be, but that was definitely not what I had
You
anticipated.
probably thought there'd be stats
all.
on it or something.
All right, look, for Talon, they need to find their protocols. They need to be able to follow the script. We saw them be able to rally back after the coach called
That's
the
a good
timeout, but then
cosplay.
things slipped
That's
out of their
he
hands
hit
once
it
more.
out
They
of the
need to
park
be able
on
to
that one.
course correct. They cannot just rely on the coach's timeouts to make it happen.
Well, it wouldn't be the first Night 3 curse we have seen. Back to you, Bren and Sideshow, to take us through the second half.
Will be interesting to see if they can do it. And
What
for
team am I
Talon,
rooting for? Talon.
I think the pressure's going to be
I
on
want
the
Talon to
shoulders of
win.
the rookie player Garnet as well, how he matches up in that
But
head-to-head
it's looking
team
like they
versus
have
Jorgamo. So
a
far,
rough
Jorgamo
match ahead of
is
them if they want to win.
really leading his team.
Am I gonna watch the Sentinels match? Yes. I'm gonna try and watch all matches.
Interesting trap plays.
The only reason I
They played
wouldn't
Haven on
is if I am sick or have an injury,
Value in their opening round,
or I'm being held
but
hostage.
nevertheless they showed interesting.
There's not much I
set
can do,
play
you know, if I'm,
ideas.
held hostage.
That stun lands on so many people.
Yeah. Oh, they just want to fight
Not
it.
that
though,
it's
straight
gonna
up. It's a
happen,
scrap
just,
in
you
a
know,
lobby.
just
Swinging
if it
through
does,
into
it's
short.
gonna be difficult to
See if
stream.
the shots can be found. Eventually resetting the aim a little bit there. So.
Oh, he saw the barrel, I think.
Big flank.
He saw him.
Flank already occurring.
Ah, nice
Not
try.
wasting too much time. How is Jitboys getting away with that again and again?
Do
Still
you think we'll
shot.
lock in?
The wider swing still finding
Basically win everything, you mean?
For it. And just trying to contest through the smokes. Talon taking that pistol round.
A
Very
peak
important.
rank, that's
A major
Immortal
pistol
3.
keeps them in the game. If EG had won it, that might have just been over in a flash. But also, there's
winning
another
everything.
big
I
theme
think
that Talon
Loud
showed
might
last time
be
on their defense was that with
either
Cruz playing on the
Loud
C side
or
of the map,
some
look how
other
fast
team.
this flank comes through. If you look at the
Obviously,
the minimap here, these guys are sprinting
other
down
team
C
meaning
and
like
getting
not
behind
any
A
team,
lobby
but
really quickly.
I feel like Loud is
So if
definitely
at
in the
any point
finals.
Talon
They are gonna
realises
be in the
EG are
finals, but the
full
other
A
team I
hitting,
don't really know.
They're going to get wrapped.
I don't know yet.
What
We
are
have to
Talon
see
going
for
for
next
here?
week.
EG with the force buy. Big fight in mid, perhaps?
Because these rosters are all new and they haven't really played anything, so it's kind of difficult to gauge their team culture, gauge who they are as players, and sort of what they will progress
Let's
towards.
get the one right behind. That's good. With the stun as well, just to try and at least help relieve that pressure that's coming out onto the site. But a pop flash play. Waiting their way
Nice.
through. Garnis as well, though. He can use the smokes.
No bullets.
Bit of subterfuge of his own.
All right,
Back
we
and
cleaned that up.
forth. But Talon again just coming out on top. And EG's economy is going to be set back after that one. Moments like that Really, a what can be
Yeah,
a team
Ryan,
like Talon the
if I ever
capability
would
to
get kidnapped,
climb and
then there's a
that
small
comeback, a bit more
TV
of a possibility.
in whatever warehouse
very
I'm in. I'm
But
gonna
I
ask
also
them,
think
could
that
you
force
put
buying
on
in this meta
VCT on the TV?
is still really valid. And especially,
And they're gonna be like,
force
yeah,
buying
sure,
should
sure,
be
bro.
better against teams that are good on a bonus. And I think Talon are the kind of team that are going to cook up some kind of crazy bonus round. So I don't mind it. I don't mind
And then
it.
they
It
ask me,
is going to make
wait,
the game
wait,
a bit
are
more
you
even,
peak?
though. My eyes are
And they
always
realize
drawn to what Talon
they
are
learned
doing in
site
mid here.
setups from me, and then they apologize and let me go,
Chip Boy
and I go
just
back on my
spamming
stream.
this, Boostio down to literally one HP here. But I feel like if they
Literally
don't see any contact in mid, Cruz and Jippo just look so antsy, like they want to push. So that's something to keep an eye on as we head deeper into this second half.
Look how bizarre this is. I mean, they've only got Fox.
Do you know the meaning
Playing
of
up close onto A.
what do you mean?
Not even holding a bit of a one and done or an off angle, just willing to try and take and absorb the fight. Trailblazer to try and get a bit of information. See what he can clear in the corner. Spots the one player, possibly even two.
No, only this event,
Red, I think
Sheffy. Only this.
It's
At least me.
important to, oh man.
Oh, Professor.
It's
No.
important to realize that
It
EG's
was just
composition doesn't have a great tool
about
to
some
retake A lobby at this kind
question.
of time in the round. They don't have a drone from the Sova, no dog from the sky. So how do
What's
they
up, by the way?
re-clear
Hope
A
you're
lobby
doing
in
good.
these kind of moments? That's another question that maybe we'll see the answer to later on down this map.
You could wait for the knife to come back online for Com, but so far the PCJ just trying to fake that presence towards C.
All right, he got no info on A. Well, actually, he knows that they are going back, I think. Nice.
Space gained. Well, warbang angle. Ethan's taken care of. Still 20 seconds.
And he is out with the bot in his hand.
There, Boostio, and the plant will
Bam. Nice.
go down.
This is the way back. This is the way back.
But Talon are just starting to mount.
I
round after
expected
round.
Talon to do better on attack, to be fair, because it is an attack-sided map.
Jipboy already up to that Rolling Thunder. Prime gaming flawless, but I'm looking towards the next round because that's really going to define the economy here for Evil Geniuses.
Oh, I didn't know, Zero. I didn't know.
I'm intrigued to see how Boostio kind of works a lobby for EG.
I am happy to
because
learn
unless you
slang.
take it right at the beginning of the round, I really feel like this comp is going to struggle to get it back late. So you're going to see a massive clash here. Round 16, a bit of a delayed bonus for
It's
Talon.
like Toga says, sometimes I go on a tangent and I just...
4v4 in A lobby.
The fault line should get up,
I
think,
do a
before
good
the
job
knife
of
hits.
picturing a story.
No, well, not quite,
The
but you can see the
ult!
Rolling Thunder. Yep,
They
they want
just
to
come
fight
to me.
this one. Right
Oh,
up close
ho, ho.
into the smokes. The classic right click, a bit of a free gun moment by the way.
Dude, what
Just
is
running and
happening?
gunning, and it is
What is
pure
happening?
chaos.
BCJ
It's pure
shooting at
pandemonium,
walls.
But somehow, EG have come out on top.
What is happening there?
If you want me to break that one down, you're going to have to give me 3 replays.
Man, I love Sideshow's
That was
laugh.
all
I
over
just
the place.
love the laugh so much.
Who knows it all?
He has one of the best laughs.
Down to Sushi Boys and just hoping that he can isolate.
Oh,
one
he
of
is
the
right
fights,
there.
But opens himself. No one really swinging off that one, but damage was done enough that Sushi Boys might second guess himself trying to fight this one, but he does have a lot of money in the bank. I think it's worth just trying to fight this one to take weapons out of the hands of EG.
I mean, he has money. He can fight this.
There's not a large chance of him doing too much,
But the thing
even
is,
knocking
ult
the armor
orbs.
off Boostio or something is actually important. Keeping the economy under check.
Don't find too much though, and a stun to slow him down, making sure that they can retreat out of there. So EG safe and sound, and now that's going to find them on their 10th round here.
All right, he's
Sushi
out.
Boys just gets away. Yeah, the clash in A lobby is massive. It looked to me like Talon just overextended, trying to follow up on the breach ult a little. Ghana got good value
They
over
just
on the
threw
A side
threw
of
themselves
things,
into
but the push and short
a
just not
vortex
quite
here.
working.
It looks like.
There's those replays you're asking for.
Exactly. Well, that's the crucial one actually, because the Rolling Thunder and the Paranoia both missed.
Cruz, he
Talon
tried to do the
super hard committed in
what's
A
called
lobby, but they don't realize
Flex
no one's
Ninja play,
stunned and no one's blind.
Yeah, I feel like you need a smoke at the back
but
of it.
it didn't really work out.
Just wasn't there. It's an open
Also, once
sideline,
again,
open angle.
Kirby.
Well, fast play anyway. EG not messing around, are they? No command popped off. It's going to be that C-split working their way through. Lovely flash to push that angle off Karnitz. It's alive for now, but eventually falls. There is going to be that trade, and right from the side, just into the corner of the site, no one clearing it. Cruz with the slightly deep ajar smoke, I suppose, at the top of C, just gives him that tiny amount of room to work with.
And that one is unfortunate for EG. They decided to go for a C-split off the rip.
and Talon already had 4 players in that area of the map.
Ethan
so
has a
one goes down to the
reach
operator
ulti he's
immediately, and
very
Talon
happy
have
to
already
use.
got all of the reinforcements there to play every angle, every crossfire.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any way that EG were winning that round, but it was a bit of a roll of the dice.
And so far, this map has been a bit bizarre until the way it's been played.
There's still danger in this too.
Yeah.
Round 18 is going to be a force from EG. Chogamo with the knives, Boostio only with Stinger.
Oh, he's about to hit the Sushi Boys.
Done. That's a bit of counter spam. Com almost punished there. The Trace is giving away his position. Jogamo does have a lot of his util to work with, but you are right, Josh. How do they clear this? It looks like a deep smoke to cut off that angle.
Yeah, this one just designed to deny information, make it seem like EG could be crossing short or long. And forces out the Trailblazer. I think they're going to have a decent idea that there could be people trying to get into A.
And this is a dangerous task. Garnet just trying to hold down the one angle. Dodges his teammates' flash that does get them good information.
Nice.
But right as the dash is fading,
yeah,
he makes the most of it. Combo falling, but Jogamo not wasting any time. But
there we go.
In the end.
Wow.
Just on that
We don't even have a chance to set up the breach ulti or anything here.
Well, onto this sniper perch, and my God, rattling
Almost
shot
hits
after
Ethan
shot.
again. He shoots him between the legs there.
Absolutely destructive round from Garnet.
Oh, nice try. Nice try. He got the Garnet.
Claim 2 though in the middle of all of this, so
he'd have to be on for the ace though, Bren.
Yeah, it would be a massive task ahead of him, and there's not much time to work with at all. Being surrounded now by the Talon players who are aware of his position.
There we go. There we go. Nice.
Awesome round by Garnet, but I don't think that EG are doing a great job of pushing him out of position there. They had a fault line. Ethan was saving it for something else. And look, they're just wandering onto that spot, allowing Com to get in. That's not a bad one, honestly. I mean, you know, you're trying to push him out.
Yeah, would.
But he just
I
is
don't
so
know.
confident by that point.
Possibly.
Grabbing those final 2 kills. Talon are straight back into this game.
Oh, yeah.
10-8 the scoreline. They're favored in the next one because EG are dropped down to
No timeout yet.
bad bye. And once more, you see them kind of itching for a fight in mid.
None of the teams have done
Really not shying
timeouts,
away
right?
from it, despite the fact that the money does
Or I
allow
might be
EG
wrong.
to invest into a couple of stingers and
Cruz,
Sheriff.
you do not want Cruz to donate a rifle.
Good God, man, Sushi Boys, and he's been punished.
Oh, that's
was
a
fault line
good
of paranoia.
entry in.
Instant response, instant reaction from EG. Now going to start swarming into this side as well. Boostio, this angle that he's holding, slight off angle.
Could be everything this one.
Yeah.
If Boostio beats Cruz and grabs the Phantom.
Grabs the rifle. Oh, this was going for a really
Cruz,
fast play.
wake up,
The
my
shot's whipping,
dude.
but eventually coming up with the kill and the goods.
The guy
Jumping
spends
down
a
with classic
million
right,
years
BCJ
to hold
is
A
rewarded.
long,
What can
only
Chip Boys
to
do? This
walk
guy
out
has
with
been a bit of a
smoke in his
menace,
hand.
but already isolating these fights. Finding
Into
two other
all
players,
other
but
angles.
Last flash being used now. Time ticking down, one away from the fault line, almost online for him. Not quite going down just yet.
Ah, nice try.
Didn't
Come
anticipate
on,
the position of
Talon.
BCJ.
This has got to be the most thrifties that we've had in a map so
It's
far.
ridiculous.
It feels like there's always an opportunity for one of the teams to overwhelm a lone player on site. And I feel like that's what
Even
it's
they
coming down
spent
to
a
most
ton
the
of time
The
here.
defending
This is
teams
such a
just
popular spot.
Not really respecting the fact that
Man.
the attackers can bunch up and bowl someone over. Cruz definitely could have been a bit smarter with the way that he played that too, anticipating somebody to be watching for the flag. He ran into the alarm bot, Brett.
No
I
of
mean,
his stunts.
Cruz ran
No.
into the alarm bot and then didn't pay any attention to where Boostio would be. Garnet has immediately found a kill with the operator too, just peeking.
I mean, there's just no slowing down, is there? Feels like round after round, and that was BCJ TPing into spawn. He's been dealt with, Shorty up close, has to reload that one, Garnet. He's breaking ankles out here, man.
Oh man,
He's got
God.
the kill anyway.
What was
What are
that?
we witnessing?
This is amazing. Oh my God. Wow, everything in that round, from BCJ teleporting into spawn to the double shorty kill from Garnet. It's a great opener. Garnet's clearly very talented.
Look
with
at
the
this.
ult, but so many of these
He
rounds are
outplayed him
getting
so
silly
hard.
with it, aren't they? I feel the same way, Ethan. I feel the same way. This must be a wild match to play. Can you imagine yourself being sat there on the stage playing probably the biggest game of your career, unless you're somebody like Ethan or BCJ that have been in these positions before, the more experienced players, a lot of these guys out on stage right now have never been in a spot like this, playing to get deep into a tournament or going straight home, and it's wild.
I think it's manifesting before our eyes, I'm not going to lie. You're seeing EG taking this time out. I wouldn't be surprised right now if the comms are very much, guys, slow this one down. You can see Potter is popping off right now because it feels like EG, they lose a player, but they don't cancel the hit. They just want to go fast off of it, and they want to, you know, try and make up for some of the mistakes prior, but a little bit too hot-blooded, I feel like, in terms of the play so far from EG, not willing to slow down that pace.
And I think that that would be really beneficial against Talon too, because Talon want to get aggressive. If you give them...
I would say some of the decisions Talon have done are pretty major mistakes. Like when they fought in a main there once,
one of these clashes,
and it was super scrappy.
So good for the early op kill.
But yeah, you're right. It's mainly small mistakes, individual mistakes, I guess, is the right way to put it. Because Cruz, for example, not checking an angle, that's pretty big actually.
Smoke to drop it off, and still he doesn't want to give up the angle, but does manage to at least escape with his life. There was a paranoia sent down to push off that angle.
4 defenders on A.
Yeah, this is a massive over-rotation, isn't it?
Boostio's kind of got the rest of the map in terms of utility. Sorry, Sushi Boys has kind of got the rest of the map in terms of information. And to be honest, BCJ hasn't really been that active on the lurk role, so I don't think they're too worried about it. And look at that.
TP across
great information for Cruz.
Yeah, he's going to be saying, okay, there's no players over on that particular section of the map. Guys, it's probably leaning towards this A hit. Boostio does have the lockdown to try and get them into position.
Double face.
He wanted to use it. Oh my goodness. And still the fight continues. Not willing to give them an inch. Still EG, both players cutting across the
Talon are coming back, Thunderbird.
Again, it's going to require a miracle.
But they're still
25 seconds remaining.
Messing up sometimes.
Available to him, still just about
Just
narrowly
small mistakes
that
though,
one
individually.
God, it's the jump peak. Does he spot it up close? He does. Good discipline from them and backing away.
Oh,
Time
BCJ
running low.
pushing up on A though.
The call is made just to save the rifle. BCJ does have enough to spend into the next one. Gonna aim to do some damage.
Oh,
but I feel
Fox
like
got him, nice.
saving in that scenario.
Yeah, the money's gonna definitely be getting tight here. Talon's defensive rotations looking gorgeous. Reading EG completely there. And it was slow. I mean, coming out of the back of the EG timeout, after whatever Potter said, they absolutely slowed the pace. But the big problem is they never created a threat elsewhere on the map.
No, there was never a tell that they could have been going C or B or anywhere else.
Just one piece of utility, and again, actually,
All right, one more round to even it out.
For misdirection.
Yeah.
And instead, this EG comp is playing very face up.
So Talon not getting punished for that over rotation. It's a bit different though, so trying to take control subtly.
Oh, he is owned. Nice stun, very nice.
There really just wasn't too much else off the back of that one, but still BCJ falling
Jit
now.
Boys.
And that's all
setting
the
up a
info.
great
They know exactly where
kill there.
these players are. They've got to be garage and B.
Yeah, it's going to make it really, really difficult. In fact, all the space was taken up by Talon. They're holding this long angle. Jorgamo. Oh, he was watching
There we go.
The
There we go.
play. Still the double face, the double swing. Util now being used forward.
But did nobody pick Cypher? Is it better here? No, you can use Cypher pretty good here.
Completely unaware that there could be
I
another
think
player.
they're just
not
comfortable on Cypher.
Again, Ethan just trying to make a risky play, trying to swing into the spawn, but that was
Killjoy
a
is
full
way
investment
easier than
by
Cypher.
EG, really. Buying up into
Super
that
easy
round to just
compared to Cypher.
try and get over that hurdle, try and get past that 11th round that they've got, but all it's resulted in now is an even scoreline.
And while it might feel like similar tales to the first half with the defending team dominating the score, I actually feel that the way we're getting to this spot is very different. Talon were having big executes to get in on the site, but then failing the post plans. For EG, they're having difficulty even getting onto the plant. They're losing players 2, sometimes 3 before they even get the plant down. In that situation, they don't control C long. It's awkward for EG from the beginning of the round to the
I
end.
think BCJ, for example, he expected to fool the enemies and they say that, oh, well, make them think that
this second EG timeout. I mean, Potter's popping off again.
He's going to A long, for example.
We're just not seeing enough layers for the EG plan on their attack side, at least to give them enough backup plans in case one section goes wrong.
And this was my concern with EG after watching their first series, actually, is that the set plays looked beautiful, but that on-the-fly calling, the mid-rounding, the overall IGLing coming out from Boostio,
I can play Killjoy. Is that bad? No,
it was still a very new team that hadn't quite figured out the layers that you need to be able to get deep in a tournament.
But if you do want to play Killjoy and learn her, the way you do it is you just place your turret so it covers one direction, and then your alarm bot as well somewhere, and you basically just peek off, or well, you peek around your corner, whatever, when the turret makes the sound. You basically use it as a alerter.
Yep. This is for the map.
Such an important round. How does this begin?
No utility used for EG towards A lobby. No. So Talon immediately rotate off A.
Can we get some lip reading? That's actually something I used to do when I was coaching in Overwatch.
I mean, Garnus has got that operator as
because sometimes they would show the cameras on coaches when they talk, and I would actually lip read to figure out exactly what they're saying, so that I could figure out the pattern in how they coach and how they develop teams, because we would face each other week after week or months.
Just looking all over the place. Util being used one after the
so
other.
seeing developments like that would actually be very helpful.
High ground angle, it's all going to be down to Boostio.
But here,
they need a miracle right now. There's 55 seconds, a lot of
I
time
don't
to
think
play
it's
within
necessary.
this round, but it's going to be almost impossible to isolate just
you like Overwatch or Valorant better? 100% Valorant. 100% Valorant.
Boostio almost falling from that, down to 66 health. The reposition looks his way across, flash over the top, and he just
nice
can't
try.
quite catch the angle.
What games were I coach for? Only Overwatch.
12 rounds for Talon. What a comeback. Unbelievable scenes.
I coached XQC, if you know that streamer.
Enormous favorites in the final round. They know exactly where EG are going.
Yeah.
EG's game plan there was to create some level of diversion in Garage and try and get a free plant down for Jorgamo. He gets his knives online, dashes away. You know, you can see the play, but Talon
one more round.
Completely and utterly.
One more round. Let's go.
And got to give credit to Cruz too. This is his first couple of matches IGLing on the big stage. And he's got such a great read on EG.
How many languages can I speak? I can speak 3 fluently. Swedish, Romanian, and English. And then a bit of other languages as well, just tiny bits here and there.
While all this is happening, EG have managed to take a lot of control up towards A long. Is there anything to try and stop
nice
them
try.
in their tracks?
Nice try, Fox.
Through the box. That actually is a team flash. I mean,
Don't let them get this. Nice.
relieve that pressure, but no one has cleared this corner.
Melee range with the operator. Nice, Garnet.
What a shot by Garnet.
He's back in!
And he's back in. He just wants to take the fight to
What is this, Garnet?
The lockdown.
He's everywhere.
He will be detained in the end. And locked down out of position. He is taken out. TP forwards. It is so scrappy.
Oh, my mum is from Romania. That's why I know it.
Defenders lockdown. This is going to give them a lot of space to work with. Talon. They can take their time with this one. BCJ, this is such a risky play.
I want to watch their game right now, Thunderbird. Hope you don't mind.
It gets out just in time.
Backs away, but this post plant needs
there
to
we
be
go.
perfect,
Nice.
And he's just trying to get on the line. It's all down to Ethan. The stun. It rocks the line, a side angle, still half on the defuse, and tries to go for the wider swing, but it is found.
They came back. 9-3.
13-11 will be the
It looked really bad on attack, but defense, they come back.
Beautiful comeback from the Pacific team. And it's looking like the alpha bracket might be America's on one side, Pacific on the other. Still more of this series to go, and the teams separated by
Is that smelling salts I see?
But my word, the team side Pacific on the other.
What is this here? Is this smelling salts? Is it like putting it right up to the nose?
Amazing on the defense side, even though he couldn't get much done on attack.
He went to a local pharmacy in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, and he says, "Fam, hook me up."
Game plan on future maps, because their attacks like
And
calling
the pharmacists, they don't even speak English. They don't even know what he said. But they just nodded with a serious look, went down under the counter, brought up this jar,
if you look at the way that
and say,
Talon played the defense side,
only
C was very open in a lot of
emergency.
these situations. They were heavy stacking towards B and towards A.
He got the strong stuff there.
There wasn't any nuance.
Yeah, no one from EG decides to figure that out and go and explore. I guess would be BCJ in those kind of spots, or maybe even Boostio.
Yeah, definitely a struggle for EG when we reach that second half, and Talon completing an amazing comeback. The fashion that they did, you just sort of, I mean, these guys were shining from moment to moment.
It's
some good rounds here.
I mean, who would have thought that this
Very
team,
scrappy though, in general.
not being able to play with Padify because of wrist surgery, after losing their superstar smokes player Scary in the off-season. Wow, look at
Ethan
that
out there,
frustration from
breaking the headsets.
That as well, though. I mean, heading into this tournament with rookie players on the roster, having to split their practice time because of Padapan as well, not being able to play.
Yeah.
I mean, everything was looking against them, but here they are. I mean, listen,
Cinderella run.
Man, it is that Cinderella run.
All they have to do now is actually activate that killer instinct and close things out, because EG are still a dangerous team.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for map number 1, but of course, even more of the series yet to come. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Yeah, this match delivering too. So I expected Talon to play completely different, but I'm glad they won it. I'm glad they won it at the end of the day. You guys still feel that EG is gonna take it, or do you feel that Talon might have it now? What team did I coach in Overwatch? I coached quite a few, so let me. I'll just send you my Wikipedia. All of them are listed there. Do another vote? Sure, we can do another vote. Wait, who will win the match? EG, Talon. There you go. And next map that's split also selected by Talon. So I wonder what they are cooking for Talon. For split. I don't think they have any Cypher player. They don't strike me as a Cypher team. We could see that they played very all over the place, W Gaming. But they can bring it out here. Although I think we'll see Killjoy. Probably Raze. Jet. Maybe not Raze. I think someone is going to just camp with shotguns on B tower though. What are my views from on Def from Sentinels? I think he's pretty good. I haven't seen. I mean, it depends on what they play like now. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Ludwig versus Ludwig X Tarek Invitational. I'm not sure about that one. I didn't watch it. I didn't have enough time there. I mean, he's a very good player in general. He's very smart as well. We'll have to see. I think he's definitely gonna do justice on Cypher. Do justice for Cypher, or whatever you say. You know, he's at least gonna show good stuff, I feel like. Rank Sentinels agents from best to worst? I don't think it's that simple. Because I can assure you that before the tournament, people would say, well, Phoenix is really bad right now. He's D tier. And then Zelsis comes and cleans house on I don't know why I keep saying clean house, but he does great on Phoenix. And then people are gonna make a tier list and say, well, Phoenix is A tier right now. It's always just based on feelings, those tier lists.
5 seconds at the start of this. Your 5 seconds here are gone again, okay?
Right, that's fair.
Cutting you off.
But if you do it like analysis, you realize, man, agents are not
after that first half, listen, I do not
always the right choice. Like they have specific scenarios.
3 of those rounds look that abysmal in half one, and then come out of the game thinking that they could go all the way. This was unbelievable second half play from Talon from every aspect, not just individually, but even, and Sideshow touched on it a bunch during the game. The calling from Cruz was unbelievable, and they were dealing it up against some players like Ethan, who was having a very good first half. I mean, he had some incredible plays. No more than what we just saw here, countering the Rolling Thunder with a flash in, slowing them down.
This was so scrappy.
Kills. It was a great early attack by Talon that got squashed. But look, after that first half, they just couldn't make a mistake.
Yeah. It was a really risky play, but it is the breach off at the end of the day here that we wanted to highlight because Jit Boys just went off. We saw him playing incredibly well on Fracture. We saw him supporting his team in that first series, but he wasn't near the top of the standings. In fact, he was down at the bottom. And it was like, okay, new player, that's excusable. Today, he is fragging out of control, dropping 176 average damage per round, and inevitably overtaking Ethan statistically by the end of that map. The run back here from Talon was absolutely immaculate. Went back and saw it after we came out of that halftime, and I did kind of realize they started off with the defending side when they played against MIBR on Haven, and there they were able to put up an 8-4 score line. So it seems like defending side for them on that map is just pure ecstasy.
Yeah, and I got to give you complete credit for that, Seth, because literally the second we tossed back in a game, he turned and went, oh, I should have said the defensive 8-4 thing. Yeah, and you were spot on, man. I mean, what a turnaround, honestly. And this is probably the one time I'm going to say it wasn't even your Pacific bias. You saw the stats, saw the numbers, and I loved it. And one other thing I had was Garnets. This guy for me coming in, I'm thinking, and I mentioned it, if he was playing the Rays, somewhere that I don't know if he'll match up on a duelist level against EG. Players like Ethan looking unbelievable right now as well. There's just so much to worry about. And yet, you know, he delivered again and again, and that's again the second half. Come on. Yeah. How was he able to do that?
I'm glad you brought up Garnet because let's take a look at this Verizon high-speed moment. I just hope that, like, Ethan is doing okay. His wrist is all good because if that was me, Achilles, my entire body would have been broken from having to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, from the outset, the flash
Dude,
comes
that's
in,
such an
Garnet
annoying
has limited
peak.
vision, still manages to get that off shot, and immediately
Oh, and this here, this was so funny.
Reload on the shorty, and then boldly decides, he says, you know what, I can't dash back out. I can't get through that garage connector on his C from this angle that I'm playing. So he has to jump into the corner and go closer towards Ethan. It's played to
I have made that before, Mark. I've made before.
Like a headless chicken trying to figure out where the hell he is.
Right now, I don't really
face says it all, doesn't it? His reaction
have enough
was
time
the
to do
same
it.
reaction that everyone in the stadium,
It just takes too
everyone
much time.
watching at home, we all felt the same
And also
way.
make it
How has
produce
this
well,
guy
I mean.
gotten away with it? And he was doing it a lot.
He did it more than once.
6-0 in opening duels. This guy came in and he said, oh, you don't know if I'll match up against them? No. They're barely going to make it onto the server when he's around. Unreal performance from him.
The fact that he managed to do that more than once, like the techers.
I will probably do more analysis videos in the future, though. The reason I haven't done as many now is because I know a lot of my viewers before, at least, didn't really watch much esports. And then, you know, they more and more they started watching, as well as with me doing more watch parties.
I don't think so.
So last year I tried to do as many watch parties as possible, and same now.
Well, kind of getting stressed in a way that we hadn't
Because
seen
if I do those videos, a lot of time going into them, but there will be a very little return on them, so to say. So it's just not viable to do analysis videos.
Unfortunately, helped too much here for EG.
At least not on the same quality level as I want to put them out on.
Still win those rounds, and hell, we saw it in the first half again. Like, those retakes were unreal. They were down, and they were constantly able to fight right back into the round, but the pace change was crazy. I'm glad to see Ethan warming up with the pistol there as well, because as Sideshow said, you know, this is it was the quote, the most thrifties I think we've seen so far in any game.
Yeah.
And I'm with you, man. That, especially in regulation, there were just pistol wins.
I haven't found the
Yeah,
bird,
he
no.
looks good in the aim lab shoot around as well, of course, as we move on to Split Talon's map pick. We've only seen Split once so far in this tournament, but my god, I am so excited to see Garnet on this map.
Yeah, we can only expect that he's going to be bringing out the race. We thought we were going to see that from him again.
Valorant content is on highlights matter right now. It's not that it's on highlights matter or
Otherwise we
anything,
would
it's
not have
just
gotten
that
high-speed moment from him.
it
But
takes a lot
going
of
back into Split, it
effort
still seems like
and
Raze is an El Clasico
time
pick for this map.
to
So
make
expect to
high
see him go
quality
back over that, which he looked
analytical content
absolutely
that is easy
stellar
to
on
digest.
in their first series versus MIBR. He was going
And
toe-to-toe with
when
Heat,
you're
who was still
working
in his own right,
alone,
putting up some solid numbers, but at the end of the day, it was Garnet who
it
walked away
means
as
like
the better
several
Raze.
days of
So I'm
production
expecting that
is just
again
going to go
here
to
from
making
them
one
today.
video. And let's say that that video underperforms and gets 40% of the viewership you normally get. That is not worth.
On point throughout it, and a big reason that they were able to so
And if you compare to other channels that started with analytical content, like Loafer, for example, he built, you know, around that.
Is a different ball game to what we
Obviously,
see
for
over
him,
on Heat,
it does
there's a lot
better.
less
But the
space.
same thing there. Like, if he wants to do highlight
Often
content,
you're gonna have players waiting for you
not
all
as good.
across the map. He's going to be
Right?
crucial, and so is the agent.
So
Well, we're heading
it's
to the
just
prime
a matter of time
and
to
of
build
course,
up the
EG,
audience.
They picked to start on defense.
And that's what I want to do
since
here as
Talon,
well.
had the choice of picking the map, and it looked from
Boosty on
the hovers, it's
Cypher,
looking
huh.
like maybe we're getting a jet here.
Would you
out
do
of
VOD
Garnet,
reviews?
but
I will do VOD reviews when the replay system comes. Before that, I won't really. He baited us with Killjoy.
Double controller as well. You know,
Well, with
Sushi Boys and
Cypher Man.
Crew's going to be bringing a lot
Unlucky.
to this Talon side. It was something that we mentioned briefly. Which is that
No, I
EG,
edit myself
they
on the
lost
bud.
BCJ quite a bit in some opening duels. They were out of smokes in a bunch of their attacking rounds, but this time around, you look at Talon, even if you take that one smoker down, they're still going to have a pretty strong one on the other side. Viper's Pits on this map as well. So
Just too expensive to have an editor right now.
That double controller versus the double initiator here. They've got that breach. We'll have to see if it's going to be good enough, though, for EG, because they need the rally back. They need to take this all the way to Icebox if
Cypher.
they want to stay in the tournament.
Nope,
yeah, of course, and it does feel like a bit of a Cinderella
But if I could
run.
afford an
I feel
editor,
it in the
I would.
air, you guys, of
I
course.
would.
If EG lose here,
Like, I
they're
could
going
get
home,
a
but
cheap
it doesn't
editor,
feel
but
like one of those eliminations.
it's
I mean,
unfortunately
it will be sad for you,
easier
Mitch,
and
but
faster
it
to
is
edit
a little
myself.
bit too early for me to say that. Let's go into Split first with Bren and Sideshow and
So,
see what both of these teams can do.
That's why I go for it. Like, yeah, some editors
Yinzu keeps calling it a Cinderella run, but this match
are
so
difficult to
far feels
find
me
too.
like two
Like, it's
Cinderellas
also a
fist
matter of
fighting in
finding
front
them.
of the ball. Like, brutalizing each other to try and get into the pumpkin.
Did he use Euro? Not
it
yet.
has been a
Not yet.
scrappy
We'll
affair
see if
thus
they
far, and I'm interested
go
to
and
see
use it on
how this map
Icebox
plays
because
out. I have no
map
idea
1 and
what to
2, no
expect.
Euro.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Split though on the big screen again. You know, back on the big stage, played again once more in pro play because this map has delivered in the past. We'll see if it delivers again in this
Yeah,
series
Mark,
here,
a lot of
honestly, you're seeing potentially
emails
as well
I've gotten for
continuation
editors,
storylines that
from
we're
editors,
seeing
it's
last
usually
time
like
from Talon as well. The
they are not
rookies
viewers
on
of the
this
content,
team, the former, you know,
and
J-Boys Garnet really
they have made
finding their
like
footing.
a portfolio or
Yeah,
something,
previous series against MIBR,
and they say,
really
well, I
making sure
believe I
that
could
they
improve your
settled
content
their
and so
team
on,
for that win,
and then
in
it's
previous maps
also
that we've just witnessed against
completely
EG as well,
different
that's
content
still
that they
been the
show.
case.
Like, they have
Garnet
done
was 6
completely
and
different
0 with
things.
first kills. That's
And
wild.
I'm like,
That is an unbelievable performance, but
well,
pistol round underway.
it looks
Talon not
good,
wasting
but it's
time.
not what I do.
Already just moving straight down mid. There was no one to really meet them. No portion of utility. It's going to be a flash to just try and get this into a heaven. A little bit of control
Everyone
here.
is there.
Pull to swap, stop them. A lot of players vulnerable up, but a nade eventually
Yeah,
pushes
Vibe,
them
I'm
off
glad
the
I'm
angle.
glad you feel
Pop's
that.
gonna be
It's not
retreating to try
only
and
to
help
build,
out
you know,
BCJ. They've got
a
no
viewership and so on.
players
It's
here. The pop flash is
it's many
just
things to
immaculate. 3 players fully blind, and of course BCJ.
I really
there
like
to
watching these
capitalize.
matches myself. That's why I watch them as
Showcase
well.
the skills from him,
And
claiming the
having
third
a
kill,
company is
still
always fun.
weaving his way around that pillar, making sure he buys time for the rest of the squad to get the rotation in.
And this EG roster, I mean, I think BCJ is going to be so comfortable in that role where
We
he's
hope
using
for
utility
at
people
least
on the other
4
side of the
rounds
map and
on
site
attack
anchoring
for Talon.
heavily on the opposite side to Boostio. And the gameplay
4
there
rounds would be amazing.
BCJ and Com is delightful to shut this down.
Not amazing, but good at least. Amazing would be actually 13-0, but
Going into the second round, no force
those odds
fight.
are gone.
So already we're going to start to see a little normalcy perhaps in this game.
1-1, how right now. No, it's map 2, so it's 1-0 to Talon. It was very scrappy after that match.
Having said that, the turret is also good here.
If you could, would you collab with creators like Mr. Lowlander? I haven't watched enough of Mr. Lowlander, so I don't really know what content he makes, but what they make. But sure, I'm up for collaborations, for sure.
Even though you are behind the box there. Potentially vulnerable to a bit of spam, obviously maybe not with the classics, but he does get out alive.
And a big pivot from Talon. Perhaps trying to make Fox
full rotation to A, and they know it.
Fox is even coming with them. Yeah. Only classics on board here, though, so it should be still fairly simple. For BCJ, I think his job should be to try and even deny a plant from coming through.
You watch other Cypher players? Not content creators, anything. I just don't watch much Valorant if I don't stream, unless it's pro matches, because I get kinda burned out on Valorant otherwise.
Money to work with in the next round.
So in order to just have a healthy mindset myself about Valorant, I am limited a bit.
Fox, the last player standing, so quite simple.
Well done by EG, yeah. Expected as well, because it's the buy round. Do you know PF Ramon? I do. I do.
Looks fairly good for it on the
He's a
defensive
cool guy.
side. Yeah. You can pull off the turret. You've got flashes that you can bust into an area with. Some kind of stun and a fault line.
Thunderbird, I could just make tips myself, you know.
I'd like to see them set up for something like that in this
it's
round. Weaker weaponry,
I can just make those videos myself, so yeah. I don't really have a reason to collab if it's only for that.
It looks like they're loading ult points onto Cruz.
Is it gonna be like previous game? I don't think so. Split is very famous for being hard to, well, notorious is the right word, to be difficult on attack. So it's expected of Talon to not do well on attack here. But if you get 4 rounds, you can reset your economy if you do really bad on the defense, 1 round or 2. And then start swinging back with good positioning, good angles when you buy.
If this is a B split, the Killjoy utility in B Heaven is deadly. Off the back of a fault line from Ethan, if you were stunned up going through those nanoswarms and hit the alarm bot, you'd be dead. But their gamble is in the wrong place, because this looks like Talon want to send everybody through B main. That in itself, often inadvisable.
Yeah, this is a little bit unusual for Split.
Doing good, my dude. How about you?
Nuance in the play, but maybe not when Garnis is just leaping forwards in the bounds with a double satchel.
Yeah, it's what I just said, Thunderbird.
Will clean him up, so the trade is there. Ethan holding an anti-flash position.
It's the map layout that does
what was
it.
he waiting for? There's the reflash play
Gombi,
coming through.
I'm glad you do.
I'm glad you do. Kills with their rifles, but it's down to that 2v2.
A nice to have here, by the way.
I think EG have done a great job at making this down into a 2v2. BCJ with not that much to work with. Has Com been red on the flank?
Nice.
Yep, angles found.
BCJ in spawn, and he's about to find you.
Sublime. It's all down to BCJ. Does have the Bulldog. Finds a shot as well. Might be able to make something happen, but not quite.
It's a decent bonus, though, overall by EG. Yeah. Having said that, Talon
Also, I just noticed there's no Sentinel on Talon.
Is surprising, but look how much space Garnet gets for his team. I mean, you can
Is that because they don't really like playing Sentinels?
Finds the entry.
It's one of the downsides of running the Killjoy, honestly, compared to the.
I mean, Sushi Boy played
an alternative as well. Is that
Killjoy. I guess it's just a strategy with Astra. King Davis, how you doing, my dude? Welcome back, welcome back.
It is a scruffy buy from EG here. They bought up a little too much on their bonus round. BCJ in particular, having to buy all of that utility with only a Stinger now.
Oh, nice try. He was looking for the head there.
Has a rifle in his hand, so
yeah, dodgy timing though. That was really risky. Him just walking up the ropes at that point.
A little bit all over the place, but it does feel like right now the Talon game plan on attack side maybe to leave Fox in those advanced positions. The rest of the team now grouping up towards the choke point. Bucio, a couple of shots being landed there as he's just trying to make sure that they can't quite get in unscathed, but already that
it does just tiny damage there.
Side under their control, be able to get that plant.
It's like tickling them.
The plants to Cruz, right? So
but very lightly.
Getting the Viper roll and the Null Command up at roughly the same time. Cruz is so far away. I assume he has some lineups because there's a Viper orb on the plant and he's got his snake bites.
Playing for that
Oh,
one,
Sushi
Sushi
Boys.
Boys.
He's
Well, okay,
playing with
pushed
fire.
him out of position, still gets a kill though. The fight taking place around the pillar. Garnett's
Line up,
swapped the
Larry.
weaponry, and
He's
now
in
it
the
is that
lobby.
time pressure being applied. A nade
Nice.
close. All Garnet has to do is survive, and he's making it so much more difficult for them. They know that the lineups are being played.
Uh-oh.
It's a reflank. Com pushes him off the angle, so he can't fire the second snake bite. A tap onto the fuse, but he's just fired it off into the air. And will there be enough time?
No time.
Sticking it. Ethan gets on it, and the molly, well, it misses.
The molly missed.
It goes wide. Ethan just about gets it.
What?
0.12 on the clock.
The most important molly miss.
That was Com. That was Com's pressure on the flank, pushing him off the angle.
Oh, man.
Absolutely.
Unlucky.
Great play by
Line
Com.
up, Larry got
Identified
owned.
that was happening. But my word, literally 1 HP. If that molly lands, that's the round. Just comes down to the finest of margins. But that's going to be such useful information. That's going to be great info for when these A post plants happen later. But oh my word, Garnet did such a good job over there.
Yeah.
Where did this one end up going?
Oh, that went way too far. Way too far.
Splattered on the pavement.
And that was just him panicked, I think, a little bit as well, because of that pressure that Com understood to fight that.
He aimed too far down, right?
The fact that EG understand, they have that info now that the post plants are being played for those A plants.
I think that's going to influence how aggressively they play the retake.
Yeah.
Completely.
I agree. There's not too many layers now to this Talon approach, obviously. Only working with the pistols, so Turret spots that contact. Lucio holding close behind Flowers.
I did Zero. That's the.
See the util being used, including Garnet's nade.
He's like the
Com
YouTube something for
from
G.
on high, on heaven, a bit of a reflash
Nice
as well,
Com.
re-peek right down to it. 4 bullets left.
There we
Hit
go.
wants to go
Ace.
for it. There's the ace.
Clean him up.
There we go.
Knock him
There we
down.
go.
That's another eco round.
Yeah.
Com's got his ult online though, and this next round is going to be a massive one. Everybody is loaded with ultimates, and on split, you end up playing agents that have huge ult value. I mean, no command across the board, raise ult entries on both sides. A Viper post plant. There is no way of knowing what's going to happen in round 6 because there's just 100 different ways that you could create strategies around these ults.
Garnet is in.
A ramp pressure though, early on from
And he's
Garnet.
angry.
And is that the null
But he calmed down. And now he goes
No,
back.
just
Okay.
a knife. Okay.
Clear now through that wall, so there's a stun on top of it.
Com's going to be under a lot
Oh
of
no.
pressure.
Oh
My
no.
goodness, and the time
They
to be
both
taken.
beat.
I mean, you've got to be aware that mid wasn't free there, but apparently
Jit
not.
Boys. Jit Boys is dead.
An aftershock, I think, potentially knocking
1
Boys
HP.
Literally 1
round,
HP. Literally 1
Garnet
HP.
Surviving with that showstopper. Jit Boy's going to be rezzed up in the middle of all of this action, all of this chaos.
Nice.
BTJ had to try and anchor it down there just around the corner, wasn't able to survive.
I don't think Chogamo's going to commit his ultimate to this, even though they will be able to get him a kill or possibly 2.
The damage has been done. The players quite weak on the side of Talon. I think EG are just trying to see if they can spam, maybe be rewarded.
2v5. I think you don't want to do it, but fine. All right.
You actually might be able to commit to this with the ult, but the time is going to be so badly against you.
Too little time
I
now.
think the
Yeah.
safest option is to save, and that's what EG go for.
Yeah. Potential was there for them. I think they potentially had enough money if they really wanted to fully invest into this round and take the fight, but no, the percentage play from them.
All right.
So
2 more rounds
Talon
after
do
this.
claim another
And
round
then
here. Second one on the board for them.
you got
If you
something
look
to
at the
work with.
economy, EG are going to be able to buy again. VCJ with a lot. Com, still fine. Good ults to work with too.
This was pretty
I'm
awkward.
a bit worried about this area of the map though. You see that replay where Com
Now
has to
Talon
go
is
really clear through ropes.
all
And without
Taiwanese
a Cypher, without
Taiwanese
a
players.
Tribune down there,
Oh
they're
no,
never playing
Thailand.
Colombo in that
Thailand.
position.
From Thailand.
So
But the
they
organization
don't
is
have very
from
good info in the middle of the map, despite running a sentinel.
the Philippines,
We'll
if I'm
talk
not
about that
wrong.
next
Am
half
I
as
wrong,
well, 'cause
right?
Talon aren't running anything like that.
Or am I
but
wrong?
It's awkward.
It's quite awkward. EG are putting a bit of presence into
Let me
mid.
see,
A
Liquipedia.
lot of the ults being used there. You can see that Cosmic Divide ripping across the A site. And it has dragged a lot of the EG players over. Oh, Ethan almost getting caught with Util out, honestly, just jiggling the angle, but Gets the stun rip and now going to be backing away. But Talon, they don't really have much presence anywhere on the map.
No, and perhaps they were hoping to force
No,
out.
organization is from Thailand,
Seems
apparently.
like a pretty reasonable defensive play,
What?
right? You think they're going for a fast
No,
A
Hong
hit,
Kong.
pop the ult, throw the name.
Okay, I
but
was
Jorgamo still has both.
misled here.
And that could crush
Players
another A
are
hit,
from
as long as he
Thailand.
doesn't get killed going for an info peek.
Well, Tom does have the ult
But
as
it was
well.
founded
There
in
he
Hong
goes.
Kong.
Gets
Double
killed.
contact re-clear, and now the no command gets popped off. Garnish just trying to skip and hop through the choke point, trying to lead his team in. And again, the smoke causing all sorts of issues. BCJ, how's he claiming two there? The Talon eventually
Ethan is close to his ulti, but he doesn't have a weapon to fight with it.
Post-plan molly position a bit further back, but will there be anything to punish this one?
Good
Well,
bait there.
Bustio's
They had a
watching
good
it.
bait on them.
Yeah, just bait. Still the flash remake.
Nice.
And oh my word. Oh, flash over the top. Not a single player from EG could see.
Good flash there from Jit Boys.
From Jit Boy was amazing.
Perfect flash, yeah.
Incredible stuff.
What team am I
But to me, the
supporting? In
crucial
this
death
match, Talon.
is on
They're
Jorgamo.
underdogs, I want them to win.
Because I think his nade, his ultimate, would have been so good at shutting down this round. And instead, it's the first death on the defense. This is now starting to become a really good attack.
Super
style
nice flash.
for Talon. I know there's only 3 rounds, but that's out of 7 played so far, and Split's normally pretty defensive focused.
They managed to knock EG down to those weaker guns. In theory, weaker guns. So listen, judge and play on Split.
Oh, almost got the
Speak
headshot.
too soon, but
And I also want to note, Brent, how much emphasis Talon are putting on A ramp control. They're threatening A ramp and A heaven. After the changes, I think that seems like a great way of playing Split.
making sure that they take control of that one. Still holding the space there. Did they
Oof.
managed to grab early? Bustio was hoping, I
Nice.
think, for a
Nice find.
cheeky kill there with a Sheriff.
Got the elbow.
I like how Talon have really slowed down this round, honestly. Not giving too many opportunities for EG to get back into this one with the Stinger bite.
And once more, it's going to be another A commitment.
What does the coach do?
Cruz just
I
tries
think
to
it's
deny information
easy if
with
you
the
Google
Viper
it.
setup, and it's going to work nicely. But the defense is still spread pretty cleanly across the map.
There's a lot of things, but basically, you know, making players better, teams better.
Look at this. I mean, it's just a judge.
But if you want specifics, I think you're gonna find a lot of good info on Google.
Yeah, probably not, but
Just too much to bring up otherwise.
find out anyway. Fragment nade dropped down again to the choke.
They know
point.
exactly
Garnet's
where
not
Com
being
is.
denied that double satchel play. Doesn't know where to play.
Wait, Garnet, kill him.
I don't know. I'm not too sure. Maybe he expected him to be able to retreat back through there.
I guess they didn't know where he is.
Unleashing that showstopper right up into the sky, and time is running so low. 10 seconds. Will they get a plant? Pushed off of it. Aftershock into the corner, nade into the back, and there is time still, but it needs to be right now. Need to get that plant, and now
No
they're
time.
being denied.
No time.
Pushed back off of it. EG. A
Nice
minor
try.
investment from them, and yet classified as the thrifty round.
I'm amazed that they got that one. I really am.
Yeah.
I don't think Com should have had a kill playing from that position close up. When Garnet is double blast packing through, surely he sees him.
I thought they
And yet
saw him as well under
Didn't turn around to deal with it.
under rafters too.
That's just, yeah, that's
Good
quite
usage. I gotta say, good usage of the ultimates though from EG. Very opportunistic, using the Raze ult, using the Breach ult there to capitalize on an opportunity. Great stuff. And this is the first time really that we see Talon putting a heavy emphasis towards B since, I don't know, round
What if there was an
round two,
agent
round
that could
three?
remove walls or something?
early on, essentially.
I don't think that would work because I don't think that's how the game engine works really. But it would be cool. However, Riot, when they designed Lotus, they initially wanted it to be like several areas and so on that you can shut off, or
One side of the site, not letting them get it set up.
everything went down all at once there.
Committed there by Cruz.
So yeah, they wanted to design Lotus in the way
Very
that
well dealt with by
areas
Evil Geniuses.
get locked off
Very well dealt with.
round by round.
Not stepping
So one
through,
round,
nobody
2 areas
challenging
open.
Garnet
Another
while the
round,
Viper wall was up.
they change,
They
and
wait.
only 2
The players in
rounds
B
are
heaven
open
are
again.
covering
But
the left side
I
of the
mean,
pillar.
perhaps open
The
again,
players on
but
the ground are
one from the
covering
previous
right
round
side
shut
of the
off.
pillar. Very good
Let me see if I can
defensive
find some
protocol.
picture on that, because it's
Bustio
pretty
doing a
cool how
great
it
job
was
up from B heaven, comboing with Jorgamo.
supposed to be, but I guess
Two
it
less
was
experienced
just
players
very
on EG there. Coming up
very
huge.
complicated, I guess is the right
Talon
word.
taking this time out. I want to see a bit more nuance to their play, I think, for the attack side, at least on
here,
split,
if you
so
guys want
far,
to see in
Josh,
the chat.
it's been a lot of heavy hits through the choke points.
So they've been
Brute,
experimenting with maps doing that though.
No, and I think as well, EG
I
have
think
got
it
a
would
bit
be
of a
fun to
handle on
have
this
something
now
like
as
that.
well, because the players, there was just complete peace of mind.
Or
when they were holding that position, they just
like a
didn't really have too
button
much of a
on a
fear of
map,
being
you press it, a big red button,
Yeah,
and
I'd
it
like to see them
basically
at
blows
least
up
work
a
lurk
bridge
through
or
there.
something, and now you can no
What
longer
was
use a
interesting
bridge
was
in the
Boostio's
map.
been putting his Killjoy setup in B Heaven a lot of these rounds, and it's never been useful because Talon are just never going in through mid.
Yeah.
It is a bizarre way of attacking this map, but they've still found some value out of it. I would like to see Talon mix it up just a little bit though, especially, maybe not in this round, but round 11, throw in something in mid. Maybe it's a lurk, maybe it's a B split. Maybe you go and take mid early and then just go back into an A hit, and you know that you've pulled the A site players into heaven.
Lots of options available to them. But whatever the timeout was for, probably not going to be for this round.
I don't know, we've seen a lot of thrifting.
Yeah, we have.
Oh,
Ooh, good headshot
okay,
from
well,
Fox.
starting
Nice,
things
you
off
take
on,
that space.
Similar kind of foot.
And Talon do go pretty heavy in mid here. So pistol round, round 10.
Imagine Fox just pushes spawn.
Contact
Nice. Oh, so close.
Okay, shots are rattled off. Cruz was allowed to get 3.
Nice, that's what we want.
Just contact re-clearing right into the Fox.
Nice. Even better, even better.
All this space being gained, a bit of overheat potentially there. He wanted to use the Seekers, but listen, calm down, lad.
Fox has just won
Equal
this round
round.
on his own.
Yeah.
Turned around.
Player left standing, and that is Boostio. First obstacle removed. But yeah, it's a 1v3, and now the Knife's going to be revealing that position. How do you play this one?
Is there any way to play this one?
I mean, doesn't seem likely, does it? Not really enough time to make usage of that lockdown, and now with that spike ticking
They're
down
so close to
steadily.
each other, yet so far away.
I mean, Boostio still just loitering around this area, but at this point, it feels like you can only save
Oh, he saw him.
percentage play. A couple of kills, I suppose, but
Nice,
oh my
nice,
word,
nice.
loses the rifle in the end. At the end of the day, I mean, there you go for those kills, just in case, I suppose.
All right, this is the minimum amount of rounds they needed on attack. In my opinion, for a good economy on defense.
Well, he actually
Any
gave
round they
ultimate
get
to
now
Jimbo.
is just a
Jimbo
good
would have
bonus
been
round.
one away from his null command, and now has it. And null
Just
command is
more room
massive
for
being
error.
able to help Talon's style, where they've just been hard hitting it into one of the sites. Get a null command, shove it into A. That sounds like a good game plan for Talon. And more than
Also,
4
slippery
rounds.
slope for
Okay, we haven't seen
EG.
too much of split in the new meta, so maybe this is too early for me to say. But more than 4 rounds does seem like a good attacking half on split.
Yeah, they even see it, the casters.
So
yes.
Ooh, good catch. Very good stun.
Straight past this one. The pull being utilized, and well, not too much punish off the back of it. BCJ holding that smoke, discipline.
Nice.
At play, making sure he could grab the perfect shot, and Talon once more grasping at straws, I think, in this round, just trying to make anything happen.
Again, round 11, the only time that we've seen a fight in mid. So Talon now 3 out of 11 times have gone through mid. put
You
some
gotta be
level of
careful
pressure
here when
there.
they push up a
But this
bit, I
time the
think,
only
because
attempt for EG to fight them, and EG dealt with it very easily.
EG does not need to peek anything.
I am surprised that
especially
they
with
didn't
the
try and
turret.
get value out of the null command. But they've still got it for round 12. Unless Sushi Boys and Fox can pull out something miraculous in the 2v5. But with only 30
Come on.
seconds left,
Boosty, you gotta know that is a rotation for mid, right? You gotta know.
And you would think that the EG players should be able to hear that. And there we go, dissipates, fades away, does reveal the one play. I don't think that was intentional because Fox has the spike alone currently.
Zero, I can give you 5 minutes instead there.
Yeah, but going for the plant onto heaven. To smoke to try and as well.
nobody
A
contesting
bit
the
of
plant.
coverage. Yeah, I mean, this is...
They're allowing them to get into a dangerous position, actually.
And the late backstab here by Sushi Boys. He's holding himself into ropes. Angles, trying to at least claim one kill
shaky
there.
aim.
But Fox just swinging wide and not able to land those shots. It's just down to Sushi Boys, but the position is known.
Nice.
I think
Oh,
they heard him, and there
nice
we
try.
go. BCJ exiting
Nice
just out of
try.
that astral form in time to be able to trade it. And so EG starting to command a pretty decent lead. they can convert this last round.
And Talon's economy is going to be a little stretched here, but I don't think it's going to be anything disastrous. I mean, actually, Fox really
Such good stun there from Ethan. That's a good play. It's very similar to the A main stun in Haven.
Big mistake committing to the 2v5.
Or A sewer stun, I guess.
I said I wanted them to save, and now look at what they're working with. 2 Spectres, like
Reach is amazing in mid on split. You can just reach both B and A with your fault line. So if you're a supportive breach, it's like heaven for you.
It's a fake onto A.
But aggressive breach, I feel like A is very nice. Very good opportunities for flashes.
Almost immediately.
This is so good from Jogamo, though. Using the boombot, did it spot anything? I don't believe so.
Well, the players are not biting on EG side. Look at that, they still have their coverage. 2 players holding on top of Heaven on the B side. But Cruz,
nice try, Cruz.
No, the angle is just
Nice
a little
try.
bit awkward there as he's trying to find that fight, but that 1 kill still backing away, and Talon are looking a little bit lost, I will say, honestly. Now they've just grouped up as 4, looking to try and re-clear into mid. There was a ping there towards Mail.
With how close Garnet and Jorgamo are to their ultimates, I'm looking at both of the Raze players in terms of, can anyone turn the tide of this round?
Yeah, you need some really flashy plays, I think, for them to be able to find their way in. And talk about flashy. I mean, Fox just delivers with a shot like that. Lets off the Seekers almost immediately off of it, and now you can see a bit of a split into Heaven. The player's close. Satchel pushes them back and away.
Nice.
VCT
One more.
Taken
You know
out.
exactly where it's
Close
nice.
to the corner, Ethan forced to take the fight into them, still somehow comes up with the kill. The spike needs to be planted.
Take the plant and kill the guy to the
Not wasting time, already dropping down
side.
from
Nice.
Heaven. Lovely flash re-clear, but down to that 1v1. Bustio finds it in the angle, watched once
He didn't
more.
hear him drop.
Immaculate crosshair placement.
He didn't have
Save
to do
hands
that.
from him. That is going to be quite a respectable half by EG.
Maybe I thought he would go down the ropes or something. I don't know. Even if he went for the
What
ropes,
a difference when you look at the player
the
reactions.
flash wouldn't have hit him. Too little time to run.
That solid defense side on split, 8-4, very respectable. And the players are fired up.
Yeah, 8-4 is good.
Compared to
8-4 is
looking
good.
at players like Ethan, for example, where he looked distraught and confused. Big change in morale.
Massive change in morale, and so the first half of map number 2 definitely going away with EG. They send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much, guys. We saw a lot of cool ideas there from both sides, Mitch. Some of them worked out, but some of them just didn't quite land.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair to say there was some disruption coming through on the other side. Yeah, EG again showing us that they're good at fighting their way back into control that they've conceded. But I have to say, all in all, it's a deceptively
I'm just gonna go
good
grab some water.
Like,
I'll be back soon.
yeah, it's hard to tell. Like, we saw Loud play, and they got 8 rounds on the attack side. They won the pistol, though, so it's kind of difficult to then gauge where we're at right now. I will say, having lost the pistol, still coming out with 4, I'm willing to say the attack side, I still expect to be a little slower. That was a really nice play that we're just seeing here from Sushi Boys, though, actually tanking the utility and then coming out when the Aftershock's gone.
Yeah, really good little surprise play. And, you know, a lot of surprises attempted here for the side of Talon. You had this really deep setup from Cruz, trying to get this post plant across. You can see it's delaying Ethan. He gets in onto the spike, has to wait as the poison orb comes up. But then, unfortunately, Cruz, he just ends up getting pincered at the very end. It was really great pressure being applied by Calm, making sure that he could not get that next lineup to come back across. And then Ethan narrowly manages to get that defused with, what, 0.112, you know, 1-2 seconds remaining?
Exactly.
Something like that. So it was really well done. But the thing that I'm looking forward to now here for the side of Talon, if in fact these 4 rounds are enough on the defending side, is going to be this double controller setup that they have for themselves. We saw Loud playing this just yesterday. Now they have it for themselves. They look incredible on the defending side of Haven. Can they replicate that here on Split?
Well, Talon, they managed to come back from a 9-3. EG, they have to hold on here, Sideshow or Bren, or they're going home.
The pressure is certainly on for EG, isn't it, to try and convert this map, and they've got themselves up to quite the tremendous lead at that 8-4 half. I'll say quite a good job, honestly, as well, with the mental rebound after losing that previous map in a fashion that they did, letting that comeback happen in the first place when the map was largely in their hands.
Completely agree. I think for EG's composition, they're going to find it difficult to threaten a ramp unless they
came back from wars on Haven, so I believe Talon can take this.
They can do stuff like pullback smokes. But no Cypher, no Viper over here. And here we go. Pullback smoke allows Jorgamo and Boostio to cross. So BCJ is going to be incredibly important in creating A-ramp pressure, even if he isn't playing there.
Cruz just opting to hold up here, but look at this reclear into mid, into sewers. This is incredibly aggro.
Nice kill.
What is that?
Very nice.
Surely J-Boy should not be favored. BCJ does do a lot to contain inside the smoke.
Cruz, come on, man.
Taken. And EG players looking to try and pivot into this one, but
3 people looking at them.
What is occurring? I mean, this way, that way, a bit of indecision, but eventually they're deciding on the correct side of the map, getting that plan.
Oh, here we go. Boostio about to get a cracked headshot.
Yep, onto the side of the smoke.
On himself.
Well, it reveals everything.
I do not like this, because BCJ is so far away from the rest of the team. When Boostio dies, it's actually a 3v2 on the retake.
Does have
Oh, BCJ coming from behind. This is going to be massive.
Needs to get into position to threaten that backstab angle, that position, and already this push coming through. Talon. What a kill for Sushi Boys to find.
Oh, they found him. Nice. Dude.
Plan of ahead when it's just a little
Great
bit
job by Talon. I thought BCJ would get a lot more value there, but yeah, they didn't see him, so they probably assumed this behind.
Talk about repeating stories, Brent. EG up at the half, massively up at the half, lose the pistol. Last time on Haven, we saw them go for a force buy. What do you reckon?
Are we going to see it again?
What do you reckon? Do they go for a force? Because you said it, Brent, last time. Force buys let the leading team, they kind of open the door for the comeback.
Yeah. Slipped away from them off the back of it, but no, they've decided
nothing this time. I think that's a good idea.
I think this is wise.
I think it's the right play. Talon have already demonstrated a desire to fight.
Yeah, behind there.
Mid.
Guys, watch out. You know what happens here.
Again. Yeah, still trying to take these fights. Pushed up angle. That's the util used to try and push Boostio forwards, but that Boombot, he was blind, luckily.
So close to getting caught there.
Making sure to break it so he didn't take too much damage from this one, but... Okay, Fox. Oh my goodness, just peeking into the turret.
I get you, Zero, but there are people that don't kid with that stuff, so... I gotta be careful, you know?
A decent grip, it feels like, of that mid control, at least containing any sort of avenue. Good usage of utility as well, just to make sure that they're rotating it. So no space can really be gained by EG, because I'm going to be backing away, looking to retake that B main control.
They might want to try and go B main, but there's Sushi Boys there.
Talon. No pressure on that side of the map. Using a flash as well, just to make sure. They are, of course, worried that this could be a pivot through mid to A, but as this fault line comes through, they can start rotating. Quite nice.
Still gives them the...
Are there gonna be any riddles tonight? We can do riddles,
well.
sure. Holy moly, that was nice. Boosty on the side here. But they heard him. They heard him.
No problems whatsoever.
Alright, let's do a riddle.
And 5 Spectres taken into the next round. Prime game is flawless.
Yeah.
I'll post them in chat, and I don't read them out, just because it's gonna be too distracting from the game.
The ult is pretty good.
Andis, what's up, dude?
I think that's mostly where you're gonna see
How you doing,
it
man?
used.
Alright, we're gonna do riddles, Andis.
Especially on big.
And I know you are cracked at riddles. Riddles.
Double blast pack from heaven? Is that what I'm looking at here?
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up for it, right? Flash as well. Yeah, they are cooking something. And guess what? EG have players within the vicinity.
Here we go.
Flashback laid down, flash as well. Double flash play all the way into them and Comp. He was ready
Garnet.
for it. He was playing anti-flash, tucked into the corner.
I think going for that play is
managed to strike
valid because he has Spectre.
I respect it. Even though it didn't work, I respect it. I love seeing a little set play like that cooked up. Good awareness from EG that Talon could be getting very aggressive in that area. And now EG can just cut noise, right? Just slow the pace down.
Really slowed down that pace, which is something that felt missing at times on Haven. They were getting a bit flustered on their attack side. It's important not to let any of these advantages that have been handed to you just get away. And there we go, a good fight taken. Using those rifles, making sure that they're trading effectively. 50 seconds in a round. But what's going to be revealing the position of Cruz? Aftershock to push him back out of position. Right now, EG just, it is quite tepid, isn't it? They don't want to be taking any of this space onto A.
Yeah, I think they're concerned it could be a full 5-player stack. But as soon as Sushi Boys Gets
Thank
that
that.
kill, EG are going
And
to realize, oh no, the other two players are elsewhere.
I think you can retake this. I think it's good if you try to at least.
Well, Sushi Boys has just got his ult now. And a rifle in his hands from that kill in mid, so Busio's going to be quite important.
If Busio falls here...
He's on 20 health.
Yeah.
He needs to be the difference maker.
Nice.
But it's that run and gun in action. And now it's down to that 2v2. Ult's online. You can notice that EG are playing at the back of the site. They recognize that that is a threat in this round.
I think they will try and go for
No one
this.
playing out of position here, but the ult
Nice.
is not even being committed still. It's down to that 1v1. Time running low enough here. A wider play, a wider swing by Sushi Boys. And Jogamo, it's intelligent play from him. Sushi Boys needs to stick this. It's a percentage play. He's got half. He's sticking it all the way through. And the swing is
so
immaculate.
close, dude. So close.
Jogamo with the right timing in his head. He knew exactly how to play that.
Great stuff from Jogamo there. Perfect internal timing, but also had a bit of a pop-off because he won the round and lost his rifle as a result of it. So I don't think it's actually going to make too much difference, except that he's on light armor coming into the next round.
Yeah. I don't know if he'd even be able to save that anyway.
I think he could have done. Yeah, I mean, he paused for a long time there. I don't know. Maybe nitpicking a little bit. He did well. He did well in that round, Jogamo.
Still, it's a good point, I think. It was quite a scrappy round against the bonus of Talon. So, money-wise, half armor for EG.
And a pretty serious focus from EG towards mid. Are they going to create some fake pressure on A to help with this? At the moment, doesn't really feel like it, and mid is getting dominated by Talon utility. Now Garnet getting himself this pushed up feels like it could be exploitable if they get a read on it later on. There's that bit of a fake.
Okay.
Oh, except they know it's real. They spotted heads over the top.
Another few retakes.
What's
here.
he doing reloading in the middle of the open?
Yeah, you were right, Andis.
Really
I'm gonna have to think of new riddles.
Satcheling across Jogamo. Everybody's vulnerable up, but will it even matter? Still, the EG players, they take the good fights. Watching for these smokes, and
That or you have to give
bit of spaghetti.
I think
falling out of
Andis,
the Talon pockets.
you might need to stop
Also,
on the riddles. You're just too good at them. Because they're not fun when only you get them, so to say, for others. I mean. Or I have to find new ones that are much more difficult.
This man's just pulling out references I can't even.
I'm gonna try more difficult.
This is how he used to play when he was
I
on
want you to game as well.
Used to see BCJ and Def go for these crazy long lurks.
EG players though.
Nah, don't worry. I'll try and find some more difficult ones.
For time if they can.
But
no,
it's not planted for. It's not planted for BCJ.
And it's not planned for it. Oh,
Unlucky.
Oh, it's at the top.
Unlucky.
It's right on the top, and it does
They
not
tried to be
disrupt the
cheeky
fuse.
and cute with the tick there, but no, didn't work.
Spaghetti
Oh
everywhere.
my goodness.
It's unbelievable.
It's gone good, King Davis. Just been streaming yesterday, today, so not done much more. How about you? Actually, I'm gonna spend some time with my girlfriend after this, but
It takes away from what you were saying earlier. with
before
the
this,
post plan.
only
If he's
been
playing
streaming
that
pretty much.
kind of area in mid to go for the reflank, he has to be playing heaven post plant. The lurk is going to come in heaven. If you don't plant for heaven, it doesn't make sense to have him in that kind of position. And also, it's not even the focus on BCJ necessarily. The players in the post plant are dropping the ball there. The Talon guys are playing so much more clutch.
And the answer from EG immediately into this one with the pistols. They just want to go fast, right through the choke point. Taking some even fights. Can they claim any of these weapons? Yeah, they got a rifle online and the judge, but how do they convert it past this point? Through into heaven. Fox is given a precise angle, and Two Boys does watch for it.
Same thing as on Haven.
Big play by Fox. And Talon really do feel like they've got that clutch factor right now.
Yeah.
As much as I'm not too happy with the way that EG played the post plan, you can't deny that Talon, their players are fearless, are swinging in,
All right.
and they just believe they can win every
New
round.
couple of them are coming in now.
It's very, very impressive.
Oh, Sushi Boys has been watching the Nuvera VODs. We're seeing the Open Astra.
No, you can't be bringing that up.
I mean, Nuvera was incredible with it.
He was, yeah.
I don't mean any disrespect on Nuvera.
Meta-defining and ranked, I hear. Yeah, no, really great. No, but we see
Here's
the EG
one.
timeout now, so.
I think they're at risk of letting this map
The
slip
more
away
you
from
take,
them.
the more you
can't
leave
let it happen,
behind.
can
What
you?
am I?
2 in a row.
To go out in this fashion would be
And you feel free to guess, Andis, if it's like a mega easy for you,
too much experience, 3 players new to the big stage.
Then,
but I think
you know, give it some time before you
and there are
reveal the answer.
almost an equal amount of rookie
But if
players,
it's a bit difficult for you, go for it whenever you
that
want.
doesn't become as valid of an excuse.
No, I can't help but be impressed with how Talon are playing as well. Listen, with the criticisms we've had towards EG, I don't want to take anything away from Talon, the way they've been playing and the confidence that they've had as well.
It's just so fearless.
It's not CO2 and it's not time, no.
And Garnet's been very impressive.
Not poverty either.
Struggled to get value out of the entry position on their attack side. He was going in, and he was still
Elfrog,
fearless.
you're correct, it's
But he wasn't
steps.
quite finding the kills, whereas now on the defense side, especially on the retakes, he seems to be having much more success. And Talon are benefiting massively from that space that he's making. Garnet really is a rookie player, by the way, and somebody that they weren't even intending to play with at this event.
That's the most amazing aspect about it, isn't it?
If Patifan hadn't had to have his wrist surgery, I don't know whether we'd be even seeing Garnet. And what a loss that would have been. This guy has been beastly.
And our focus here on this round, and it's an important one for EG. Money invested into this one. They have the rifles, they've got the ultimates. It should be their round to take. They just need to formulate a plan around it.
They've struggled for mid control in all of these rounds. And look, 4 players from Talon grouped around mid. And nobody from EG pressuring the extremities when this happens, right? There's no reaction from EG. Yeah. Oh, they're fighting mid. Let me go and take a ramp. Well, Boostio can't really without BCJ's smokes. And BCJ's not taking space in B main when they fight mid. So
here they come.
All one-dimensional on the attack for EG.
Managed to cross all the way up into heaven, and
missed
they're just taking
headshot.
straight up fights. Cruz moves forward,
No,
showstopper denied,
man.
and the fight's been
Jogamo.
taken. Positioning just swapped and switched around.
How can they know where Cruz is?
Oh my!
Oh, Professor, you got it. A map.
Completely unaware.
Yeah, just literally trying to, again, take up that space, soak up that avenue to be able to play from.
BCJ again is miles away from the play.
Absolutely
Com
miles
is
away.
so alone.
Showstopper play, spotted him at his
Nice.
ankles.
BCJ behind.
Play around and weave around.
And he's popping
maybe
off.
BCJ could be the difference maker. An angle, a swap, and a weapon, a
He is
stun and a pull,
dead,
though,
isn't he?
has completely
Yeah, he
bogged
is.
him down, and the nade
9-9.
will finish the job. EG, that was, all things considered, a must-win round for them. They invested everything in terms of their money. And a lot of ultimates used on top of it. Only that lockdown and rolling thunder to use. Still 2 big tools, but they're going to be kicking themselves.
That was a good shutdown on the Raze ulti.
Played that round. Cruz obviously with the first 2 big kills, but look at how quickly
This
Sushi
is the
Boys
way
on
to
the fly
victory
here
for
decides
Talon.
to place down a suck. Just great utility to neutralize the threat from BCJ. Sushi Boys
Oh, it's not
doesn't
a model
play
bot,
smokes.
no, prods.
And at the moment,
It's a
he's
real
getting
bot.
more value from the BCJ and their equivalent in the scoreboard, but I really feel like Sushi Boys is right there.
There's a ton of value. Viper's bit in mid.
Oh,
That's an instantaneous punish.
unfortunate. That's
EG
even more
want a way to
unfortunate.
try to make a commanding presence
And
into
even
mid,
more
but
unfortunate.
Okay. Wading into the
Oh,
line
he
of
got
sight
shot down
angle.
by the... Yeah, he tried to greed
Was
there.
obviously favored when he's got those rifles, but hey, it is split at the end of the day. These are short gun range fights that we're taking, and when the stingers are in play, anything could happen.
The rookie players are going huge for Talon, but look at this. Veteran Fox decides to reactively push A main off the mid play.
And he's containing. Oh, Boostio. No way. He doesn't watch
Oh,
it, and that's that discipline.
man.
Awesome
They are
stuff.
gonna have
Back to
nightmares.
back, man.
So calm and
They're gonna have
collected.
to
Back-to-back
watch
rounds where
themselves
Talon
every
have
step
star
behind
players
themselves.
step up, and they've just crushed the EG economy.
Oh no, there are people. There are people
Oh no, EG are still going to be able to buy this round. Actually, I'm amazed.
in
I
the
thought that
boat.
they'd
That is.
forced the previous one.
No, it's just a half buy with
Just
the
a
stingers,
half
but
buy, yeah. Okay, so EG
Man,
still have a
such a
chance
nice
of drawing this
position
one
there.
level.
Yeah, getting a bit more loose a bit on the stage. But Talon have steadily taken this lead now, and you're seeing echoes of what happened on the previous map. Get into that second half, Talon. They performed that comeback.
I'll let you guys know when their answer is found, by the way.
Looking like they might just do it again. I feel like I've said this a lot recently, but it is a must-win round now for EG. Committing that lockdown does give them a couple of pockets to play in if you are Talon, but Cruz realizes there's not really too much space. Wow, that's a lot of util.
That's a lot of
Cruz
damage.
yeah, just trying to get out of there. Deals a lot of damage to him, but how does VCT
Difficult position here.
In B main of all places.
He's just way out of the way. EG going to be able to get this plant down. Another fight
Oh,
being
he's
taken.
blinded.
Okay, Rolling Thunder to push them back. Even just using that ultimate, offloading it, trying to reclaim that space towards main.
Yeah, because you got it.
Double satchel play and a flash to accompany. That is just
Garnet.
amazing. The coordination is there. Another play from him,
And there it is.
repositioning.
Oof.
But now,
11-9.
Talon players once
It
more come
looked
up.
so grim there for Talon.
kills.
It looked like they couldn't turn that into a win.
And Talon's retakes
But then Garnet
look
just
sublime.
walks in. Oh, Frazier.
EG's game plan is falling
Oh,
to pieces
I missed
in the
your
post
message.
plan, and Talon are
Frazier, you got
capitalizing.
it first.
They can
You got
smell
it first.
blood in the water.
Good one.
Only 2 rounds away from continuing to play against DRX and making this little portion of the bracket Pacific dominated.
Here's anyone in the chat.
Massive turn of events.
Oh, Garnet is so fearless in terms of how
Yeah,
he
all the
takes
people are
these
married
fights.
on the boat. That's the answer.
And the backfill from the rest of Talon is gorgeous too. EG
Oh,
with another
Frazier,
timeout.
yeah, you got it with the letter M.
I gotta say, Brent, too, it's gotta be so frustrating being Ethan in this game when he played Yoru, he played KO, and dominated their opening matchup, and now he's been stuck on breach duty for these 2 maps, where he just can't get as involved. He just has to always be setting up other people to make the plays. And for one of your players that's the most experienced, that has the most LAN clutch factor, he's just been taken out of the game a little bit by virtue
All right,
of
we got a new
the
one
agent
there.
that he's
Yeah, you were pretty close, Alfrog. For me, it
other
was
side of things, though,
the message above, but under, I mean, but it's maybe different on yours if you typed at the same time.
As another player that's
It's
new
not
to
the
stage
sun.
as well.
No.
The expectations, I mean, listen, we can't reiterate this more. Talon Esports.
But that is a good, what's called
we were
guess.
expecting them to, listen, hold their ground.
I haven't been looking too much at the sun myself, so I can't really say. But whenever I've tried to look at the sun,
really looking good
it's very difficult to see much.
Garnet picking out the
It is darkness, Alfrog. It is.
EG
Good job.
make the brave decision to play for overtime.
Wow.
I'm trying to get some that we haven't seen yet.
Call to make, and
But some of them are from yesterday.
fight, some action being taken immediately there. Turret, drop down on the angle. Garnet's okay. It's a little bit risky.
Getting away with it.
Yeah. Does not get punished. Still being from Cruz. I mean, he just opens himself quite wide. Snake bite at his feet just in case there's
Oh,
double
nice.
satchel plays. Used to this one now, and there was a good responsive utility. That lead also could be quite nice, but beaming them all down right through the smokes, and there will be no more threat of EG just trying to clamor for those kills.
Talon dominating the mid-fight. Committing a couple of players to it there. But not getting punished in mid, not getting punished anywhere else on the map. Cleaning this up. This was 8-4 at the half. EG only able to put 1 on the board compared to Talon's 8. This is an exact replica of Haven.
Yeah.
EG's attack side just not able to misdirect in the slightest. Talon always with the read, always with the correct play, and always with some level of clutch factor.
One more round.
Can EG pull out 3 in a row, or are Talon moving forwards in the bracket?
That's going to be the big question. We need to see something different.
Oh yeah, darkness is the answer to that one.
It's a slower start to their attack side round.
This is very different from Talon as well, actually. Committing a lot of people over towards B main. I don't think EG have played there pretty much at all on their attack side.
Maybe anticipating that they would try and go for a faster play with
Yeah,
the
it's a coin, it's a
command
coin.
that Com has, but
Alright, I'm gonna focus on the last round here because otherwise I gotta find new riddles. I'll prepare some riddles for tomorrow though, beforehand. New ones.
They are surrounding. Ethan pushed up. A lot is going to be handled, I think, at the back of this one here. This mid-control. The DG are just, again, putting a bit of that util into it. A flash.
Is tomorrow the finals? It's semis, yeah. So Loud versus NRG and DRX versus the winner of this match.
And that is exactly where EG are going.
Does Cruz get cleared here? They don't have really any clue that there could be players up in A heaven.
Uh-oh, watch out for Cruz. Are they gonna check him?
Removing any sort of ability.
I bet they're not.
Enough of a presence away, and well, what was anything? anything at all to try and clear them
no.
through. That's Jorgamo from the high ground position, clears it out, but the trades are they going to be there? Jorgamo showstopper play. He does find his target, but there's 17 seconds remaining.
Sushi Boys
And they
and
can't
Garnet.
afford to res Com in this fight. They need to get this plant down. Still that position being played by BCJ. In the choke point, it is that 2v2. And EG, they need to win it. Satchel play moves down, still being watched for. BCJ claims it, 1 kill found. Sushi Boys could put a stop to this one, but EG, they desperately need it. Just to continue in the map, to continue in the series. The
He's looking out.
reposition
He's looking
is
out from
there.
above.
Not planned for heaven, but BCJ. Does he spot it? Yeah, just behind screens. They know he's there, but a spam still happening. And they've got a star as well. Pull not being used. BCJ knows it now. Activated. It just feels impossible.
Nice try.
Indeed, it is.
Nice try.
EG survive.
When does Liquid play? I'll take a look. Liquid play on Wednesday, the first match.
Desperate attempt. It works out in the end. Jorgamo being the key player. Finding 2 and then the third with his ultimate.
Jogamo got massive kills there. He did a good job clearing underneath rafters too. If that wasn't cleared, it would be a whole different story.
Sushi Boys now with the operator. Again on B main.
Probably like King Davis, yeah. Gonna continue Yakuza. Yakuza 6.
Playing, so they think it's fine. Okay, 1 player just with the op. That's all we need to do.
I think that's fair as well. The way this has been played by EG, BCJ's just been trying to lurk through into B.
Been waiting to game it until she's come here.
I think this is quite smart by Talon.
Every time EG are fought for
Nah,
mid,
Prods, I don't think so. I read that artist. I read something about artists saying you don't get a spot for Tokyo now.
Changed on either side in mid, pushing them back, and the pressure.
As far as I understand, just money.
Right now for EG because you're just focusing on that next round, just trying to basically claw your way to that OT. But
Ethan has flash.
It's not too much to really work with here. There's a Cosmic Divide being used. Garner's playing up close here. I mean, that's just so unexpected.
That is a very cool way to do it.
Well out of there.
It's amazing. And they didn't hear the nade being dropped either. So look at the damage it did to common BCJ.
Yeah, true. A lot of damage.
Meanwhile, Foxy's got himself into a good position over at A ramp.
Oh boy.
Reading that something could be happening. Noise bait as if it's going A, but actually the spike's still going B.
So just trying to draw those rotations. That's the name of the game right now for EG. Flash over the top though, and Sushi Boy still watching from heaven. Flick of the wrist, and he finds one more target, and still
nice. Yes!
EG denied it, and another comeback completed. Talon will move forwards.
Man, Talon working hard for it, and they are deserving this win.
Awesome performance from these guys.
Huge.
The Cinderella story from the Pacific
Absolutely
region
huge.
continues. You can't help but root for them. It feels like the same kind of story that we've seen from this core before. Yeah. Specifically at Champions. Beating one of the North American teams with some cool strats. Taking the pistol rounds, the bonus rounds, the important momentum changing moments. And it was a good run from Evil Geniuses. I think they were another team that got underrated in this bracket, and they did a great job making it through Heretics, giving themselves chances to win here, but the experience just wasn't there.
Yeah, I think it was that experience missing, just the reps being able to play. You got to think as well, Talon, they've got that core roster that is intact that they've been playing with for quite some time, these guys, but on the other side of things, EG, they are a fresh roster in terms of how they've been put together.
And I think both teams could take a long, hard look at their attack side
I love seeing underdogs wins like this.
This game dominated by the defenses. But it was this
I didn't
team
expect
that
it to
came
be
out
a win
super
for
clutch when it
like
mattered.
2-0 win.
Rookies stepping up. It's a magical run. And they get their shot at taking down Pacific Rivals DRX.
Yeah, that would be just immense.
DRX versus these guys. It's going to be a very difficult match.
Upset, but I feel like they've showcased they've got what it takes in moments. They have the players that can turn up. The defense side really does look good when they're playing against teams of the caliber of EG. But I think there are many hurdles ahead for this team. They can be proud of what they've accomplished.
All right, guys, that's all for me for tonight. I'm gonna be hopping off. And tomorrow, we have a big match between NRG and Loud as the first match, and then DRX and this team. And also best of fives, I think. So it could be long matches, but nonetheless, good matches. And I'll see you guys then. Hope you guys have been enjoying the night and day or whatever morning, whatever time it is for you guys. And if it's your birthday, happy birthday. Love you all. And thanks so much for hanging out there. Thanks so much for watching. GG's.